Chapter 1, Miss, You're So White. Achoo. The black-sailed boat swayed on the river. A sneeze sounded, and Liu Ruyun woke up. Apart from feeling cold, her mind was not very clear either. Miss, you've finally woken up. Do you feel better? At this moment, the curtain was lifted, and golden sunlight squeezed in, and a clean and green face came close to Liu Ruyun. Miss? Liu Ruyun frowned, finding it amusing. What a corny nickname. Miss? Xiang Feng corrected himself. Liu Ruyun's face turned black. She almost couldn't hold back the breath she had just taken. He seemed like a pretty handsome young man, but why did he curse so much? You saved me? Liu Ruyun suppressed her anger and asked. Earlier, she had been in a bad mood and had drunk a lot. She wandered around the neighborhood to take her mind off things, but she didn't want to slip and fall into the lake. At the same time, she subconsciously lifted the cotton cloth covering her body. The inside was a white expanse, like a majestic and precipitous snow-capped mountain, trembling and pulsating with each breath. You took off my clothes? Liu Ruyun's pretty face turned cold. Her pupils were like sharp blades, staring fixedly at the man in front of her. Yes, you fell into the water, I rescued you, and you fell into a coma. I was afraid you'd catch a cold, so I took off your clothes. Look, they're almost dry. Xiang Feng didn't notice the woman's frosty expression, and continued to smile simply, revealing a clean, white smile with straight teeth. You. Liu Ruyun's face grew even more unpleasant. She's been seen naked. Oh, that's right. Xiang Feng slapped himself on the forehead and said, You were under the water for a long time and choked on a lot of water. I even gave you mouth-to-mouth resuscitation and CPR. Stop. Liu Ruyun pulled up the cotton cloth to cover the important parts of her body. This guy really got naked. He didn't even leave her with a piece of cloth to cover herself with. Yes, he even kissed himself and even touched himself. Bastard. Miss, you look terrible, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Xiang Feng didn't notice the unusual atmosphere and moved closer. Shouldn't you say something else to me? Liu Ruyun gritted her teeth and glared at Xiang Feng menacingly. Xiang Feng scratched his head in confusion, full of puzzlement. Something else? Say what? You looked at my body, what do you think you should say? Liu Ruyun's face grew even colder. This bastard, shouldn't he apologize to himself? Oh, I know. Xiang Feng suddenly realized. Humph. Liu Ruyun's eyebrows rose, and a cold air exuded from her proud, upturned nose. You have a great figure, very fair skin, big breasts, and a very special mole. Stop. Liu Ruyun was both ashamed and angry. This bastard, I told you to apologize, not to comment on my figure. What's wrong? Miss. First of all, I'm not a miss, and I'm not a girl. Liu Ruyun took several deep breaths to suppress the raging anger in her chest. My name is Liu Ruyun. Second, you saved me, so I should thank you, but you shouldn't have undressed me, and you shouldn't have looked, it's very rude, do you understand? Air. Xiang Feng understood, but he felt aggrieved. I don't really understand. Ha? Liu Ruyun's eyebrows shot up. If you don't take off your clothes, you'll catch a cold. If you don't look, you can't grope, right? Xiang Feng frowned, his expression a little displeased, muttering, If you don't seek treatment, how can you be cured if you don't look or grope? I'm a great doctor, but I'm not a god. Ha! On hearing this, Liu Ruyun was amused. You took advantage of me, and I have to thank you? Miss Liu, let me correct you. I was forced to save you. You fell into the water drunk. If I hadn't arrived in time, your family would be calling for the food to be served by now. Xiang Feng frowned and said sternly, Let me emphasize once again, I am a doctor. I don't discriminate between the sick based on gender. Of course, Miss Liu, your figure is the best I've seen among the women I've met, and you are also the most beautiful. That part of you is even bigger than the widows in our village. Liu Ruyun's pretty face flushed red, her lips moving as she tried to speak but stopped herself. Are you really a doctor? You don't look much older than me. After a moment, Liu Ruyun adjusted her emotions and asked curiously. Of course. I've been visiting patients since I was 10 years old. I'm 20 this year, not young at all. Xiang Feng said seriously. Visiting patients since you were 10? You're bragging, aren't you? Liu Ruyun looked incredulous. Shouldn't a 10-year-old be in school? A doctor? Making house calls? Some kids in the countryside probably can't even write their own names, can they? You have a relatively serious stomach condition, you broke your left shin as a child, and you're mildly anemic, am I correct? Xiang Feng stared at the woman and grinned. He wasn't bragging. When he was 2 or 3 years old and just learning to speak, he went up the mountain to practice with the old immortal, learning to meditate, read, and practice medicine. When he was older, he started carrying water and firewood, doing the laundry, cooking, and doing all the work. When he was 10, he started going down the mountain to provide medical treatment in nearby villages. He treated patients during the day, practiced medicine at night, and was often abused by the old immortal. Today was the first day that Xiang Feng went down the mountain to escape from his suffering. However, not long after he left the boat, he encountered Liu Ruyun, who was drowning. Liu Ruyun froze for 3 seconds and exclaimed in shock, "You have such amazing medical skills? Please call me Xiang Feng, the young doctor from Qingyun Mountain." Xiang Feng? Liu Ruyun murmured softly, her eyes glancing at the simple medical kit at the cabin entrance, and she believed him a little. "Xiang Feng, thank you for saving me. Could you please go out first, so I can get dressed and we can talk?" Liu Ruyun blushed slightly when she saw Xiang Feng's clean and pure smile. "It feels really good to chat with someone naked. I'll wait for you outside." Xiang Feng replied, handed Liu Ruyun her clothes, and then stepped outside. "This guy really stripped me naked, not even leaving me my underwear." Liu Ruyun blushed with shame as she held her clothes, especially when she discovered that Xiang Feng had washed her underwear as well. She felt so ashamed that she wanted to dive into the water and drown. "Xiang Feng, I want to talk to you." After getting dressed, Liu Ruyun stepped out of the cabin. "Sure, Miss Liu, what do you want to talk about?" Xiang Feng smiled happily. "You saw my body, you are responsible for me." Liu Ruyun blurted out, and a blush once again rose to her exquisite and beautiful cheeks. "Responsible? How?" Xiang Feng froze for a moment, shocked, his eyes almost falling out of his head. "Go home with me, marry me, and be my husband." Liu Ruyun bit her lip and said resolutely. "Marry you?" Xiang Feng opened his mouth, hesitating. The immortal let him go down the mountain to open a medical clinic. He said that once the clinic became bigger and more famous, his fellow apprentices would come to him. At that time, he would have more important tasks. But now the clinic hasn't even opened yet, and this woman he saved is actually asking to marry him. However, when he saved Liu Ruyun, he gained a very clear understanding of her body. Liu Ruyun was no ordinary person, because she was a rare ice spirit body that only appeared once every 100 years. If he performed embryo incubation and cultivation work with her, his own strength would surely increase rapidly. Moreover, marrying this woman didn't seem to affect his ability to complete the task that the old immortal had assigned him. In that case, the marriage could go ahead. So, he asked, "I have no issue marrying you, but can you promise to bear children with me?" This book has already scored over 9 points. It is an absolute gem. With guaranteed quality and updates, handsome guys can rest assured and dive in. Chapter 2, Got a marriage certificate with the goddess. Have kids with you? Liu Ruyun blushed with embarrassment. This is definitely a little rascal. She said she would marry him, and he actually said she would have kids with him. However, thinking that she had no way out, she gritted her teeth and said, "Okay, I promise." "You agreed?" Liu Ruyun's decisiveness took Xiang Feng a little by surprise. "What? I've already agreed to you, and you still feel like you're losing out?" Liu Ruyun's eyebrows lifted slightly, and a sneer appeared on her standard melon-shaped face. Her chin tilted slightly, giving her an indescribable air of arrogance and charm. Of course, Liu Ruyun had the capital to be arrogant. She is the top of the 3 most beautiful women in Xianhai City, and her countless admirers are like the crucian carp crossing the river. The Liu family behind her is also extremely famous in Xianhai City and has a lot of financial resources. She is not suffering. Xiang Feng shook his head and muttered, "Miss Liu is beautiful, with a stunning figure, and it is natural for you to marry her. But why do you want to marry me? We just met for the first time, and you are already captivated by me? You're not old, but you've got a thick skin." Liu Ruyun laughed silently. Although Xiang Feng's appearance was not stunning, his slightly tanned face had clear contours, a high nose, and big eyes that were very pleasing to the eye. His eyes were bright and clear, and his smile was pure and clean. As a strong woman in the workplace and an elite urban professional, she had seen countless young talents, pretty boys, and fresh meat, so how could she easily fall for a good-looking face? For whatever reason, you just need to know that you have touched my body, so you must be responsible for me and marry me. Air. Xiang Feng froze for a moment. Because of this, you want to marry me? Did you look at my body? Liu Ruyun's gaze was aggressive. I saw it. Did you touch my body? Yes, I did. Should you be responsible? Yes. Xiang Feng blurted out. Then it's settled, isn't it? We'll row ashore and go straight to the civil affairs office to get married. Liu Ruyun didn't give Xiang Feng a chance to argue, and she settled it right away. If she got married, her family would probably stop pressuring her to marry that man she hated, right? Okay, then. Xiang Feng gave a wry smile and shook his head. Holding onto the bamboo poles, the black canopy boat gently drifted and slowly sailed towards the shore. What's wrong? You don't look happy. Liu Ruyun sat at the front of the boat, her two long, slender legs wrapped in light blue jeans, looking even more charming. Her white feet were flapping in the water, looking supremely carefree. No, I'm just thinking about some issues. Xiang Feng shook his head. What issues? Tell me. Liu Ruyun asked, tilting her head. We got married as soon as we got back from the mountain. You're good looking, you have a pleasant speaking voice, and you have a great figure. I was a little excited, and it felt like a dream, so surreal. But, when you said you were going home with me, did you mean you were going to become a son-in-law? A son-in-law doesn't have to wash his mother-in-law's feet, does he? You won't be bullied by your family, will you? Xiang Feng's face was full of worry, his eyebrows knotted into a frown. Puff. Liu Ruyun laughed, like a lily blooming in the valley, pure and refined, with a pleasant fragrance. The two shallow dimples on her fair cheeks were intoxicating. You don't have to become a son-in-law. Liu Ruyun laughed and said, after you get the certificate, you just need to accompany me back home and meet the family elders. At most, they won't like you very much. I understand, so you're not attracted to my handsome appearance, you're just using me as a shield? Xiang Feng's brows tightened even more, and he could see at a glance what Liu Ruyun was planning. What? Are you unhappy, or are you afraid? Liu Ruyun looked at Xiang Feng with a smile, her seductive eyes like silk. She neither denied nor admitted. Scared? Xiang Feng shrugged, full of disdain, saying, I'm not just a small doctor from Qingyun Mountain, I'm also the second best fighter from Qingyun Mountain, and the old immortal is only slightly better than me. Second best fighter? The old immortal? He's my grandfather, he's a bit better than me, but I'll surpass him sooner or later. You call your grandfather an old fool? Liu Ruyun was even more surprised. This is an intimate and affectionate way of expressing yourself. For example, the old fool often calls me a little brat and little bastard. Xiang Feng ran his hand over his nose. Liu Ruyun was a little disheveled. Right, we're going to get married soon, so what should I call you? The title Miss Liu isn't intimate enough, Xiang Feng added. Well. Liu Ruyun was also stunned. She had never been married before and had never studied these small details before. Sweetheart and baby sounded too sweet and didn't really fit her persona as a strong career woman. In your village, how do couples call each other? Old woman, guest, my wife. The sincere and simple words had a strong local accent, especially the word old woman, which made Liu Ruyun blush. Let's just call each other husband and wife. Liu Ruyun wiped the sweat from her forehead. Okay, wife, hold on tight, I'm going to speed up. After saying this, Xiang Feng rowed the boat hard against the wind, and the two quickly reached shore. After Liu Ruyun found her car on the shore, she drove straight to the Civil Affairs Bureau with Xiang Feng. Fill in the information, take a photo, take an oath, and get the certificate. It only took half an hour to complete the procedure. Wife, where should we go next? How about you treat me to a meal to celebrate? Xiang Feng said cheerfully as they left the Civil Affairs office. How about I take you home first to meet the family? Liu Ruyun was obviously a little uncomfortable with her wife's address. I'm fine with that. Xiang Feng said, but don't you need to buy a gift when you meet the parents for the first time? Is an old white dry wine okay? How about ergwa too, it's strong. Forget it, there's no need to buy anything, my family doesn't lack anything. Liu Ruyun shook her head with a smile, her family could not stand ergwa too. Xiang Feng called her husband. Xiang Feng corrected with a dark face. Old husband. Liu Ruyun whispered with a blush. Forget it, for the sake of the following scenes, let's get into character early. Hey, wife, you have a beautiful voice. Xiang Feng smiled happily, sat in the luxurious BMW, looking around, looking at the various beauties and long legs outside the car. His smile grew even stronger. Damn you old fool, why didn't you let me go down the mountain sooner? My family may give you a hard time, speak evil of you, and even hit you. You still have a chance to regret this. Looking at Xiang Feng's simple, clean smile, Liu Ruyun felt a pang of reluctance. It's okay, you called me husband, I'll hold the sky if it collapses. Xiang Feng didn't think so. Liu Ruyun heard this and a warm current spread through her heart. Although Xiang Feng was as earthy as a hillbilly, his smile was very warm and always gave people an inexplicable sense of trust and security. The car drove on Xinjiang Avenue for 40 minutes and finally pulled into Liu's manor. It was a quaint and elegant quadrangle courtyard. Xiang Feng was stunned as soon as he got out of the car. Wife, your home is really big, you must be the legendary rich woman, I'm considered to be supported by you, right? Xiang Feng looked around, looking like a country bumpkin in the city. Puff! Liu Ruyun, who had been a little apprehensive, burst out laughing at the sound. This little husband-to-be from the river is really interesting, just the right amount of rustic. Liu Ruyun, you bitch, you dare to come back? Just then, someone walked out of the inner hall and, as soon as he saw Liu Ruyun, he spoke harshly and cursed repeatedly. Liu Ruyun's smile froze on her face, turning into a frosty look as she coldly looked at the young man who was coming at her menacingly. The other person's name was Liu Tianlong, and he was her cousin. The eldest grandson of the Liu family. Why didn't you keep Li Xiao company properly last night? Do you know that Li Xiao is very angry? You worthless bitch who can't get anything done but make trouble. Pop. Suddenly, as a dark shadow flashed past, a crisp slap sound rang out. Li Xiao didn't get angry. I don't know if you know, but right. Now I'm very angry. Xiang Feng's tone was cold, and he glared viciously at Liu Tianlong. Chapter 3, Bullying My Wife, I'm the first to disagree. How dare you hit me? Do you know who I am? Liu Tianlong touched his hot face, and it took a while to be sure that he had been hit. The person who hit him was the guy in front of him wearing a worn-out cultural shirt. The words Tongwei feed were written on the shirt. Loose-fitting trousers and a pair of black cloth shoes. This is a peasant from the lowest class. And he, Liu Tianlong, is the eldest grandson of the Liu family, the future heir of the Liu family, and the future chairman of the Yunxiang group. The difference in status between the two parties is no different from that between the emperor and a commoner. Who gave him the courage to do it? Bullying my wife, even if you are the king of heaven and earth, I dare to beat you. Xiang Feng snorted coldly, protecting Liu Ruyun behind him. Your wife? Liu Tianlong frowned. That bitch got married overnight? Yes, starting today, I'm Xiang Feng's wife. Here's our marriage certificate, no fakes. Liu Ruyun took out their marriage certificate and said, while giving Xiang Feng a flirtatious glance. Being protected by a man made her heart beat fast. She had thought that Xiang Feng was thin and weak, having been born in the mountains, and would be timid and cowardly. But the words bully my wife, even if you are the king of heaven, I dare to beat you, were shouted with authority. That big mouth, it was really satisfying to slap it. The Liu family is only a second-rate family in Xianhai City, and the Yunxiang group has an annual output value of only tens of millions, which is nothing in the eyes of the real powerful families. However, she, Liu Ruyun, is recognized as the leader of the top 3 beauties in Xianhai, and has many suitors. Among the many suitors, Li Donghao of the Li family is the leader. The Li family is the richest family in Xianhai and one of the top families in Xianhai. If Liu Ruyun can marry into the Li family will rise to the top and their family status and business status will rise sharply. For this reason, the Liu family is doing its best to match them up, and Liu Tianlong is working even harder. However, Liu Ruyun absolutely loathes the spoiled brat Li Donghao, and she has no intention of being a victim of this family marriage. Last night, Liu Tianlong tricked Liu Ruyun into thinking that he was going to dinner with a client, but it turned out that the person in the restaurant's private dining room was not a client, but Li Donghao. Liu Ruyun was also given a lot to drink, but fortunately she sneaked out later and went to the lake alone to relax, only to nearly drown in the lake. Fortunately, she was rescued by Xiang Feng in the end. If the heavens don't let her die, she will live for herself. Family? Company? Who cares about their feelings? So-called relatives are not as good as a little husband she has not known for a day. Liu Ruyun, are you trying to turn the world upside down? Lu Tianlong looked at the marriage certificate in Liu Ruyun's hand and his face changed slightly. Last night, Li Xiao confessed his love to you and proposed marriage, and today you actually married and obtained a certificate from a peasant. What do you take marriage for? And where does that leave Li Xiao's face? Do you still have the Liu family in your heart? Grandpa adopted you and raised you for more than 20 years, and this is how you repay the Liu family? Lu Tianlong was scared after a flurry of accusations. If Li Xiao finds out about this, the Liu family will be in trouble. I make my own decisions about marriage, so what? I don't even have the right to choose my own lover? Liu Ruyun's eyebrows knitted together, and her face suddenly turned cold. She was not threatened at all. After graduating from university, she has worked diligently in her position, diligently developing and maintaining customers, and has devoted everything she has to the Liu family and Yunxiang group. Hasn't she paid enough of her own? You're the boss? Humph, you bitch, how dare you disobey your grandmother? Lu Tianlong sneered. Your grandmother has already agreed to the marriage between Li Xiao and you, and the two sides will meet in the next 2 days to get engaged. A good day for a rich wife, but you actually married a peasant. You really are a cheap bone. Bang! Xiang Feng couldn't bear to listen anymore and struck again. No, it was a kick. With just one kick, Lu Tianlong flew 3 meters back, groaning in pain for a long time before he could get up. What's going on? The commotion here attracted everyone in the house. The person in charge was an old lady who looked to be in her 70s or 80s, holding a mahogany cane with a dragon head handle in her hand with a stern expression. She was Liu Ruyun's grandmother. After Liu Ruyun's grandfather passed away, she became the current ruler of the Liu family. Lu Tianlong saw the visitors and pointed at Liu Ruyun and Xiang Feng, crying repeatedly. Grandma, you must be on my side. Liu Ruyun found a mountain cannon from nowhere to use as a shield, saying that they were already married. I only scolded her a little for not consulting the elders of the family about the marriage, and the man beat me up. Look at my face and belly. Liu Ruyun, have you sprouted wings? The white-haired old lady was leaning on a walking stick, looking frail, but her dull eyes were full of deterrent power, like a sharp blade scraping against Liu Ruyun's face. For a moment, almost everyone looked at Liu Ruyun. Ruyun, apologize to your Tianlong brother quickly, can't you see that your grandmother is angry? Liu Hong, Liu Ruyun's uncle, gave her a glare. This is outrageous. You haven't even married yet and you're already siding with your family against your own grandmother. I see that you have no respect for the law. Apologize, right now. Wang Huilan glanced at her son's swollen face and her heart ached with pain. Apologize? Liu Ruyun gave a wan smile. She had already experienced this kind of verbal and written abuse in Cold-Eyed Scene many times before, and she had had enough. Grandma, he was the one who called me a slut first. If you don't believe me, you can watch the surveillance footage. Liu Ruyun took a deep breath and said with dignity, the Liu family has raised me with great kindness, and I will repay them as best I can. But I have the right to pursue my own happiness and the right to choose my own husband. I should be the one to decide on my own marriage. Grandma, listen to this. What kind of words are these? The matchmaker's words and the parents' orders are not even listened to. She doesn't even consider herself a member of the Liu family, let alone you. Lu Tianlong continued to stir the fire. What's wrong with calling you a bitch? Wang Huilan scolded, Li Xiao is the only son of the Li family, the son of the richest man in Xianhai City, and the future successor of the Li group. What's not to like about him? Giving up being a rich wife and marrying a peasant, what else could it be but being a bitch? Born to be a bitch. Pop. The sound of a crisp slap echoed again. Wang Huilan, who had been spitting in Liu Ruyun's face, stumbled and fell to the ground. Xiang Feng, the peasant they were talking about, stood in front of Liu Ruyun like an insurmountable mountain. Although I don't hit women, you dare to insult my wife, I will make an exception. Xiang Feng gave Wang Huilan a cold stare. Who are you? How dare you hit someone in the Liu family manor? Liu Changsheng could no longer sit still. His son had been beaten up, his wife had been beaten up, and if he didn't say anything, how could he call himself a man? Let me introduce myself, my name is Xiang Feng, and I am now Liu Ruyun's husband. Xiang Feng took out his marriage certificate and showed it to everyone, then put it back in his pocket. I don't care about Li Xiao or Zhang Xiao, but if you bully my wife, I won't let it happen. I won't let it happen. These words were outrageous. Especially the part about me being Xiang Feng's wife, which made Liu Ruyun's beautiful eyes mist over with tears and her nose slightly turned sour, and she nearly couldn't hold back her tears. After all these years, this was the first man other than her grandfather to stand up for her. Very well, Ruyun, you have taught your old woman a lesson. Is this the kind of man you picked? The old lady finally spoke again, poking the ground heavily with her cane, her face as solemn as water. Grandma, Old lady, where did I go wrong? Xiang Feng was unhappy and stopped Liu Ruyun, frowning and asking. Humph, where did I fail? The old lady's nostrils flared, a cold air exhaled, and her disdain was completely displayed on her face. Are you a rich kid or a business tycoon? Can you settle the country with your writing skills, or can you put on a military uniform and guard the border? Or are you just a pair of muddy legs that can only go into the fields to plant rice and farm? After saying this, the old lady's face became even more disdainful. Oh, I can't do any of the things you've mentioned. But I know that you only have 3 days to live. Chapter 4 Wife, let's go home and have a baby. What? The old lady's gaze hardened, and her mouth twitched in anger. How dare you curse me? Believe it or not, you may not even live 3 days. Xiang Feng shrugged indifferently. Where did this little bastard come from? Shut up. Lu Changsheng glared at him. Butler, get rid of him for me. Liu Ruyun, you are so disappointing. Lu Hong, the second eldest brother, said with great distress, listen to your second eldest brother, immediately cut off all ties with this kid, and apologize to your grandmother. Second brother, just apologizing is enough? Tianlong and I were beaten up for nothing? Wang Huilan rubbed her hot face and stared at Xiang Feng with unbridled resentment, her gaze finally falling on Liu Ruyun. Look at the man you've chosen, you're not satisfied until you've driven the old lady to her death, aren't you? That's right, your grandmother was so good to you, and this is how you repay her? Lu Tianlong added fuel to the fire, saying, is finding a man like this not enough to shame the Lu family? Liu Ruyun bit her red lips tightly, looked at Xiang Feng, and felt a little worried. Xiang Feng was genuinely protecting her, but she didn't want to make the relationship too tense. After all, she was still a member of the Lu family, and it was the Lu family that had given her everything. However, she also couldn't just leave Xiang Feng out of the equation. This man had done so much for her. I'm not talking nonsense. The old lady has a stubborn illness, and I'm afraid she won't last even 3 days. Facing the verbal and written attacks from the crowd, Xiang Feng remained calm and composed. Ha! The old lady sneered, narrowing her eyes and said, so tell me, what terminal illness has my old woman got that she can't even last 3 days? Why should I tell you? Xiang Feng arrogantly rolled his eyes, took Liu Ruyun's small white hand, and said, I came here today to tell you that from now on, Liu Ruyun is my woman, and none of you should even think about her. Like that guy Li Xiao, tell him to stay away and not to disturb our happy life as a couple. After saying that, Xiang Feng pulled Liu Ruyun and turned around and left. Bastard, lawless, it's downright lawless. Bitch, don't even think about coming back once you're gone. Lowly peasant, how dare you hit me, Lu Tianlong, I will definitely not let you go. Everyone in the Lu family was furious. However, Xiang Feng and Liu Ruyun could no longer hear their curses, because the two of them had already driven off. Sorry to make you suffer with me. It's not easy being a shield, is it? Liu Ruyun laughed bitterly while driving. It's fine. Xiang Feng waved his hand nonchalantly. But I can see that you don't seem very happy. It's not too late for you to regret it, and I can start the divorce proceedings with you right away. Liu Ruyun reminded again. At first, she decided to marry Xiang Feng, partly to take revenge on the Liu family, as she didn't want her fate to be in someone else's hands, and partly to take revenge on Xiang Feng, as he had stripped her naked and groped her body. The tense atmosphere at the Liu manor had worried Liu Ruyun. She didn't know how to face Li Donghao and the entire Li family's anger. I have no regrets. I was just thinking about an issue, and I couldn't figure it out for a moment. Xiang Feng shook his head. What issue? Tell me, perhaps I can answer it for you. Liu Ruyun asked curiously. It's like this. Xiang Feng said, I heard from someone that after getting married, a couple can hug, kiss, and sleep together, and then they can have children. I want to ask you, wife, can we go home and have a baby? Swish. As soon as Liu Ruyun heard this, her face immediately turned red and she could have dripped water. She just wanted to find a shield, and the matter of having a monkey. She had never considered. Let's get to know each other a little first, shall we? I know you very well. Xiang Feng blurted out. My dear, you are 1.7 meters tall, weigh 101 kilograms, have a bust of 87 centimeters, and your legs are 1.2 meters long. Your period is approaching, which is also quite suitable for the incubation and cultivation of the embryo. By the way, you are still a virgin. Swoosh. A sharp break, Xiang Feng almost crashed into the windshield. My dear, am I wrong? Xiang Feng looked at Liu Ruyun with a puzzled face. How did you know I was a virgin? Liu Ruyun stared at the man in shock. She was indeed a virgin. In the fast-paced 21st century, people enter relationships quickly, and it is not uncommon for men and women to live together. Many people lose their virginity even while they are still students. But Liu Ruyun was different. She may seem to be at the forefront of fashion, and she can even pretend to be an experienced driver and drive fast sometimes, but she is actually very conservative. She had lost her virginity to Xiang Feng today. Because I'm a young doctor from Qingyun Mountain. I just need to observe your complexion carefully, and it's easy to tell. Xiang Feng said with a smile. A young doctor? So you weren't bluffing just now, and my grandmother really is sick? Liu Ruyun's heart sank, and she asked anxiously. It's not a sickness, it's a chronic illness, an old problem that's been going on for decades. Speaking of which, Xiang Feng pointed at his chest and said, the root cause is in the lungs, and it'll be over in a couple of days. An issue with the lungs? Liu Ruyun's eyebrows knitted together. Is this for real? Grandma goes to the big hospital for a physical every year. Director Zhou, who is in charge of her checkups, is an expert at the First People's Hospital, and every time he says that grandma's body is fine. They are all quacks, and the equipment is not necessarily accurate. Xiang Feng looked with disdain, and from the bottom of his heart looked down on Western medicine. Liu Ruyun looked carefully at the young but earthy little husband by her side, and 1,000 thoughts flashed through her mind in an instant. Is he really a miracle healer? If he doesn't know anything about medicine, how did he know about my period and how I broke my leg when I was little? Those eyes are like X-ray vision, there seems to be no privacy in front of him. Wife, where are we going next? Going home to give birth? Xiang Feng was more concerned about this issue. He had just come down the mountain and picked up a beautiful daughter-in-law, and he was so happy. Xiang Feng, can you give me some more time? I'm not ready yet. Liu Ruyun said seriously, on the one hand, I'm too busy at work to take care of the pregnancy properly. On the other hand, you and I have only known each other for a day, and we got married just to have a shield. As for going further, I really haven't thought about it. I hope you can give me some time. Does that mean you cheated me into marriage? I like you so much, and I can't even get to know you? Xiang Feng was unhappy. His beautiful wife was not being loyal, and he could only admire her from afar. Xiang Feng, can you give me some time? Liu Ruyun also felt guilty. He had saved her life out of kindness, but she had treated him like cannon fodder and he had gained nothing from it. It was understandable that he was angry. We can take our time getting to know each other and fall in love. When our relationship is well established, we can discuss having children, okay? Okay. Xiang Feng sighed, who could resist someone as lovely as you? You're beautiful, and you're right about everything. Thank you, Xiao Feng. Liu Ruyun suddenly felt much more relaxed and changed the subject. By the way, what are your plans next? Are you going back to Qingyun Mountain or staying in Xianhai? Of course I'm not going back, I have to stay with my wife. Xiang Feng shook his head like a rattle. Besides, I plan to open a traditional Chinese medicine clinic. Then what? I'll be the one to earn a living to support the family, and you'll be the beautiful one, and give me a bunch of kids along the way. Chapter 5, A Mole on the Ass. Xiang Feng worked hard for 18 years, finally defeating the immortal, before he was able to leave the mountain. Without figuring out his own background and having more children, how could he go back so easily? In addition, he had to find a way to make the clinic bigger and more famous. Only in this way would his senior colleagues come to him, and thus truly complete the task assigned by the immortal. The immortal said that as long as this task was completed, he could tell him the mystery of his background. Opening a traditional Chinese medicine clinic does not necessarily mean that you can make money. As far as I know, there have been quite a few traditional Chinese medicine clinics in Xianhai City, but countless have closed down. Now people trust Western medicine more. Liu Ruyun reminded. Xiang Feng said, therefore, I must open a traditional Chinese medicine clinic to revitalize traditional Chinese medicine. D. Xiang Feng's words were not finished when Liu Ruyun's phone suddenly rang. Hello, what? Liu Ruyun's face instantly turned ugly. Wait for me, I'll be at the office in 20 minutes, let me handle it. Honey, what's wrong? Xiang Feng couldn't help but ask with concern when he saw Liu Ruyun's face. Something happened in the sales department, I have to hurry back, why don't you look around on your own, I'll come find you later. Liu Ruyun's eyebrows knotted into a knot. The Li family's warning came really fast. In less than an hour, all the contracts that had been signed in the sales department were cancelled. More than 2/3 of the large shopping malls in Xianhai City removed all Yunxiang Group products from their shelves at almost the same time. It's okay, I'll go with you to the company and take a look around. You're so pretty, I can't bear the thought of you dealing with trouble alone. Xiang Feng flattered her. This time, Liu Ruyun didn't think too much about it and increased the speed of the car, heading straight for Yunxiang Group. Manager Liu, what do we do now? As soon as she arrived at the office, the secretary ran in with a file, her face full of worry. Starting with the Gouda shopping mall, our products have been driven out of Xianhai City and even the entire Jiangnan province. Several top salespeople have suddenly submitted resignation letters to the Human Resources Department, taking a large number of Yunxiang Group's customers with them. Just notify all employees in the sales department to do a good job, and I'll handle the rest. Liu Ruyun sat at her desk and rubbed her tense brow. She knew very well where this bullet had come from. Turning her head, she saw Xiang Feng, who was sitting in the lounge drinking tea, looking around with curiosity, a relaxed expression on his face. Liu Ruyun suddenly felt a little remorseful. Was she too impulsive? This is what happens when you offend Li Donghao. In just 1 hour, it has caused a huge crisis for Yunxiang Group. Liu Ruyun, what are you doing? The secretary had just left, and Liu Tianlong rushed into the office with murderous intent, slapping Liu Ruyun's desk. Do you want all the employees in the company to follow you and go without food? Do you want Yunxiang Group to go out of business? I will handle it. Liu Ruyun said coldly. Handle it? How are you going to handle it? Liu Tianlong sneered and rebuked. Within 1 day, the company lost 2/3 of its orders, and 2/3 of its goods were forcibly taken off the shelves and returned. Do you know how much the company has lost? I warn you. Pang. Xiang Feng moved, appearing suddenly before Liu Tianlong like a ghostly shadow, his loud mouth dropping a merciless rebuke that resounded through the office. I'm warning you, don't speak to my wife in such a loud voice, or I'll knock out your front teeth. Xiang Feng's voice was not loud, but the cold gleam in his eyes sent a shiver down Liu Tianlong's spine. Who's going to kill who? At that moment, the door to Liu Ruyun's office opened gently, and a hearty laugh followed. Immediately afterwards, a young man walked in. He was wearing a well-tailored beige suit and a gold watch on his wrist. Behind him, there were 2 burly black bodyguards. Li Donghao, heir to the Li Group, the only son of the Li family, and the #1 young master of Xianhai City. Ruyun, you've become even more beautiful since I last saw you. After entering the door, Li Donghao's attention was always on Liu Ruyun, and he walked straight towards her. His small white face, full of smiles, had an undisguised expression of longing. Yes, Li Donghao had been lusting after Liu Ruyun's body for more than a day or two, and he had spent a lot of effort on it, but in the end, he still hadn't been able to win the beauty. This made Li Donghao feel both discouraged and angry. Every woman he has ever liked has obediently ended up in his bed within a day. Unfortunately, half an hour ago, he received news that Liu Ruyun had gotten married. Li Donghao was unwilling to accept this, and after making some preparations, he personally led a group of people to the Yunxiang Group. No one can take the woman I like, Li Donghao. Li Xiao. Liu Ruyun frowned slightly, looked at Liu Tianlong, who had just been beaten, and then at Li Donghao. Her heart was like a mirror. Stop. Just as Li Donghao was walking towards Liu Ruyun, Xiang Feng's ghostly figure flashed over and stood between Li Donghao and Liu Ruyun. Oh? Ruyun, how come you let even a migrant worker into your office? Li Donghao raised an eyebrow and ignored Xiang Feng directly. The loser in front of me is not even as good as a migrant worker. Migrant workers at least have a lot of muscle, what does he have? He's as thin as a bamboo stick, wearing a loose-fitting cultural shirt and a pair of handmade cloth shoes. He's practically a beggar. He's my husband. Liu Ruyun took a deep breath, walked up to him, took Xiang Feng's arm in her hands, and announced her relationship with him in front of Li Donghao. This was the reason why Liu Ruyun had never liked Li Donghao. He has no respect for anyone, and there are clear class distinctions. So what if he's a migrant worker? Does that mean he's not worthy of entering an office? Does that mean he's not worthy of love? Your husband? Li Donghao narrowed his eyes, and a cold light fell on Xiang Feng. He smiled, but his expression was not friendly. He's worthy? What makes him worthy of being your husband? Is he richer than me, or more powerful? I'm not impotent. What good is it for Ruyun to marry you, to be a widow? Are you worthy of her? Xiang Feng gave Li Donghao a faint glance, with a hint of disdain at the corner of his mouth. You're talking nonsense, you're the one with impotence. Li Donghao glared angrily, his face darkening at being questioned about his manhood. I'm talking nonsense? Hey! Xiang Feng stared at Li Donghao's face and sneered, you indulge in sex without restraint, your work and rest schedule is irregular, you don't avoid alcohol and tobacco, and you look rosy and healthy, but in fact you are weak and your body has already been hollowed out. I advise you to go to the hospital as soon as possible to check, so that you don't catch an incurable disease. Shut up! Li Donghao was shocked and frightened. Everyone in his circle knew his style of doing things, and indeed he had played with many women, and it was not an exaggeration to say that he had sex every night. But how did Xiang Feng know that he was gradually losing his virility? Yes, Li Donghao knew without having to go to the hospital that he indeed had signs of kidney deficiency, and that he had to lift his hand when urinating, otherwise it would easily lead to a wet shoe. Okay, I'll shut up, I was just talking nonsense. Xiang Feng suddenly lost his momentum, and a wicked smile appeared on his face, but there was one thing I wasn't talking nonsense about. What? Li Donghao asked subconsciously. My wife has a very beautiful mole on her butt. Chapter 6, Isn't my husband awesome? The office was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop, and everyone's expressions were even more wonderfully and complexly strange. A mole on the butt? Li Donghao's face puffed up to the color of a pig's liver, and his gaze then fell on the angelic-looking Liu Ruyun. At the moment, Liu Ruyun's face was as rosy as a peach, and she shyly lowered her head, giving a flirtatiously angry glare at Xiang Feng. Seeing this, Li Donghao's face completely turned cold. This pair of dog lovers. Flirting in front of me. They slept together behind my back. Where does the face of the illustrious Xianhai City go? Yes, there is a mole on my wife's butt. Xiang Feng looked determined, and his silly appearance made people believe even more that he wasn't lying. Liu Ruyun, you have no shame, and you have corrupted the Liu family's moral standards. Liu Tianlong also didn't expect that the two of them had such a close relationship. Your teeth have grown back? Have you forgotten what I said before? Xiang Feng's eyebrows rose, and he glared at Liu Tianlong coldly. You! A look of fear appeared on Liu Tianlong's face, and he subconsciously took a half step back, hiding behind Li Donghao. Li Donghao was after all the young master of Xianhai, and quickly adjusted his emotions, his gaze falling on Liu Ruyun. Ruyun, are you really not giving me the slightest chance to pursue you? You know I've liked you for a long time. Li Donghao gave a disdainful glance at Xiang Feng. If I'm not wrong, this person must be an actor you've hired, right? You're the top of the 3 most beautiful women in Xianhai, so how could you fall for a migrant worker? And if you just followed me, then not only could I immediately resolve the current crisis of Yunxiang Group, I could also take Yunxiang Group to the next level, and even onto the international stage. By then, you would be the first female CEO of Xianhai worthy of the name. And of course, you would be the Li family's young mistress. Li Donghao directly offered an attractive price. I don't believe it, there is no woman in the world who can't be won over with fame and fortune, right? Young Master Li, I think you've misunderstood, I'm really married, Xiang Feng is my husband. No matter how attractive Li Donghao's conditions were, Liu Ruyun's heart was unmoved, and she said, holding onto Xiang Feng's arm. Bitch, don't be so shameless. Liu Tianlong was furious. However, Xiang Feng was even angrier. His figure flashed out, and he kicked Liu Tianlong away. Boom! Liu Tianlong's body was like a sandbag, and he was thrown against the wall and fell to the ground with a loud noise. The first time I let you off the hook, the second time I let you off the hook, but please remember, I'm not letting you off the hook. Xiang Feng's face was cold, his cold eyes like knives. Dare to do it a third time, and I'll turn you into a dead horse. Liu Tianlong opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. When he looked at Xiang Feng again, a trace of fear appeared in his eyes. Of course, there was more resentment. Ha, what a big mouth. Li Donghao was shocked, but not afraid, because he had seen experts, such as the 2 bodyguards beside him. Along and a Biao. Along is a master of Taekwondo, and once fought 180 consecutive black boxing matches in an underground boxing ring, never losing a single fight. Ah Biao is even more ruthless. He once served in a foreign army, his hands stained with blood. He looks harmless, but the moment he strikes, it's a killing move. If you don't believe me, you can try it yourself. Xiang Feng glanced at Li Donghao indifferently and said, as Ruyun's husband, I'm warning you, from now on, don't even think about harassing her, let alone courting her. Are you telling me what to do? Who do you think you are to say that? Li Donghao's face grew even more unpleasant. The woman he had his eye on had been snatched, and the young master of Xianhai was even threatened by a peasant? Just because I'm her man. Really? Li Donghao sneered, said no more, and just gave Ah Long and Ah Biao next to him a look before stepping aside, sitting on the sofa and preparing to watch the show. Meanwhile, he leisurely lit a cigarette, crossed his legs and inhaled contentedly. How do you plan to die? Ah Long twisted his neck and walked towards Feng with a sneer on his face. Ah Long was big and strong, standing 1.9 meters tall and weighing nearly 150 kilograms, which was 2 sizes larger than Feng. He looked down on Feng as if he were looking at a schoolboy. I plan to grow old and die, spend a carefree life with my wife, and slowly grow old and die, preferably without dying. Xiang Feng glanced up at Ah Long and then replied very seriously. Xiao Feng. Liu Ruyun frowned, her hands sweating nervously. What little wind? Call your husband. Xiang Feng pretended to be angry and deliberately provoked Li Donghao. Brother Feng is about to show his affection in front of you, what can you do? Sure enough, Li Donghao spoke with a dark face. Do it. Little bastard, go to hell, this is what you get for offending Li Xiao. Ah Long received the order and smashed his huge iron fist at Xiang Feng's face. Before the fist even arrived, the fierce wind from the punch already struck. Be careful! Liu Ruyun exclaimed. Xiang Feng seemed not to have heard, staring at the incoming fist with a calm gaze, a sinister smile curling the corner of his mouth. And at the moment he was about to be hit, Xiang Feng moved. The two fists, one large and one small, collided. Crack! The sound of a crisp bone fracture rang out. Ah Long's body swayed, and he covered his arm and retreated repeatedly. My hand! Ah Long screamed, beads of cold sweat falling from his forehead, staring at Xiang Feng in horror. Your hand is ruined. Looking at Xiang Feng again, he was still standing in the same place as a pole, his arms folded. How is this possible? Li Donghao's cigarette trembled halfway to the corner of his mouth, and his eyes widened in shock. Is this country bumpkin really that powerful? Whoosh! At that moment, the small and skinny Ah Biao moved. As if by magic, he pulled out a sharp dagger and, taking Xiang Feng by surprise, stabbed him in the throat. His movements were as swift as lightning and as unpredictable as a poisonous snake. If he didn't move, it was already a deadly move. No. This time, Ah Biao was so fast that Liu Ruyun didn't even have the chance to warn him. He stood dumbfounded, covering his mouth. Whoosh! But although Ah Biao was fast, Xiang Feng was faster. The moment the dagger came, Xiang Feng took a step forward, ducked his neck, narrowly avoiding the blow, and then thrust his arm at Ah Biao's chest, followed by an iron fist. Ah Biao's body flew out instantly. As he flew, he spat blood. His strength was too weak, and his speed was too slow. Xiang Feng pointed at Ah Long and commented, in a word, he's rubbish. Rubbish! Ah Long and Ah Biao had just caught their breath, but they almost choked on it and suffocated themselves. Where did this bumpkin come from? How is he so fierce? This guy, so strong? Not far away, Li Donghao's pupils narrowed to a slit. Both of your subordinates are rubbish. Do you want to play with them yourself? Xiang Feng's gaze also fell on Li Donghao, and he asked with a smile. Kid, you're the best today, but I'm not done with you yet. Li Donghao's face, which had been slightly sunken, was undoubtedly slapped again. He left with a dark face and harsh words, and the shocked and frightened Liu Tianlong hurriedly followed, leaving only a mess in the office and Liu Ruyun, who was full of surprise. Liu Ruyun stared at Xiang Feng in disbelief, her mouth wide open but not knowing what to say. Wife, my husband is awesome, isn't he? Xiang Feng, however, gave a sheepish grin, still looking harmless and simple-minded. This whole situation has made Liu Ruyun feel disheveled. Chapter 7, Honey, when are you going to show me your black stockings? The husband she randomly picked is really something. It's like she just wanted a Chinese field dog to guard the house. But who knew it was actually a Tibetan Mastiff? Awesome. Liu Ruyun responded blankly, and her eyes, like bright jewels, once again took in the man before her. This little husband she had known for less than a day. He was less than 1.8 meters tall, a little dark and skinny, but his eyes were bright and clean, and every time he showed a harmless smile, his white teeth were particularly eye-catching. Hey, there's still a lot of awesome stuff I haven't shown you yet, you'll find out in the future. Xiang Feng tilted his head proudly towards the wind. Liu Ruyun suddenly blushed. Xiang Feng, aren't you a doctor? Why are you so good at fighting? Liu Ruyun changed the subject of the conversation, which had taken a turn for the worse, and curiously asked, as far as I know, Li Donghao's 2 bodyguards are no ordinary people, and they have never lost a fight, but they have lost to you one after the other. I already told you, I'm not just a little doctor from Qingyun Mountain, I'm also the 2nd best fighter from Qingyun Mountain. They're trash, not worth mentioning. Xiang Feng waved his hand dismissively. Bodyguards? What the hell? With such mediocre skills, Xiang Feng wouldn't even bother to look at them. Xiang Feng had done a lot of odd jobs, such as fetching water, splitting firewood, doing laundry, and cooking, since he was less than 10 years old. He had been exploited by the old man a lot, but the old man had indeed taught Xiang Feng a lot. For example, medicine. For example, martial arts. The 2nd best? Liu Ruyun asked curiously, could there be someone who is even more capable than you? The old fool, he is indeed more capable than me. Oh. Liu Ruyun nodded, feeling that she had picked up a treasure. However, when she thought about how Li Donghao had completely offended him to death, worry once again filled her face, and her eyebrows subconsciously twisted up. The atmosphere once again became dull and oppressive. Yunshan Group has been driven to the brink of ruin by Li Donghao. The sales department's performance has not risen but fallen, giving the Liu family another opportunity to attack him verbally and in writing. The sales department director himself doesn't know how much longer he can hold on. What's wrong, honey? Are you unhappy? Xiang Feng sensed his wife's change in complexion and asked with concern, are you not feeling well? Do you want me to take your pulse? I'm fine, it's just that a bunch of nonsense at the company is really upsetting. Liu Ruyun also did not hide anything from Xiang Feng and told him everything about the current predicament. I understand. Xiang Feng is smart and understands everything at once. Li Donghao is powerful and has suppressed Yunshan Group's products by unscrupulous means, and secretly poached the talented craftsmen under your command. The Liu family is also putting pressure on you to force you to marry Li Donghao, otherwise, they will remove you from your position as sales director and even expel you from the Liu family, right? Yes. Liu Ruyun sadly nodded, and a wan smile on her pretty face made one's heart ache. But I don't understand. Xiang Feng said, why is the old lady so patriarchal? It's the modern age, and you're much better than Liu Tianlong, so why target you? Because I'm an orphan, and I don't have the Liu family blood flowing through my veins. Liu Ruyun said, when Grandpa took me from the orphanage and adopted me, he took good care of me, provided for my education, and taught me how to be a good person. While Grandpa was alive, no one in the Liu family targeted me, but as soon as Grandpa passed away, then just quit. Xiang Feng said, you just up and left, and I opened a traditional Chinese medicine clinic to support you. Every day we get to spend time together, how great is that? How could it be that simple? Liu Ruyun smiled bitterly, even if it's not for Grandpa, I've worked at Yunshan Group for so long that I have feelings for it too. I can't just stand by and watch Yunshan Group go under, can I? Xiang Feng thought for a moment and said, then we'll just have to get rid of Li Donghao, and that will solve the issue. Don't ever say that again. Liu Ruyun shut the door and said with extreme caution, Li Donghao has a lot of power in Xianhai City, so don't provoke him unless you absolutely have to. We can't handle him, got it? Okay, my wife is pretty, I'll listen to you. Xiang Feng didn't argue, and agreed with Liu Ruyun. Let's go, it's getting late. I'll take you out for a walk, get you something to eat and buy you some clothes. Liu Ruyun didn't want to deal with the mess at the company, so she drove Xiang Feng out for lunch. At the same time, Li Donghao was in a Maserati with Biao and Along. Along, contact Huang Chang for me and tell him to go help me deal with that bumpkin. Li Donghao said as he drove. Huang Chang? Along was taken aback, but immediately nodded. With Huang Chang doing it, that bumpkin will definitely end up dead in Shihu Lake today. Li Donghao looked indifferent, and after giving the order, didn't care much about it. A bumpkin, although he had just been made to look a little bit of a fool, he really didn't take Xiang Feng seriously. After lunch, Liu Ruyun led Xiang Feng to wander around the mall. Wife, don't girls in the city wear pants? Xiang Feng glanced around. The city was really beautiful, with so many long, white legs. It's so unfair that the old guy never dies. Every time he goes into the city to sell herbs, why doesn't he let himself come? Puff. Liu Ruyun laughed at the sound, not thinking that Xiang Feng was lecherous, but just that he was simply cute. Those are called stockings, they shape the legs and make them look slender and straight, and they're also cool, got it? Liu Ruyun explains seriously. They don't have the same body shape as you, and you'll definitely look better in black stockings. Honey, when are you going to show me? Xiang Feng looked at Liu Ruyun expectantly, ignoring the strange looks from passers-by. My goodness, this bumpkin still has a wife? Not only does he have a wife, she's also pretty. Do beautiful women nowadays have such unique tastes? Yes, the original flavor is better and purer. The combination of a pretty girl and a bumpkin forms a unique scene in the mall. But Xiang Feng doesn't care, and he continues to hold Liu Ruyun's hand and chat with her. At first, Liu Ruyun resisted a little, but after being called wife many times, she gradually came to accept it. Oh no, someone's fainted. Make way. Call an ambulance. Suddenly, there was commotion on the second floor of the mall, and a crowd gathered in an instant. Grandpa, wake up, don't scare Xiaowu. In the crowd, a little girl of about 8 or 9 was shaking an old man who had suddenly collapsed. The old man was foaming at the mouth, but his face was flushed, his body twitching uncontrollably, his eyelids rolled back, and he could not speak. Is this a seizure? It doesn't look like it, could it be a hypertensive attack? The crowd was full of discussion, but no one dared to go up and help. What if it's a hoax? The mall manager came over and gave him a quick look. His face turned purple. If this person died within his jurisdiction, there would be big trouble. Stop murmuring, move aside, security guards, quickly carry the person out. It's fine to die, but definitely not on your own turf. Don't move. When a few security guards reached out, Xiang Feng and Liu Ruyun arrived in time. Xiang Feng directly pushed the security guard away, crouched down, and stared at the old man on the ground. Hey, who are you? Get out of the way. The mall manager's face turned even blacker. I'm a doctor, don't delay me saving lives, stay out of the way. Without even looking up, Xiang Feng took the old man's wrist in one hand and peered at his eyelids with the other. A doctor? You country bumpkin are a doctor? Stop bragging, get out of here quickly, whose responsibility would it be if you killed him? The mall manager took one look and decided that Xiang Feng was bluffing. He called the security guard to get rid of him. He is a doctor, I can testify to that. Liu Ruyun stopped the security guard, but she didn't know for sure, because she wasn't sure if Xiang Feng really knew how to heal, or if he was just bragging. And right now, it was a matter of life and death. What's the point of your testimony? The manager of the shopping mall frowned, and as he watched the old man on the ground breathe and lessen out more, his anxiety grew. Especially when he saw Xiang Feng pull out a small knife, the manager was dumbfounded. He couldn't perform surgery live, could he? Hey, what are you doing? Stop it. Don't kill the man. However, Xiang Feng ignored him and entered a state of treatment without distraction. Xiang Feng then cut all the old man's fingers, and the thick black blood overflowed. Then he took out 2 silver needles that were more than 20 centimeters long and thrust them into the old man's forehead. SSSSS. There was dead silence. The shopping mall manager, in particular, felt his heart in his throat the moment the needles were thrust in. The 20 centimeters long silver needles were thrust in so deeply, he was afraid they would pierce the old man's head. The needle fell, but Xiang Feng did not stop. He twisted the needle between 2 fingers, sometimes dragging it, sometimes pushing it a little deeper. This went on for 10 minutes. The old man, who had been twitching, suddenly stopped moving. Shit, is he dead? The mall manager's face turned pale, and his anger turned to rage. He pointed at Xiang Feng and said, "Kid, you've killed someone, and you'll be held fully responsible for this. Security, call the police right now." Chapter 8, Wife, Back Scrubbing and Foot Massage. I'm good at this. Xiang Feng. Liu Ruyun also had a worried expression on her face. After all, someone had died, and the little girl next to her kept crying and kept calling out for her grandfather. Only Xiang Feng remained as still as a mountain. He pulled out a few silver needles and flicked his fingers. Ding! A very thin and crisp sound exploded, like a demonic sound. The old man, who had stopped breathing, suddenly opened his eyes. What? He's come back to life? The mall manager was taken aback. "Thank you, young man." The old man stood up with the help of his granddaughter and said to Xiang Feng with a bow, "You're welcome. It's just my duty as a doctor." In the future, the old man should pay attention to his diet and avoid greasy and spicy foods. Xiang Feng withdrew the silver needle, which still had a trace of blood on it. After wiping it clean, he put it away. "No, not dead?" The mall manager looked at the old man and then at Xiang Feng, his expression slightly embarrassed. "Humph. You're the one who's dead. My grandfather is just sick and was cured by the big brother." The little girl glared at the mall manager, very unhappy. "If you're fine, just hurry up and leave. What's the point of going out to the mall if you're sick, making me worry?" The manager muttered something and left cursing. The little girl was indignant and wanted to argue, but the old man stopped her. "Young man, I haven't asked your name yet. If it's convenient, I'd like to invite you to dinner to thank you for saving my life." The old man smiled with a pedant's air and bowed towards the wind. "No need, it was nothing." Xiang Feng waved his hand, pulled Liu Ruyun away, and muttered, "I still have to accompany my wife shopping. Where would I have time to go to dinner with you?" "Air." Donghao froze for a moment, looking at the two people's departing backs, and finally gave a hearty laugh. He, Donghao, didn't know how many people fawned over him, and some even offered 100 million to invite him to dinner, all of which he refused. Today he took the initiative to invite someone to dinner, but instead someone refused to grace him with their presence. "Let's go, Xiaowu, let's go home. When we get home, don't tell your parents I'm sick, okay?" "Okay, Grandpa, but I want ice cream." "You little girl." The grandfather and granddaughter left, and Xiang Feng and his beautiful wife continued shopping in the mall, but Xiang Feng didn't buy a single item of clothing. It was too expensive. A simple shirt cost several hundred yuan, which was downright robbery. "Xiao Feng, what illness does the old man have? It looks so dangerous." Liu Ruyun also had no time to shop. Her mind was full of the sight of Xiang Feng saving people. He looked focused and serious, meticulous and precise. Indeed, a serious man is the most charming. But it's also just as dangerous. Liu Ruyun was very worried anyway. If he really failed to save the person, he would have to go to prison. Wouldn't that mean that she would have to be a widow on her wedding day? Of course it was dangerous. If it had been a few minutes later, the blood vessels would have burst, and that would have been even more dangerous. The rescue would have been riskier, and the treatment would have been more troublesome, requiring medication. A cerebral hemorrhage? Isn't that a cerebral infarction? Liu Ruyun asked because she didn't understand, and her mood became a little tense again, because in recent years she had heard that many people had had a stroke. This disease can be treated, but the cure rate is not high. Especially for the elderly, their ability to recover is poor, and the risk of death is even greater. Even if they are saved, they will still be partially paralyzed, leaving unpredictable after effects. But Xiang Feng seemed very relaxed just now, and the entire rescue process definitely did not take more than half an hour, and the person was cured. Is he really a miracle healer? Cerebral congestion is a precursor to cerebral hemorrhage and is one of the causes of cerebral hemorrhage. Xiang Feng explained patiently. Cerebral congestion is mostly caused by high blood pressure. All the blood in the body rushes to the brain, and the blood vessels cannot withstand the pressure and burst instantly. This is called cerebral hemorrhage, which means brain hemorrhage. The older a person gets, the more fragile their blood vessels become. Over time, impurities form in the blood, blocking the blood vessels and preventing the blood from circulating normally. It's like a blocked water pipe, the pressure remains, but the pipe is blocked. The end result is a pop and the person is gone. So, I first used a knife to cut open his finger to let the blood out, relieving the pressure on the blood circulation so that it doesn't rush all the way to his head. Then I used silver needles to puncture the brain to unblock the blocked blood vessels, so that blood circulation returned to normal and the person recovered naturally. In the end, Xiang Feng concluded, this disease is dangerous, but the treatment is not difficult. Of course, this is for me. After all, your husband is a little miracle doctor. After saying this, Xiang Feng gave a grin again. Liu Ruyun moved her lips without speaking, but a hint of joy was hidden in her eyes. Who would have thought that the little husband she had tricked was actually a treasure boy? A little miracle doctor who knows kung fu. Holding him, she would never have to worry about food or drink for the rest of her life. If someone had a cerebral hemorrhage and was sent to the hospital for surgery, the treatment time would be no less than 2 hours. Even if the surgery was successful and they could get out of the critical 2-day period, the follow-up rehabilitation and physical therapy would take at least half a year. Her husband had only taken less than half an hour. "Husband, you're so great," Liu Ruyun said to herself, but then suddenly thought of something. Xiang Feng, that grandmother, she really won't live past 3 days? Despite being targeted by the old lady, after all, she is the Liu family elder and the woman that grandpa loved all his life. Liu Ruyun has no choice but to pretend that she doesn't know. Well, at most 3 days, she might even report for duty early. Xiang Feng nodded. Can you save her? She targeted you so much, and you still want to help her? Xiang Feng frowned. He didn't like that snobbish old woman. Why does a woman have to make things difficult for another woman? Liu Ruyun is his woman, Xiang Feng. If no one else loves her, he will. If you can cure her, please help. Liu Ruyun put her arm around Xiang Feng's and said coquettishly. If they apologize to you, I'll help, but if they don't, forget it. Xiang Feng had his own bottom line. You're my wife, I can't let people bully you for nothing. Liu Ruyun was once again flattered. My little husband is so strong and tough, but he's also so caring. The two of them spent the afternoon shopping, but in the end they didn't buy anything. In the evening, Liu Ruyun treated Xiang Feng to a spicy and delicious hot pot meal. The two of them wandered around again, looking for a traditional Chinese medicine clinic, but to no avail. There are very few traditional Chinese medicine clinics, and those that do exist are doing a good business, so there's no reason for someone else to take over. I suggest you open your own traditional Chinese medicine clinic. We can order and buy the herbs and other items ourselves. What do you think? Liu Ruyun already trusted Xiang Feng's medical skills 100%, and strongly supported him opening a traditional Chinese medicine clinic. Sure, but I don't have much money on hand. Xiang Feng was at a loss. Money was a problem for the hero, and it was embarrassing to have all these amazing skills and not have anywhere to practice them. I'll give it to you. Liu Ruyun said, I can't promise you a lot, but I can give you $1 million or so. Isn't it a bit bad to be a kept man? We agreed that I would earn a living to support the family, and you would take care of the beautiful woman. Xiang Feng's face turned even more embarrassed. It always feels good to be a kept man. How about if I marry into your family, and you give me a dowry? Xiang Feng gritted his teeth and sold himself. Poof. Upon hearing this, Liu Ruyun laughed and nodded, saying, Okay, that's a dowry. I'll give it to you later. Great. Xiang Feng readily agreed, beaming, Don't worry, even though you're paying, you won't lose out. I'm good at doing the laundry, cooking, back rubbing, and foot massage. What are you thinking about? Who wants you to rub their back? Liu Ruyun's face flushed slightly, her beautiful eyes full of shame and anger as she gave Xiang Feng a look that was indescribably shy and charming in the night. What else did Xiang Feng want to say, but suddenly his eyebrows shot up. SSSHH. The BMW's tires made a loud screeching noise as they came to a halt. Less than a meter in front of the car, a man suddenly appeared. A pale-faced middle-aged man. Hey, what are you doing? Get out of the way. Liu Ruyun was so scared that her pretty face turned pale, and she almost crashed into him. You, get out of the car, I want to kill you. However, the middle-aged man didn't even look at Liu Ruyun, his gloomy gaze coldly fixed on Xiang Feng, and a flash of demonic scarlet shot through his eyes. The weather suddenly cooled down in June and July. Chapter 9 Wife, what is this? Xiang Feng. Bang! Liu Ruyun was about to stop Xiang Feng, but she felt a sharp pain in her neck, her eyelids grew heavy, and she leaned against the steering wheel and fell asleep. You want to kill me? Xiang Feng got out of the car, his face wearing a fierce sneer, a complete change from the innocent appearance he had just now. You now have 1 minute to say your last words. The middle-aged man gave Xiang Feng a faint glance, as if he were looking at a dead man. Did you come here on Li Donghao's orders? Xiang Feng frowned. This annoying fly really deserved to be slapped to death to save trouble. Yes, I'm one of Li Xiao's people. Since you know, I'll send you on your way. The middle-aged man moved. The air around him suddenly changed, surging with violent energy. However, Xiang Feng remained standing in the same place, not moving a muscle. This is interesting. Seeing that Xiang Feng did not even move, the middle-aged man suddenly accelerated. His claws, sharp as those of a hawk, pointed directly at Xiang Feng's throat. His hawk's claw technique could scratch through millimeters of steel. One scratch and you're dead. A loud slap sounded. The middle-aged man's sneer on his face suddenly froze. He had been slapped by Xiang Feng, and his face was burning with pain. When he looked at Xiang Feng again, he seemed to have not moved at all, still standing in the same place. You dare to make wild remarks with such little strength, and want to kill me? Who gave you the courage? Xiao Liang? Xiang Feng stood with his arms folded, disdainfully pursing his lips. With this strength, you are not as strong as the wild monkeys in Qingyun Mountain. You are a master? The middle-aged man froze, feeling the burning of his face, and looked at Xiang Feng in fear. The slap was not very strong, but it was extremely insulting. You have to know that Huang Chang is the leader of the personal bodyguard team of the young Master Li, with an annual salary of over 1 million, and more than 100 people under him, each of whom is a tough guy. Today, after receiving instructions from Li Donghao, he blocked Xiang Feng at the intersection, ready to get rid of him and take Liu Ruyun away by force. It doesn't matter if the melon is sweet or not, what matters is quenching your thirst. He originally thought that this was just a trivial matter, but Huang Chang never dreamed that the person he was going to kill was actually a grandmaster. How old is he? Grandmaster? What the hell? Xiang Feng asked with a frown, puzzled. You don't know a grandmaster? Huang Chang felt depressed. You beat me up, but you don't know your own strength? I don't know, tell me carefully, maybe I can spare your life. Xiang Feng was indeed confused. The old guy only told him to practice, but didn't say anything about a grandmaster. A grandmaster is a title given to those who have reached a certain level in martial arts. Huang Chang was too busy trying to save his life to be shocked. Martial artists are divided into 3 levels: the Ming Jin martial artist, the Yin Jin master, and the Hua Jin grandmaster. It is said that above the grandmaster are the Wu Sheng and Xinjing levels, but of course I've only heard about them, I'm not really sure. Oh, I see, you're so weak, so you must be the weakest Ming Jin martial artist, right? Xiang Feng understood, and at a glance, he could see through Huang Chang's strength, because he had come from Ming Jin. Huang Chang's face turned red. Usually, he is extremely arrogant, and even the young master of the Li family gives him a little face, but now he is looked down upon by a country bumpkin. This is so embarrassing. But he is also very curious now, where did this guy come from? A master of Hua Jin, there are definitely no more than a handful in the entire Xianhai City. The point is, he has never heard of such a young martial arts master. The other party looks to be in his early 20s, right? Fine, you can keep one arm and get lost. Go back and tell Li Donghao that if there is a next time, I will personally talk to him. Ha? You want to keep one arm? Huang Chang froze for a moment, and cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Then I will do it myself. As soon as the words fell, Xiang Feng's figure froze in place like a photograph. However, he had already grabbed Huang Chang's right arm. Ah! A miserable shriek was heard, and Huang Chang's right arm was forcibly ripped off by Xiang Feng. Blood was spilling. However, Xiang Feng was not satisfied, because a lot of blood had spilled on the silver-white BMW. This car belonged to his beautiful wife, and it could not be soiled. You clean the car, pick up your arm, and get out of here right now. Otherwise, I'll break your dog's head. Huang Chang wiped his tears and snot, but he did not doubt Xiang Feng's words in the slightest. This person may seem harmless, but in fact he is ruthless and has no mercy. He really dares to kill. Therefore, Huang Chang endured the pain and, after wiping the hood clean, picked up his broken arm and quickly disappeared into the night sky. In that case, I should have reached the level of a martial arts master? Then the old immortal would be at the level of a god? I just don't know if there is a more powerful realm above the god realm. The old immortal seemed to have told me before that there are some people in this world that he can't deal with. Xiang Feng muttered to himself as he got into the car, looked at his beautiful sleeping wife next to him, and shook his head to get the nonsense out of his mind. Right now, there is nothing more important than having a monkey with the beautiful CEO. Xiang Feng massaged the woman's neck for a few minutes, and Liu Ruyun slowly opened her eyes with a groan. What's wrong with me? Liu Ruyun rubbed her forehead and looked at Xiang Feng blankly. It's nothing, you were probably a little tired and fell asleep. I took a closer look and think you might be a little malnourished. Xiang Feng laughed and said, I'll get you some Chinese medicine to help you recover. Is that really the case? Didn't you almost hit someone just now? How come he still wants to fight with you? Liu Ruyun shook her head and tried hard to remember some fragments. Didn't you say you didn't hit anyone? Xiang Feng said disapprovingly, that person just now was a lunatic. I got out of the car, yelled at him for a bit and left. Alright, forget about all this, let's go home quickly, I want to see what our wedding room looks like. Liu Ruyun blushed, but she didn't over-speculate, and drove home. Liu Ruyun did not live in the Liu family manor. After her grandfather passed away, she had been living in a single apartment. Then the issue came up, how do you sleep in a single apartment with just one room? It's not uncommon to get married quickly, but to get married quickly in bed. Liu Ruyun couldn't accept it for the time being. But she couldn't abandon her precious little husband. After all, she had used him as a shield, and she couldn't just throw him away after using him. Wife, this house is really beautiful, much nicer than our cabin in the mountains. Oh, you even have 2 turtles. As soon as she entered the door, Xiang Feng followed her around the house, taking in the sights. The room wasn't big, but the whole house was decorated in a rosy pink, which made it feel warm and fragrant. You can sit wherever you like, I'm going to go to the bathroom. Liu Ruyun went into the bathroom with her phone, thinking at first about finding a shield, without considering what it would be like for the two of them to actually live together. Now the awkwardness came. How could they live in a small single apartment? A single man and woman in the same room only needed a small spark to set them on fire. Oops, that was hasty. Liu Ruyun placed an order on her phone, buying Xiang Feng pajamas, slippers and toiletries, and then walked out of the bathroom, bringing Xiang Feng a can of chilled drink. Xiang Feng took 2 sips and went to the toilet. My dear, what is this? 2 minutes later, Xiang Feng came out holding a small black cloth strip. Liu Ruyun looked up, her face blushing so much it could drip blood, her face burning hot. What the hell is this guy doing with my thong? Hey, this thing feels pretty comfortable, it's so smooth. But Xiang Feng was stroking it with a face of enjoyment. Chapter 10, Dear, you look so pretty when you smile. It's as thin as a cicada's wings and incredibly silky. Give it back to me. Liu Ruyun blushed and grabbed it, then went into the bedroom. Why did she suddenly blush? Xiang Feng scratched his head, confused. A few minutes later, Liu Ruyun came out of the bedroom. The pale blue long nightgown was slightly loose, but it still couldn't cover the woman's proud figure. Her long hair naturally falls over her shoulders, soft and silky. Xiang Feng, here's the quilt, and, oh, a cell phone. It's been used by me, but the functions are intact, and it's much better than your antique phone. Liu Ruyun handed the things to Xiang Feng, feeling a sense of indebtedness for crossing the bridge and demolishing the bridge. Aren't you sleeping together? Sure enough, a hint of displeasure appeared on Xiang Feng's fair face. Xiang Feng, we actually just met not long ago. Liu Ruyun's face flushed with embarrassment as she avoided Xiang Feng's burning gaze. Are you afraid that I will force you and sleep with you? Xiang Feng could read a woman's mind at a glance. Well, I'm not ready. Liu Ruyun blushed and her voice dropped. In fact, you don't need to worry at all. Xiang Feng shook his head and said, You can't believe in my character, but you must believe in my medical skills. Your period should come tonight, and I don't want to run red lights. Ha! Liu Ruyun couldn't help but stare at Xiang Feng in shock, ignoring her shyness. He even knows when my period is? If I count the days, it's really only a couple of days away. This medical skill is really terrifying. Don't look at me with adoring eyes, I'll be embarrassed. Xiang Feng laughed straight away. I'll go take a shower first. If you're right, it won't be convenient to shower tomorrow, so you rest first. Not daring to be negligent, Liu Ruyun rushed into the bathroom, and soon after, the sound of splashing water could be heard. Wife, do you need any help? I scrub the skin on my back, and the old fool often asks me to scrub his back for him. The bathroom door is frosted glass, and the shadowy reflection shows the figure of a woman. Although it is not clear, the vague and graceful figure, however, gives people even more room for imagination. Xiang Feng is tempted. No, I can wash myself, thank you, Xiao Feng. In the bathroom, Liu Ruyun's voice was a little flustered and shy. I'm really good at it. No, I'll be done in no time. Okay then. Xiang Feng sighed, helplessly sat back on the sofa, and played with the second-hand mobile phone Liu Ruyun had given him. Compared to the Bang Bang machine, which could only play Snake, Liu Ruyun's old phone was comparable to a king of machines, running smoothly and with clear pixels. Why were the pixels clear? Because Xiang Feng had flipped to the photo of Liu Ruyun. The pose was provocative, and the eyes were full of spring. The key was that she was wearing very little. What are you looking at? I called you twice, but you didn't hear me. Liu Ruyun, who had finished bathing, wiped her damp hair and curiously went over. Wife, you're so open-minded, wearing so little for the photoshoot, it's even better than not wearing any clothes. Xiang Feng held the phone in his hand with excitement. Ah, you. Liu Ruyun, who had looked normal after her bath, blushed again. It was all her own fault for not thinking carefully enough and not deleting the photos on her phone, so he had seen them all. Stop looking at them and delete them quickly. Liu Ruyun tried to grab the phone, but Xiang Feng easily avoided her and, not paying attention to her footing, lost her balance and fell into his arms. My dear, you smell so good. Are you in such a hurry to throw yourself at me? Xiang Feng wrapped his arms around the woman's slender, soft waist and took a deep breath. The faint fragrance was refreshing, and the soft, fragrant body was even more mind-blowing. Don't worry, let's consummate our marriage after I've showered. Oh, I can't tonight, I'll be running red lights. Let's wait a few days. Xiang Feng was a little annoyed. Today was his wedding day, and it didn't matter if they ate dinner or not. It was supposed to be a good night for consummating their marriage, but there was a risk of running red lights. What are you talking about? Liu Ruyun struggled to stand up from the man's embrace, blushing and saying, Give me back my phone, I can't read it. Why can't you read it? I've seen you without clothes, why won't you show me with clothes on? Xiang Feng frowned, I'm going to let my wife break the law? Liu Ruyun was at a loss for words. Honey, do you want me to take a picture for you? I'm a pretty good photographer. Xiang Feng stared at the woman with glowing eyes. No. Liu Ruyun hurriedly refused. You get some rest, I'm sleepy, I'm going to sleep first. After saying that, Liu Ruyun practically fled into the bedroom. Just to be safe, she even locked the door behind her. Sigh, this is so boring, we said we'd get married and have kids, but instead I'm sleeping alone. Xiang Feng shook his head in frustration. Considering that Liu Ruyun's period was about to come, Xiang Feng felt better. After washing up in the bathroom, he lay on the sofa and continued to play with his phone. There were still a lot of beautiful photos in it. However, Liu Ruyun didn't feel sleepy that night. Recalling the events of the past day, it seemed like a dream. She had fallen out with the Liu family, had a falling out with Li Donghao of the Li group, and suddenly married her young husband Xiang Feng, who was from a poor family. Was she really going to have a monkey with him? Liu Ruyun's face flushed. Slightly. Suddenly, a sharp pain in her lower abdomen struck, and Liu Ruyun felt something was wrong. The pain was all too familiar. She quickly got up and looked for a sanitary napkin. Knock, 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 knock. Knock. Honey, is it your period? Do you feel any pain in your lower abdomen? Do you feel cold in your limbs? Xiang Feng's voice sounded as if he could read her mind. Liu Ruyun was worried that Xiang Feng would take advantage of the situation, but she opened the door after hearing his words. Outside the door, Xiang Feng was wearing a loose-fitting pajama top and had a clean, innocent smile on his face. When he opened his mouth, a row of white teeth appeared, which was extremely enviable. My dear, drink some brown sugar water, it will help raise your body temperature and relieve the tingling in your lower abdomen. Xiang Feng beamed as he handed the glass of water to Liu Ruyun. Liu Ruyun took it in her hands, and a warm current spread from her heart, rushing through her limbs and bones. Thank you, Xiao Feng. The woman's lips parted slightly, and her eyes welled up with tears. Apart from her late grandfather, I'm afraid he is the only person in the world who has been the best to her. Although he is greedy for her body, Liu Ruyun does not resent him. What are you thanking me for? Xiang Feng shakes his head vigorously and pretends to be angry, saying, You are my wife, if I don't love you, who will? The sudden release of his domineering nature as a tough guy makes Liu Ruyun even more moved. Right, wife, sit down quickly, recline on the sofa, and I'll massage you a bit, and your lower abdomen won't hurt so much. Xiang Feng helped the woman sit down. However, Liu Ruyun blushed and stammered, Xiang Feng, don't, please. I'm used to it, and most girls get period pains. It'll pass after a while, just 3 or 4 days. You're different. Xiang Feng shook his head and said sternly. Why am I different? Am I not a woman? You're the most beautiful woman, and even God is jealous of you. Puff. Liu Ruyun laughed, her two shallow dimples not drunk, but exceptionally intoxicating. Wife, you look so good when you smile, I want to kiss you. Xiang Feng stared at the woman with a serious face. Chapter 11, I really didn't act like a rascal. Xiang Feng, how come you're such a good doctor? You don't look very old. Liu Ruyun took a sip of the brown sugar water and very cleverly changed the subject. This is called talent. Seeing that the woman didn't quite believe him, Xiang Feng added, Wife, how about this? Let's use your illness as an example. If I'm right, how about you let me have a kiss? Looking at the woman's slightly thick, but exceptionally sexy red lips, Xiang Feng was tempted. You say it. Liu Ruyun thought to herself that she wasn't losing out, and it was his wife anyway, so a kiss wouldn't hurt. If she really didn't want to, she could just say that Xiang Feng had said something she didn't admit to, right? Okay, it's a deal. Xiang Feng was greatly encouraged. The reason you feel a tingling sensation during your period is because your meridians are blocked. Blocked meridians? Liu Ruyun frowned and questioned, shouldn't blocked meridians be very small? But every time I have very heavy periods on the second and third days, how can my meridians be blocked? Pain indicates blockage, and no pain indicates unblocked. Xiang Feng assumed the posture of an old Chinese medicine practitioner and patiently explained. It is indeed flowing when there is a lot of discharge, but you are not telling the truth. The first day the discharge is very light, sometimes it feels like a pinprick, sometimes it feels like a bloating pain. It is like a water pipe, when it is being tossed around, the water flow is very light, but there is constant pressure from above. The pressure from the water pipe will break through the tossing, and if it doesn't break through, it will explode with a bang. After it breaks through, the water flows smoothly. What if it doesn't break through? Seeing the thoughtful look on the woman's face, Xiang Feng continued, now you are young and beautiful, full of vitality, and can withstand the impact and endure the pain. But if you are older, you may not be able to. Therefore, having period cramps is not just common knowledge, it is a disease that needs to be treated. So, how do I treat it? And how did I get this disease? Am I really different from other girls? Liu Ruyun asked without shame. Of course you're different from other girls, you're a rare ice spirit body that comes along once in a century. Xiang Feng laughed to himself, but didn't tell the truth. This kind of thing is very mysterious, and Liu Ruyun wouldn't necessarily believe it, but would instead think he was talking nonsense. With a twirl of his eyes, Xiang Feng said, because you have wet cold entering your body. To put it simply, you've been in contact with cold water for too long, or you've lived in a damp, cold place for a long time, thus leaving a root of evil. That's right. Liu Ruyun nodded repeatedly and blurted out, in the early years, when I first arrived at the Liu family, I knew that I had no status. I did the laundry and cooked, washing clothes and quilts in the middle of winter. Later, I studied abroad in a place where the maximum temperature did not exceed 10 degrees Celsius year-round, and the coldest time was more than 40 degrees below zero. That was when I felt very painful and miserable every time I came. Isn't that right? Xiang Feng leaned his face over and laughed, Wife, I got it right, didn't I? Can I have a kiss first? Cough. Liu Ruyun blushed, but first, don't be in a hurry, tell me how to cure this disease of mine. Can it be cured completely? Even if it can reduce some of the pain, that would be fine. This disease is not difficult. It's just that. Xiang Feng glanced up at the woman and slightly frowned. Just what? Liu Ruyun hurriedly said, as it concerns her own body, she dare not be careless. Do you want to treat the symptoms or the root cause? Xiang Feng asked in return. How do you treat the symptoms? How do you treat the root cause? What's the difference? Liu Ruyun is not so easily fooled. For the symptoms, I can give you a simple massage and hot compress, but I can't guarantee anything else. This time it definitely won't hurt again, but the next time, I can't promise. Treating the root cause is easier to understand. It will never hurt again, but the treatment method is a bit strange, and you may not be able to accept it. Xiang Feng glanced at the woman's eyes, and there was an added touch of burning and excitement. What method is there for treating the root cause? You can tell me first. Liu Ruyun didn't suspect anything. As a period pain sufferer, she alone understood how difficult those few days of the month were. As a woman, there were always those few days of the month when she had to learn to behave like a child and ride around on something like a diaper, feeling sticky and extremely uncomfortable all day long, with stabbing pains in her lower abdomen. If it can cure the problem at root, why treat the symptoms? Well, curing the problem at root means combining yin and yang. Xiang Feng ran a hand over his nose. What does that mean? Say it more simply. Liu Ruyun frowned. What the hell is yin and yang combined? Tai Chi and Bagua? Put simply, it means sleeping with me. You rascal. Liu Ruyun's face flushed, and she glared at Xiang Feng with gritted teeth. Before, she thought her little husband was quite honest, but now it seems that he is not at all. He is obsessed with lusting after her body, which is really bad. Wife, I really wasn't being a rascal. Xiang Feng smiled helplessly. Men are yang, women are yin. The union of man and woman is the union of yin and yang. How can it be considered rascality when they complement each other's bodies? If you don't believe me, you can ask the female friends around you. After they get married or sleep with a man, does the pain decrease or even disappear? If I tell you a lie, may I be struck by lightning and die a horrible death? Really? Liu Ruyun was doubtful. Do I need to lie to you? Xiang Feng said, you are my wife, and it is only natural for us to sleep together. There is no need to joke about your body, right? Upon hearing this, Liu Ruyun nodded slightly, as if she agreed. Then what about treating the symptoms? I need to think about a way to treat the root cause. I'm not ready yet. Liu Ruyun blushed and whispered. If he really wanted to do something to her, he could have taken her for himself during the time she was unconscious. Liu Ruyun still had some trust in the character of men. Treating the symptoms was relatively simple. Come, sit a little closer, I'll give you a massage. But you have to bear with me, I'm a bit strong and I'm afraid you won't be able to take it. Xiang Feng touched his nose and snickered secretly. Oh, it's fine, go ahead, I can bear it. Liu Ruyun replied, then took the initiative to lean a little closer to Xiang Feng. Xiang Feng didn't waste any words, secretly channeling his energy, and his palm, pressed against Liu Ruyun's lower abdomen, began to gently massage her. A warm current washed over her, and Liu Ruyun subconsciously let out a comfortable cry, a blush appearing on her pretty face. Wife, don't scream so enticingly, I won't be able to hold back. While saying this, Xiang Feng wickedly increased the strength of his massage. The air of extreme masculinity slowly seeped into the woman's body. Liu Ruyun clenched her red lips and endured the pain of breaking through the barrier. After a long time, Liu Ruyun let out another groan, but her forehead was already slightly sweating. There was no longer any expression of pain on her face, and she felt much more relaxed. It feels so good. Honey, I suggest you go to the bathroom. It'll come more strongly later, so you'd better be prepared. Xiang Feng withdrew his hand and reminded her. No, it's already starting to surge now. Liu Ruyun suddenly changed her expression and rushed into the bathroom. It really is pure Shen Binglingti, this marriage was not a bad deal, and the wife is still very pretty. Looking at the woman's back, Xiang Feng ran his hand over his chin, and his smile revealed a bit of treachery. Chapter 12 You can't cure this disease. After the storm, Liu Ruyun, who had lost a lot of blood, fell into a deep sleep without having time to properly thank her husband, Xiang Feng. Early the next morning, Liu Ruyun was awakened by the smell of food. You made all this? Liu Ruyun was instantly stunned when she stepped out of the bedroom. On the dining table was a simple but extremely exquisite breakfast. There was fragrant rice porridge, sweet and sour cucumber salad, steamed buns and steamed bread, and next to it was a cup of hot soy milk. My dear, you're awake. Come and eat. Xiang Feng tied an apron around his waist and, barefoot, he shuttled between the kitchen and the living room, looking just like a domesticated husband. Seeing the slightly childish, yet exceptionally soothing smile on his face, Liu Ruyun suddenly felt that this kind of simple, cozy life was not bad at all. She tore off a piece of steamed bun and stuffed it into her mouth. Her eyes lit up as she savored the sweet, delicious, soft and chewy bun. It was even better than the ones served in restaurants. It's delicious, isn't it? Xiang Feng was even more pleased when he saw this. My dear, if you marry me, you can look forward to a life of happiness. I'll make sure you stay plump and healthy. Screw you, I'm not a pig. Liu Ruyun rolled her eyes, but her look of anger and resentment made her even more charming. Hey, it was just an analogy. Xiang Feng patted his chest and said, anyway, marry me, and you won't have to worry about anything in the future. Liu Ruyun had just opened her mouth when the phone on the table rang urgently. When she glanced at the caller ID, Liu Ruyun's face turned slightly ugly. Lu Tianlong. Hello. Taking a deep breath and slightly adjusting her emotions, Liu Ruyun answered the phone. Liu Ruyun, Grandma is seriously ill, you need to come to the hospital quickly. What? Hearing what came over the phone, Liu Ruyun subconsciously looked at Xiang Feng. Xiang Feng had previously said in front of everyone that the old lady wouldn't live more than 3 days. After a night, the old lady was seriously ill and admitted to the hospital. Hurry! Without waiting for Liu Ruyun to say anything else, Liu Tianlong hung up the phone. Xiao Feng, please accompany me to the hospital. Grandma is seriously ill, I'm afraid something will happen to her. Liu Ruyun placed all her hopes on Xiang Feng, her tone full of pleading. He could tell at a glance that the old lady had a stubborn illness, so there must be a way to save her. Although the old lady was mean and crafty to her, and even forced her to marry Li Donghao, Liu Ruyun could not hate the old lady. The Liu family had given her a chance to live back then. That was why Liu Ruyun worked so hard. She had to protect the hard work of her grandfather's hard work for half his life. It seems that I have somewhat overestimated her physical condition. I thought her illness would not erupt for 2 or 3 days, but I didn't expect her to be dying in just 1 day. Xiang Feng whispered. Xiang Feng. The woman's face showed displeasure. Fine, let's go. Who says I don't love my wife? Time was pressing, and Liu Ruyun didn't even have time to change clothes before she and Xiang Feng headed straight for the First People's Hospital of Xianhai. Outside the intensive care unit, the two met up with Chu Tianlong and his group. How's Grandma? Humph, little tramp, you're already living together so soon. Wang Huilan glared at Liu Ruyun with resentment, and because she was afraid of Xiang Feng, she dared only to mutter. Humph. Liu Changqing snorted heavily, his face cold as he said, You still care about your grandmother? Liu Ruyun was embarrassed and annoyed, and although she wanted to argue, the words stuck in her throat. Director Zhou just went in for a checkup, and I'm sure the results will be back soon. Don't worry. Liu Hong was not as mean-spirited, and after explaining, he turned around and stared at the hospital room. Liu Ruyun opened her mouth, wanting to ask Xiang Feng to go in and have a try. After all, his medical skills were more miraculous, but upon seeing the indifferent attitude of the crowd towards her, Liu Ruyun suppressed the idea. Creak. In a short while, the ward door opened. Seeing this, Liu Changsheng and the others gathered around. Director Zhou, how is my grandmother? Is the old lady okay? Everyone, calm down and listen to me. Jobin pressed his hand and frowned, saying, The old lady's condition is very pessimistic. Everyone had better be prepared. We used the instrument to examine for a long time, but we couldn't find any symptoms. The patient is still in a coma. Let's wait until President Wang returns to take another look. He may have a way, So, you can't cure this disease. Xiang Feng finally couldn't hold back anymore. He never had a good impression of Western medicine. What kind of bullshit instrument is this that can't even detect symptoms, and yet it still dares to brag about being advanced? Bullshit. Who are you? Upon hearing this, Jobin's face immediately fell. Shut up, this has nothing to do with you. Liu Changshan glared at Xiang Feng. Director Zhou is the leading cardiovascular expert at Xianhai First People's Hospital, so there's no need for you to question him. Exactly, even if you show off, you should look in the mirror and see what you are. With a man backing her up, Wang Huilan stuck out her chin haughtily. You can't even diagnose the cause of the patient's illness, and you call yourself an expert? Xiang Feng didn't back down, but instead raised the corner of his mouth in mockery. Oh? From what you say, do you think you can diagnose the patient's illness? Jobin narrowed his eyes, his face showing disdain. Of course I know, I don't even need to look to know what symptoms the old lady has and what the cause of her illness is. Xiang Feng said with certainty. You can't get away with lying. You really think of yourself as a miracle healer? His words immediately drew a lot of ridicule. You don't believe me? Fine, wait, give me 2 minutes. Xiang Feng didn't explain anything at all, and disappeared into the ward. What's going on? Stop him, we mustn't let him treat the old lady. Uncle, Xiang Feng is really good at medicine, why don't we give it a try? Liu Ruyun spoke up. She believed in Xiang Feng, as evidenced by the old man in the shopping mall. Nonsense. Jobin was furious. This was a hospital. What did a brat know? I warn you, if anything happens to the patient, it has nothing to do with me, Jobin, and nothing to do with the hospital. Yes, so if the patient gets better, it also has nothing to do with you. Before Zhou Bin could finish speaking, Xiang Feng had already walked out of the ward. As he spoke, he put the silver needles back in the bag. Looking at Zhou Bin's eyes, the taunting tone became even stronger. What do you mean? Zhou Bin's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that this brat really cured the patient? Grandma, you've finally woken up. Lu Tianlong had snuck into the room at some point and let out a surprised voice. Hey, that was a really deep sleep, huh? Why am I in the hospital? The old lady came back to her senses, but she was already in the hospital, and she was full of doubts. Grandma, you suddenly fainted, so we rushed you to the hospital. Lu Tianlong was about to explain, but the unbelieving Zhou Bin walked in with a dark face. He didn't believe that the old lady, who had originally been served with a notice to vacate the premises by himself, could still be alive. Director Zhou, you saved me again, thank you so much. The old lady hurriedly thanked Zhou Bin when she saw him. Zhou Bin's face turned even more embarrassed after hearing this. He hasn't been able to save your life yet, so if you want to thank someone, thank my wife. Xiang Feng and Liu Ruyun also followed and walked into the ward. Chapter 13, The Dean Becomes a Disciple. If it wasn't for my wife begging me, I wouldn't have saved you. Xiang Feng's words came as a shock as he spoke indifferently. You saved me? The old lady subconsciously sneered, just about to retort with mockery, but found that no one around her said a word. She couldn't help but freeze. Could it be that what this bumpkin said was true? Did he really save her? Heh, even if you did save me, I wouldn't be the least bit grateful. The old lady sneered and said, don't think that just because you know a few tricks and were lucky enough to cure me, you can act with impunity. I'm telling you, I haven't given my approval for your marriage to Ruyun yet. Give your approval? Xiang Feng was not used to the old lady's condescending attitude, and directly showed her the marriage certificate. Look, take a good look, the fresh seal of the Civil Affairs Bureau, the state recognizes it, but you don't? Are you more important than the national leader? You. The old lady's breath caught in her chest. What's so great about you? You just know a bit of medicine, right? We don't even know if the old lady's illness has really been cured. Wang Huilan couldn't stand Xiang Feng and retorted, what if it's a return of the light? Ha! Upon hearing this, the old lady's face turned even uglier. Return of the light means you're cursing your own imminent death, right? This mouth is even more poisonous than Xiang Feng's. Mom, I didn't mean it like that. Wang Huilan knew she had made a slip of the tongue and hurriedly explained, I meant that this kid can't be trusted, and we should still believe in Director Zhou and in science, and have another comprehensive examination. After hearing this, the old lady's face looked a little better. But Zhou Bin's face looked bad. He hadn't been able to find the cause of the illness before, and now that the person was better, what was the point of examining them? What the hell for? Zhou, how is the old lady? At that moment, there was a sound of hurried footsteps outside the door. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. At the head of the group was an elderly man with white hair, and by his side was an assistant. In addition to them, there was another person. Li Donghao. Old lady, I have invited Dean Wang here to treat you. Don't worry, Dean Wang is a master of medicine, and with him here, you will definitely be cured of your illness. Li Donghao said, giving Xiang Feng a provocative glance. However, he was still a little shocked by Xiang Feng's strength. Huang Chang's disheveled and seriously injured appearance when he returned, he still remembers. However, Huang Chang did not tell him just how strong Xiang Feng was, but only reminded him that it would be best not to make an enemy of Xiang Feng, and then simply resigned and left. However, would Li Donghao give up on dealing with Xiang Feng because of Huang Chang's words? This country bumpkin dared to compete with him for a woman, he must toy with him slowly to death. Thank you, Li Xiao. The old lady couldn't stop smiling when she heard this, and the more she looked at him, the more she liked him. If Liu Ruyun married Li Donghao, the Liu family would definitely soar to new heights, and the listing of Yunshan Group would be just around the corner. Li Donghao ignored Xiang Feng and fixed his gaze on Liu Ruyun. She was wearing a nightdress, with no makeup, but it was hard to hide her peerless beauty. The slightly loose nightdress couldn't cover her impressive figure. Li Donghao subconsciously swallowed. This woman, he must get her. Old one. Zhou Bin hurriedly went up to greet him, explained the situation of the old lady in a few words, and finally turned his gaze to Xiang Feng. Young man, did you cure the old lady? Wang Chuanchu's eyes flashed with a hint of light. He looked at Xiang Feng, but already started to take the old lady's pulse with one hand. Yes. Xiang Feng nodded. Then what about you? Wang Chuanchu's eyebrows suddenly knotted up, and he stared at the old woman curiously. The old woman's blood vessels were blocked and sluggish, just as I expected. Have you ever been seriously injured in the chest? Is that right? This old man seems to know what he's doing. Xiang Feng couldn't help but give Wang Chuanchu a second look when he heard this. The old man was at least 70 years old, with white hair and a boyish face, and a gentle smile on his chubby face. The strong smell of traditional Chinese medicine on him made Xiang Feng feel very at ease, because Xiang Feng is also a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Yes, in the early years of the chaos, my husband and I were traveling merchants and were robbed by robbers and I was shot in the chest. But what does this have to do with my illness? The old lady wondered. I have a physical examination at the hospital twice a year, and the examination report shows that I am in good health, so why did I suddenly faint and become critically ill? The old lady was very confused. Although the shrapnel in her chest had been removed, it had damaged the meridians, which showed signs of necrosis. Wang Chuanchu withdrew his hand and explained, but his face did not look good. Why did I never fall ill when I was young? I couldn't even feel any discomfort, and this illness came without warning. The old lady expressed her doubts. Since it is caused by an old injury from decades ago, why did it only become symptomatic when I got old? Young man, you cured the old lady's illness, so why don't you tell us? Unexpectedly, Wang Chuanchu pushed Xiang Feng out. Old Wang, you tell us, this kid came out of nowhere, who knows if he really has the skills? Lu Tianlong hurriedly said, afraid that Xiang Feng would steal the limelight again. Why did Lu Tianlong notify Li Donghao to come? He wants to give Li Donghao the opportunity to do something heroic, so that the old lady can really feel the strength of the Li family and be truly indebted to Li Donghao for saving her life. His ultimate goal is to help Li Donghao get Liu Ruyun. So what if Liu Ruyun is married? You can get divorced after you get married. Moreover, as Lu Tianlong knows, Li Donghao's tastes have changed. He likes other people's wives the best. Yes, old Wang, you are a master, so we'll trust your level. Old Wang, don't worry, you won't be shortchanged on the consultation fee. The Lu family members all advised him, as if they had already regarded Xiang Feng as a thorn in their side, and were blind to the help they were offering him. Hey! Wang Chuanchu sighed with a wry smile. You don't understand. I can diagnose the illness, but I can't cure it. And this young man can cure it, which means that his medical skills are much better than mine. What? Old Wang, you're joking, right? Li Donghao's springtime smile froze instantly, and he pointed at Xiang Feng. This egghead is better than you at medicine? Yes, he has only studied medicine for a few years, and he is not worthy to hold your shoes. The crowd once again teased and belittled Xiang Feng. From beginning to end, Xiang Feng didn't even bother to respond, taking Liu Ruyun's slender, bony little hand and looking out the window. You people are ignorant. Wang Chuanchu explained, the old lady needs acupuncture for her illness. Acupuncture is not difficult, is it? I'll have someone fetch the needles. There are so many doctors in the acupuncture department, just grab one and it's done. Li Donghao disagreed. He had gone to a lot of trouble to invite Wang Chuanchu over to stand up for him and save face, so how could he let him become Xiang Feng's stepping stone? No, absolutely not. There are not more than a handful of people in the world who can use a 9-inch long silver needle. And in order to use the needle on the old lady, his silver needle has to be able to make a turn. As Wang Chuanchu finished speaking, the ward fell silent. Where can you find a silver needle that can make a turn? My friend, if you don't mind, I would like to learn acupuncture from you. However, to everyone's surprise, Wang Chuanchu, the honorary president of the Xianhai First People's Hospital and a master of traditional Chinese medicine, rushed up to Feng Shuang and bowed with both hands. He even wanted to take Feng as his disciple. What's going on? Li Donghao felt his face burn at this moment. Although you have a good eye and can see my treatment method, unfortunately, you don't have the aptitude to learn my acupuncture method, so forget it. Unexpectedly, Feng Shuang waved his hand and refused. Damn it! Li Donghao cursed in his heart. The arrogant character he had invited himself had actually worshipped his rival as his master, and was rejected. This face is lost in pieces. Chapter 14, Why don't you kiss me first? President Wang, what if this guy is confused? You must not be old and blind. Yes, he is definitely confused. Lu Tianlong had long since joined forces with Li Donghao, and chimed in, there are so many swindlers out there, who knows if it's not a stroke of luck? Ha! The old lady's face was already ugly, and when she heard that her precious grandson had actually compared himself to a dead rat, she was even more infuriated. Mom, Tianlong didn't mean anything by it, we just have to be careful for your sake. Lu Changcheng helped smooth things over. This kid is from an unknown background and is very strange. What if he covets our Lu family business? Yes, Mom, didn't you see that the little bitch was so infatuated with him? She probably lost her virginity a long time ago, humph. Wang Huilan also added fuel to the fire. No matter how good Xiang Feng is, in their eyes, he has ulterior motives. You guys, you have no knowledge. Wang Chuanshu was so angry that he blew his mustache and glared. With Xiaodao's medical skills, if he wanted money, there would be people who value their lives coming flocking to him. You really don't know how to appreciate things. Anyway, you guys figure it out for yourselves. Xiaoyu, let's go. With that, Wang Chuanshu, in a huff, dragged Xiang Feng away. Xiang Feng, in turn, dragged Liu Ruyun away, leaving the people in the hospital ward looking at each other in confusion. My friend, are you interested in working at our hospital? If you come, I guarantee that I will at least arrange for you to be a director or above. Although Xiang Feng did not show off his skills, Wang Chuanshu was convinced that Xiang Feng was a person with real abilities. Because Wang Chuanshu was also an expert, he knew exactly what the illness was just by feeling the pulse, and his mind was clear as a mirror. Not interested. Xiang Feng simply refused, took Liu Ruyun's hand and said, I'm not going to work in a hospital. I want to spend time with my wife and complete the task set by my master, the elderly man, to open a traditional Chinese medicine clinic. Where would I find the time? Your broken hospital, you are the only one with some real skills, the rest are good for nothing. After checking for so long they don't even know the cause of the patient's illness. Ahem. Wang Chuanshu's face turned slightly red, a little embarrassed, but he couldn't find a reason to argue. If you want to open a traditional Chinese medicine clinic, you definitely need to apply for the relevant qualifications and procedures, purchase medicinal materials and equipment, etc. How about this? I'll leave you my phone number, you can contact me anytime if you have any questions. Wang Chuanshu took out his business card and handed it to him. In the traditional Chinese medicine circle, there are many rules, but the biggest rule is that whoever has the best medical skills is the boss. Don't look at Wang Chuanshu with his white hair, in terms of real skills, he is only good enough to hold Xiang Feng's shoes. You're not a bad old man, and I'll give you a prescription to cure your stubborn illness. Afterwards, Xiang Feng took a piece of paper, scribbled a dozen words, and handed it to Wang Chuanshu. My friend, you are truly amazing. How did you know I had athlete's foot? Wang Chuanshu's breathing became rapid, and his face turned red with excitement. Because I am the little miracle doctor from Qingyun Mountain. Xiang Feng gave a hee-hee laugh and walked away. After saying that, Xiang Feng pulled Liu Ruyun away from the hospital in style. Xiang Feng, thank you, you're really amazing. After getting into the car, Liu Ruyun didn't hurry to start the car. She looked at the man with a pair of gem-like eyes, both excited and touched. This is just the beginning. You haven't seen how amazing I can be yet. Xiang Feng tilted his head with pride. By the way, wife, how are you going to thank me? How about a kiss first? Don't be silly, there are people outside. Liu Ruyun drove with a blush on her face. After rushing home to wash up and change clothes, the two hurriedly headed to the Yunshan group. On the way to the company, Liu Ruyun once again received a call from a partner refunding a product. Sorrow once again rose to her forehead. The Li group has gone too far. Liu Ruyun angrily cursed, feeling powerless again. Within the Xianhai area, the Li group is involved in almost every industry, and is closely related to food, clothing, housing, and transportation. In Xianhai City, the Li family is like an insurmountable mountain, and no one can afford to offend them. Is it that impotent man Li Donghao who is causing trouble again? Xiang Feng stopped playing with his phone and looked at the woman. Who else could it be but him? Liu Ruyun gritted her teeth. He really went to great lengths to get me. Ha! You're married to me, and he still wants to hit on you? Xiang Feng was unhappy. Damn it, even after getting married, there are still people who dare to think about their wives? This is intolerable. If I had known about this, I would have killed him just now. Xiang Feng, don't do anything rash. The Li family is very powerful, it's not as simple as you see it. Liu Ruyun's heart skipped a beat, fearing that Xiang Feng might do something impulsive. But I can't let them bully you. Tell me who you're working with, and I'll heal them. If they cooperate, I'll heal their hidden illnesses, if they don't, I'll just heal them to death. Xiang Feng's thinking was simple, and his style of action was even more direct and rude. Xiang Feng, I admit that you're very good at healing, but this is business, this is the marketplace, you wouldn't understand. Liu Ruyun rubbed his eyebrows and reassured him, go around and look around for a while, and leave the company's affairs to me. Although Li Donghao is very influential, I, Liu Ruyun, am not a pushover, okay? I trust your wife, but if there is anything you need help with, you must let me know. Xiang Feng didn't insist. Because he was very confident that as long as he was there, no one could harm Liu Ruyun. After dropping Liu Ruyun off at the company, Xiang Feng wandered around the Yunshan group. He wanted to find a place to open a traditional Chinese medicine shop. However, after searching for a suitable place for the whole morning, he returned to the company along the road. Just as he arrived at the company, he ran into Lu Tianlong, who had also come to the company. Humph, kid, although you are a bit capable, I advise you to stay away from Liu Ruyun. She is not a woman you should get involved with. Lu Tianlong warned, but dared not say anything more extreme, because his face still hurt a bit. I think you've got water in your brain. Xiang Feng rolled his eyes, didn't want to waste any more words with Lu Tianlong, and was about to turn around. Suddenly, a convoy of camouflage vehicles pulled up at the company gate. Several heavily armed soldiers got out of the vehicles and headed straight for Xiang Feng. It was him, there was no doubt. The soldier in charge held up a photo and, after carefully comparing it, confirmed that Xiang Feng was the person they were looking for. With a wave of his hand, several men stepped forward and were about to take him away. What are you doing? Just as Liu Ruyun was about to leave the company to run an errand, she saw her husband being arrested and ran over with a nervous expression. What are you doing? Do you need to ask? Lu Tianlong laughed heartily, and Liu Ruyun, as it turned out, was blind. The man you were looking for is either a murderer or a rapist, and he is about to be taken away and shot. You're talking nonsense. Liu Ruyun frowned, but she wasn't really sure in her heart, because she really didn't know Xiang Feng very well. Who are you calling a murderer? At this time, the black muzzle of the man in camouflage leading the group pointed directly at Lu Tianlong, and he said with a cold face, did I say he was a murderer? Humph, he is the savior of my family's old man, how dare you insult him? If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will rip your mouth off. Facing the dark muzzle of the gun, Lu Tianlong's legs trembled like sieved grain, and he moved his lips, but he couldn't say anything. This guy is still related to the soldier? What the hell is going on with him? Chapter 15, Your wife is very beautiful. Sir, please come with us. My father wants to see you. The soldier glared at Lu Tianlong and turned back to Feng, respectfully saying. No, I still have to accompany my wife to work. Xiang Feng, however, raised his eyebrows and said rather disdainfully, if you want to see me, come yourself, why make me go see him? His face is bigger than mine? More important than my wife? Xiang Feng, don't be silly. Liu Ruyun witnessed the soldier's face darken rapidly. Looking at the dark muzzle, his heart suddenly rose to his throat. This guy really has a lot of nerve. It would be best to shoot him dead, to blow away this arrogant and presumptuous guy. Lu Tianlong, who was standing nearby, prayed secretly in his heart. Unfortunately, the soldier was very good-natured. Not only did he not shoot Xiang Feng, but his attitude became even more humble. Sir, my father is elderly and has difficulty moving around. Please understand. I'm sorry if I've delayed your work. If that's really not possible, would you mind if we made another appointment? The soldier tried to hold back his anger and speak politely. But he really didn't dare do anything to Xiang Feng, because he was the one who had saved the old man's life. If he hadn't helped in time, even if the old man had been taken to the hospital immediately, he would probably have become partially paralyzed. Sorry, I'm busy. Xiang Feng. Liu Ruyun tugged at Xiang Feng's arm. The other person has come to personally invite you, so why put on airs? If that's the case, I'll go with you. The Liu family was not considered a big family in Xianhai City, but Liu Ruyun was a woman with a sharp mind. She knew that this was a good opportunity to weave a network of connections, and she could not let it go to waste. But the other person didn't say that they were inviting your wife. Xiang Feng said innocently, squinting at the soldier next to him. He had no idea about military ranks, but Xiang Feng had an exceptionally keen sense of people's energy. The soldier in front of him had seen a lot of blood, and his energy was thick and introverted. His bushy eyebrows and big eyes revealed a cold, proud demeanor that was anything but ordinary. Since you are husband and wife, you must have been invited together. The soldier, Dong Weigua, reached out and made a gesture of invitation. Fine, for the sake of my wife, I'll go with you. Xiang Feng gave a faint smile and got into the car with Liu Ruyun. The exterior of the military vehicle was majestic and domineering, but the interior was simple and crude, with no comfort to speak of. The ride was bumpy, and the atmosphere in the car was even more eerie. Unlike ordinary private cars, the seats in the car were divided into left and right rows. Xiang Feng took the woman's small hand and lovingly admired her peerless appearance. A group of soldiers led by Dong Weigua witnessed the two of them flirting with each other, and the group of single men were furious. Ahem. Dong Weigua finally couldn't hold back any longer, clearing his throat and chuckling awkwardly. Young man, I still don't know how to address you. My name is Dong Weigua, and the elderly man you and your wife saved at the mall yesterday was my father. He still heard about this from his daughter Shouwu this morning. After learning about this, he was so scared that cold sweat broke out on his back. Then, he immediately used his personal power to find Xiang Feng. I guessed that. Xiang Feng, however, was too lazy to even look at Dong Weigua once, and just frowned slightly unhappily and said, You came to invite me, but you don't even know my name? Isn't that rude? Dong Weigua was instantly extremely embarrassed. Xiang Feng. Liu Ruyun glared at Xiang Feng and then smiled apologetically at Dong Weigua and said, Brother Dong, my husband is called Xiang Feng. He has a strange temper, and he doesn't mean any harm to you, he's just a bit straightforward, so don't be angry. Xiang Feng didn't know Dong Weigua, but Liu Ruyun had heard of him. The Dong family of Xianhai City was full of loyal martyrs. Dong Weigua's father, Dong Guowen, was a famous kinetic energy expert and professor in the military, with disciples all over the country. He dedicated his life to serving the country and the people, and his hard work was highly regarded. The Dong family of Xianhai was not a wealthy family, but they were more respected than the wealthy families. Perhaps the Dong family is not as wealthy as the Li family, but the Dong family's reputation is unmatched by ordinary people, they are just low-key. Just like Dong Weigua in front of him, he obviously has a bright future, but he chooses to go to the front line of the most difficult combat to lead the troops. He is nearly 40 years old, but he is still only a 5-star general. With the Dong family's energy, it would not be an overstatement to wear the shoulder patches of a 6-star or 7-star general. It doesn't matter, it's better to be straightforward, I like straightforward people. Dong Weigua laughed and said something, but deep down he felt a little stifled. Usually, there are countless sycophants around him, young masters and young ladies from prestigious families, all eager to curry favor. Today, he personally went to invite him, but Feng not only refused to give him face, he didn't even give him a second glance. This anger is really hard to swallow. But, he still had to bear it. Otherwise, when I get home, the old man will have to skin me alive. Is the old man feeling better? Yesterday at the mall, we were actually quite shocked. Liu Ruyun was very clever in changing the subject and started a lively conversation with Dong Weigua. Luckily, you were there. Speaking of yesterday's incident, Dong Weigua still feels a little scared. This morning, we took the old man to the nearest military hospital. The hospital said that although the treatment method was special, the effect was very good. Dong Weigua said, then looked at Xiang Feng, who refused to acknowledge him, and said with a stiff upper lip, I asked you both to come today to thank you for saving my life. I, Dong Weigua, will never forget this, and I will never forget this. Secondly, I would like to ask you to help, to diagnose and treat the old man's body, so that his children, who are working away from home, can feel a little more at ease. Dong Weigua's words were sincere and heartfelt, and his words were quite touching. However, Xiang Feng didn't respond at all, as if he hadn't heard a word. Dong Weigua was embarrassed once again. Seeing this, the other soldiers beside him wanted to bash Xiang Feng's head in with the butt of their guns. Who is Dong Weigua? He is known as Dong the Cannon, and his name is synonymous with fire, and his character is fierce. In the army, even his immediate superior, Dong Weigua dares to bang the table and argue with him, and almost no one dares to provoke him. Ahem. Seeing this, Liu Ruyun quietly pinched Xiang Feng's arm and apologetically smiled, Brother Dong, don't worry, Xiang Feng will definitely do his best to diagnose the old master, I can guarantee it. Haha, I believe Brother Xiang Feng. Dong Weigua also laughed. However, Xiang Feng did it again. Wife, why are you touching my waist? Do you have something to whisper to me? Even Liu Ruyun was embarrassed this time. Although the little husband he had inexplicably married was awesome, his emotional intelligence was truly lacking, and he even gave the impression of being a silly sweetheart. Well, yes, the fashionable term is stupid little brother. Fortunately, the army car drove at breakneck speed through the bustling city and straight up to Villa Number 1 at the top of Yunding Mountain, greatly alleviating the awkward atmosphere. As soon as he got out of the car, Dong Weiguo felt that the air was much fresher. "My friend, thanks to you for your help yesterday. Please come in." Dong Guowen, his granddaughter Xiaowu, and his daughter-in-law had already been waiting outside the door. They quickly walked up to meet Xiang Feng as soon as they saw him get out of the car. "You don't need to thank me for letting you in, because I can cure your illness, but I don't want to." However, to everyone's surprise, Xiang Feng made a surprising remark. He had already touched the Dong family's antenna, but he had broken it off. For a moment, the atmosphere outside the villa suddenly froze. In particular, Dong Weiguo's soldiers, one after another, were holding guns with their muzzles raised. With just one order, they would not hesitate to shoot Xiang Feng full of holes. "Xiao Feng, your wife, stay out of this. This old man's illness is not easy to cure, and there's no benefit to it. Why should I cure it?" As he spoke, Xiang Feng glanced at Dong Weiguo, intentionally or unintentionally. "If you can save my father, name your terms." Dong Weiguo took a deep breath, but the anger in his chest never subsided. He had never seen such an ungrateful thing. Is the Dong family's face really worth so little? "Ha, that's your wife, right? Your wife is very pretty, I fancy her, and you're willing to part with her?" Xiang Feng's gaze fell on Tang Wanner. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. "You want to die. You may kill me, but you can't humiliate me." Dong Weiguo's anger, which had been building up for a long time, finally exploded. Chapter 16, I want to have a monkey with you. "Weiguo, don't be rude." Dong Guowen's face darkened, and his previous good impression of Xiang Feng vanished. Although he was suffering from illness, Dong Guowen could not possibly sacrifice his virtuous and sensible daughter-in-law for his own illness and hand her over to someone else. He could not do such a thing. "Dad." Dong Weiguo's liver and gallbladder were about to burst, and his gaze once again turned to Xiang Feng, full of hatred. "Xiang Feng, what are you doing?" Liu Ruyun was shocked, her pretty face turning pale, and more so with doubt. Although she had not known Xiang Feng for long, she believed in her ability to judge people. Xiang Feng was definitely not someone who lusts after beauty. Otherwise, when she was on the boat and he stripped her naked, she was afraid that her body would have been taken. Obviously, Xiang Feng had another reason for saying such things. But no matter what the reason is, you will get into trouble if you say something like that. "I didn't do anything." His wife was pretty, even after having children, and she had a pretty good figure. Xiang Feng's tone was calm as water. "That's enough." Dong Guowen said in a low voice, "I'm sorry, but I'm blind, please leave." After saying this, Dong Guowen took his granddaughter by the hand and turned to leave. "Dad, your health." At this moment, Dong Weiguo finally knew what it meant to be torn between loyalty and filial piety. On the one hand was his father's health, and on the other was the woman he loved, neither of which he could abandon. But the conditions this guy is proposing are really excessive. He actually covets his own wife? The hatred of killing one's father and taking one's wife is the greatest pain a man can feel in his life. "I'm not dead yet, show him out," Dong Guowen said, and lifted his foot to go inside. "Hey, what's the use of raising a son like this? As a man, you're really embarrassing." Xiang Feng was still fanning the flames on the side. "You're looking for death. I can't stand it anymore, I don't need to stand it anymore." Dong Weiguo's anger surged, his eyes red, as he glared ferociously at Xiang Feng. His fists, the size of sandbags, clenched with a cracking sound. "Xiang Feng, stop messing around, will you?" Liu Ruyun was on the verge of tears with worry. "This is it," Xiang Feng muttered, and suddenly moved. His figure turned into a shadow, charging straight at Dong Weiguo. Bang! A dull sound suddenly resounded, and Dong Weiguo, a large man weighing nearly 200 pounds, retreated repeatedly. "Open your mouth." Xiang Feng, like a ghost, jumped behind Dong Weiguo, blocking his backward steps, and slammed a palm against Dong Weiguo's back. Burp! Dong Weiguo's mouth opened wide, and a puddle of thick phlegm about the size of an egg was spat out 3 meters away. The thick phlegm was dark with bloodshot veins, and it gave off a foul stench. "What are you doing? Put down our boss." Almost as quickly as the blink of an eye, a dozen soldiers with big heads raised their guns at the same time, and everyone glared at Xiang Feng. How dare he sneak up on Dong Weiguo? That's a crime even worse than assaulting a police officer. Feeling better now? Xiang Feng patted Dong Weiguo on the shoulder, and for the first time, a smile appeared on his face. You saw that I was injured a long time ago? Dong Weiguo was shocked and ashamed. If not, do you really think I fancy your wife? What are you thinking? Is your wife even 1/10 as pretty as mine? After saying this, Xiang Feng let go of Dong Weiguo and strode towards Liu Ruyun. Liu Ruyun also looked at Xiang Feng with a dumbfounded expression. She had no idea what was going on. Weiguo, are you hurt? Hearing that her husband was hurt, Tang Wanner hurried up to ask, her face full of concern. I was hurt. Why didn't you tell your family? Hurry up and tell me where you were hurt? Tang Wanner glared at the man, angry and distressed. Wife, I'm fine. And why pretend to be hurt? Xiang Feng smiled bitterly. If you don't tell the truth today, I'll do it for you. Otherwise, the looks they'll give me will devour me, and that's not putting me in an unjust situation? Although your sister-in-law is also very beautiful, I really don't have any evil thoughts, right? By the way, sister-in-law, just now when I said those things, you can just think of them as bullshit. I'm here to apologize to you, too. I'm sorry. Weiguo, what's going on? Why won't you tell the truth? Dong Guowen was dumbfounded as he scowled. Hey, last year, during a training exercise, I was hit by a 200-pound dummy. At the time, I went to the hospital and was checked out, but I always felt unwell afterwards, and I wanted to burp every now and then. With no choice, Dong Weiguo had to tell the truth. As you all know, in my line of work, you can't have any hidden illnesses, so I never reported it and I didn't dare tell anyone. After all, I like being in the army. Unexpectedly, Brother Xiang Feng was able to see through it. This time, Dong Weiguo looked at Xiang Feng with gratitude in his eyes. Where was the hatred of stealing his wife just now? My friend, you have made me ashamed. Dong Guowen's face flushed with shame. Hurry, please come inside. This time, you won't send people away in the middle of a meal, will you? Xiang Feng joked. No matter what, I will never send people away. Dong Guowen's face turned even redder. In this way, Xiang Feng and Liu Ruyun entered the Dong compound together. Although it was not as grand and luxurious as the Liu compound, it had an ancient and steady atmosphere that the Liu compound could not match. Of course, the Hentaying villa was not something that just anyone could live in. Xiang Feng, were you just treating him? Liu Ruyun asked in a low voice. Yes. Xiang Feng nodded and suddenly said, Wife, I just heard you say that I was crazy. No, you heard it wrong. I said I want to have a monkey with you. Liu Ruyun blushed. Okay, this wish must be granted. We'll put it on the agenda when we go back. Xiang Feng said seriously. As the host and guest took their seats, the table was soon set with food. It was delicious and appetizing. My friend, I toast you with this glass of wine. You have our deepest gratitude, father and son. Before he could even pick up his chopsticks, Dong Guowen lifted his wine glass. There's no rush to drink, let's talk about the condition of you and your father first. Xiang Feng shook his head and laughed. If I don't make things clear, I'm afraid you won't be able to rest easy. No, young man, I admire your skill from the bottom of my heart, how could I have any doubts? Dong Weiguo hurriedly said. However, Tang Wanner and Dong Guowen looked at Xiang Feng with wide eyes, giving Dong Weiguo a warning glare. Dong's illness is actually not difficult to understand. We call it a hiccup. There is congestion in the chest cavity, which is not fatal, but it is more uncomfortable. Just now, in order to cure the illness, I deliberately provoked Dong to anger from the beginning. When a person is extremely angry or enraged, their lungs will subconsciously expand, which helps to expel the thick phlegm. After a pause, Xiang Feng continued, when Dong was about to lose control of his temper and start a fight, I suddenly intervened and used a technique to expel the thick phlegm. The illness has actually already healed. So that's how it is. Traditional Chinese medicine is really profound and broad, and it's really eye-opening. Dong Guowen suddenly understood, and his admiration for Xiang Feng grew even stronger. Xiang Feng shook his head and continued, Old man, there is actually nothing to regulate your body. Just listen to the doctor's advice more often, eat less spicy food, drink less alcohol and smoke less. If you can't drink, eat meat or smoke, then life would be too boring, huh? Chapter 17, I'm not interested in money. Xiang Feng is a kind-hearted young man. With you here today, my father can drink freely, and Wei and I can rest assured. Tang Wanner smiled, lifted her wine glass and said, Brother Xiang Feng, thank you for coming to my father-in-law's rescue. I'll drink this one first in your honor. With that, Tang Wanner tilted her head back and gulped down a full glass of white wine. The second glass of wine is to thank you for saving my husband. If it weren't for you, our family wouldn't have known that he had been dragging his injured body for more than a year. The third glass of wine, I misunderstood you just now, and I made you apologize to me. I also apologize to you here, I'm sorry. After 3 glasses of white wine in a row, Tang Wanner's face did not turn red, and she did not pant, quite a bit of feminine style. Her words were not profound, but they were sincere and heartfelt, without pretense, without the arrogance of other women from noble families, and she was straightforward, generous, and direct. Sister-in-law, you've said too much. Xiang Feng also followed suit and drank 3 cups, smiling faintly. Although I am a commoner, I am also a doctor. Saving lives and relieving suffering is the most basic morality of our kind. And Brother Dong, in uniform, armed with a gun, defending the family and the country, is truly a great hero and a great man. I admire him greatly. Seeing that he has an injury, how can I stand by and do nothing? Brother, I won't say anything else, it's all in the wine. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. Dong Weiguo was moved by what he heard. After drinking 3 glasses of wine in a row, he laughed heartily and exclaimed, I'm having a blast. You guys are having a blast, but I haven't even had a drink yet, old man. Dong Guowen pretended to be angry, which made everyone laugh. The meal was exceptionally relaxed and enjoyable. However, as she ate, Liu Ruyun couldn't stop the smile from leaving her face. When her grandfather was still alive, the entire Liu family was always so happy. But after Grandpa passed away, she no longer felt the warmth of home, and for a while, her chest felt suffocating. Sister-in-law, I toast you. Seeing that Liu Ruyun's complexion was a little off, Tang Wanner smiled and clinked glasses with Liu Ruyun, and soon they were chatting like old friends. Although Tang Wanner is the daughter-in-law of the Dong family, she is beautiful and sweet-voiced, and seems incredibly gentle, but she is by no means a flower vase. She is a real powerhouse. The Bayou Group, which is under her name, has been making a fortune quietly. She is strong in every aspect, with her fingerprints all over the daily necessities, skin care products, luxury goods, and even the entertainment industry. Especially with the help of the Dong family, the Bayou Group is like a towering tree that cannot be shaken. Miss Tang, you're too kind. It's my turn to toast you. Liu Ruyun was a little flustered. Although she was the famous Xianhai beauty in Xianhai City, her appearance was the least valuable thing in front of a real talent. In terms of status, she and Tang Wanner were simply not on the same level. Not to mention the fact that the Liu family was only a second-rate family in Xianhai. The Dong family belonged to the ranks of the aristocracy. Even her grandmother had to be polite in front of Tang Wanner. Little sister-in-law, that's not a very interesting way to address me. Tang Wanner put down her wineglass and pretended to be angry. You two have done the Dong family a great favor, and I haven't even been polite to you. You keep calling me President Tang, do you look down on me as an older sister? No. Liu Ruyun's heart skipped a beat, thinking to herself, how could I have the guts to do that? Isn't that settled then? Tang Wanner's voice was not loud, but it exuded an unquestionable domineering air. From now on, you and I should call each other sisters. In addition, according to the information I have received, some people in Xianhai City are not very observant at the moment, and they have offended you. You don't need to worry about this matter, I will handle it. No. Liu Ruyun's heart was excited, but she was interrupted by Xiang Feng. Xiang Feng, like an old hen protecting her chicks, stopped in front of Liu Ruyun and frowned, saying, Sister-in-law, do you look down on me? Xiang, what do you mean? Dong Weiguo interrupted, saying, your sister-in-law means well. Brother Dong, you and I are both pure men, how can we not be able to protect our own women? After a short pause, Xiang Feng added, I naturally know that my sister-in-law means well, but I, Xiang Feng, am a man, and I also need to save face. My woman cannot let others protect her for me. Don't look at me now, penniless, living off my wife's family, but I am confident that I can make a good living for my wife and make her happy every day. Air. Tang Wanner froze. Liu Ruyun, who was standing nearby, suddenly blushed. She was moved and amused at the same time. Xiang Feng was clearly penniless, so poor that he had to nibble on his cheek to eat, and yet he was so arrogant. He was really shameless, but everyone knew that Xiang Feng wasn't bragging. My little husband really is capable. It was just luck that he cured the old lady in Dongguowen, but was it also just luck that he could tell at a glance that Dong Weiguo had an internal illness? You have to know that even Wang Chuanshu of the First People's Hospital spoke highly of him and wanted to take Xiang Feng as his master. Who is Wang Chuanshu? Honorary president of the First People's Hospital, the #1 traditional Chinese medicine practitioner in Xianhai. How could he not be able to see Xiang Feng's level? His skills are also a mystery. Dong Weigui is a 5-star general, commanding thousands of people under his command, with abnormal combat power. But just now, when he fought Xiang Feng, he didn't even touch the corner of Xiang Feng's clothes. I apologize for being rude, but I really didn't mean to look down on little brother Xiang Feng. Tang Wanner apologized repeatedly, and said that she would toast Xiang Feng again. But this time, Xiang Feng didn't intend to hold the wine glass, and even stopped Tang Wanner. Refusing to forgive his sister? Tang Wanner was a little surprised. Sister-in-law, you can drink the wine whenever you like, but I have a suggestion. You and brother Dong aren't old, so why don't you two try harder to have more children for the Dong family? It would also give the old man something to do in his retirement. After all, a granddaughter is lonely. As she spoke, Xiang Feng smiled and looked at Dong Guowen. Don't you agree, old man? Are you saying that your sister-in-law can still get pregnant? Dong Weigui's eyes reddened suddenly at the news. He really wanted a son. As a soldier, he had the idea of carrying on the family line in his bones. He wanted someone to inherit his passion. His daughter was considerate, but the battlefield was always dominated by men. Xiang Feng, the doctor said that my constitution is different from ordinary people, and I miscarry too easily. I took a lot of drugs to protect the fetus when I gave birth to Xiuwu, and I rested quietly abroad for most of the year before she was successfully born. Do you have a way to regulate my body? Tang Wanner was also excited. Of course, otherwise how could I dare to call myself the little doctor of Qingyun Mountain? Xiang Feng raised his eyebrows, looking extremely pleased with himself. I also asked Little Wind to help. I can't thank you enough, brother. No problem, in a moment I will leave a prescription for half a month of rest and recuperation, and after half a month you can start the baby-making plan. Xiang Feng was full of confidence. Treating illnesses was as simple as eating and drinking for him. The difficult part was not knowing when his beautiful wife would give him a child. Chapter 18, Honey, Give Me a Kiss. It was already after 3 p.m. when they came down from the Hentang Hills. Xiang Feng, why didn't you accept Tang Wanner's help? Don't you know that this is the best opportunity to build up your connections? After leaving the Dong family villa, Liu Ruyun felt a little dissatisfied. Liu Ruyun was not someone who sought to curry favor with the powerful. However, connections were especially important if she wanted to establish herself in society. She couldn't understand why Xiang Feng had not taken advantage of the opportunity to get his antennae directly into the heavens. In the end, he only accepted a property in Hentang Hill that Tang Wanner had given him. Tang Wanner had practically forced it on him. It wasn't one of the first few villas, but it was definitely worth tens of millions. The point was, you couldn't just buy a villa in Hentang Hill if you had the money. Why did I have to accept help from others? Was there an issue that I couldn't solve? Xiang Feng was full of doubts. Why did I have to build connections? Shouldn't they be scrambling to please me? Liu Ruyun was a little confused by these words. She didn't expect that her young husband, despite his young age, had such a thick skin. Wife, think about it, I'm a doctor, and I'm also the world's #1 kind of awesome and powerful doctor. Do you think money is important, or is life more important? Liu Ruyun moved her lips, and found that she was actually unable to refute. By the way, wife, didn't you say before that you wanted to give me a monkey? Do you prefer a son or a daughter? Xiang Feng's mind is very jumpy, and when it comes to having children, his eyes light up. He is indeed a bit lecherous, with a direct and burning gaze, but what makes Liu Ruyun curious is that she is not disgusted, just shy. A blush spreads across her pretty face, as seductive as the red clouds at sunset. Wife, I'm asking you, when are we going to have a child? Xiang Feng pursued. D. Before Liu Ruyun could answer, the phone rang. Liu Ruyun frowned as soon as she answered the phone. Hello, Auntie. Okay, I know, I'll be right back at the office. I don't know what was said on the phone, but Liu Ruyun's face looked a little unpleasant. What's wrong, honey? Is your aunt giving you trouble too? Xiang Feng immediately turned pale when he saw this. Don't worry, I said, you're my wife, and no one can bully you. His tone was slightly naive, but it exuded a sense of dominance. No, don't. Liu Ruyun hurriedly said, Xiao Feng, you don't understand. My aunt married early, but she is the family member who treats me best, except for my grandfather. When I was studying, my aunt often drove to see me and took me to the playground, treating me like her own daughter. So no matter how badly my aunt treats you, you must not get angry and you must not confront her, okay? At the end of the sentence, Liu Ruyun's tone carried a hint of pleading. She still understands her little husband's temper. It is clear that the son-in-law is a softie, but that doesn't stop Xiang Feng from being tough in the Liu family. Just like yesterday at the Liu compound, Wang Huilan and Liu Tianlong, mother and son, took 2 big slaps from Xiang Feng right in the face. With her fiery personality, Auntie is most likely not going to give Xiang Feng a good face. If these two start fighting, Liu Ruyun is really afraid that Auntie will suffer. But I've never let anyone get the better of me. You're my wife, you can hit me and scold me all you like, but no one else can. Xiang Feng looked embarrassed. After all, I'm the little doctor of Qingyun Mountain, I can't lose face. Xiang Feng, I beg you. Call me husband. Husband. Hey. Xiang Feng nodded with satisfaction and then poked the fair complexion a little more. Give me another kiss, and I'll listen to you. Husband, don't go too far. Liu Ruyun was both embarrassed and angry. Although he had given her artificial respiration, it was a passive first kiss. With this kiss, the active first kiss was gone. Wife, am I being too much? Do I like it when you're being too much? Then close your eyes. Liu Ruyun was flustered, her heart pounding. Okay. Boo. Her lips touched his cheek, a gentle touch. But Xiang Feng felt like he had been struck by lightning. Ah. Xiang Feng let out a loud cry. What's wrong? Liu Ruyun was puzzled. Is this what it feels like to be in love? It's so good, I feel like I own the whole world. Wife, your kiss was so great. Okay, stop it, aren't you feeling a little bit sour? Liu Ruyun's teeth were about to fall out from hearing this, but she was secretly delighted. No, it was very sweet and pure. By the way, your lips are very soft. You're killing me. Liu Ruyun's face was turning red and she felt like bleeding. In a hurry, the two of them headed straight for the Yunshan group. At around 3:30 p.m., Xiang Feng and Liu Ruyun appeared at the gate of the Yunshan group. However, Liu Ruyun's face was full of worry. Because she saw her aunt, Liu Huijun, waiting for her with a dark face. This was a woman in her 40s, but despite her age, she looked extremely well maintained, like a woman in her 30s, charming but full of vitality. Liu Huijun was in a bad mood, especially when she saw Xiang Feng getting out of the car. A grown man, in broad daylight, was embracing his niece's slender waist, with a silly smile on his face. And with that rough, hemp-like attire, what's the difference between him and a peasant? How is he worthy of her? Auntie, why didn't you tell me you were coming in advance? I would have gone to the airport to pick you up. Seeing the situation was not good, Liu Ruyun, relying on her aunt Liu Huijun's love for her, quickly walked up to Liu Huijun and put her arm around her neck, cooing. Humph. However, this trick did not work. Liu Huijun gave a heavy snort. Her fierce gaze glanced at Xiang Feng and finally landed on Liu Ruyun. I heard that you married him? Liu Ruyun nodded in acknowledgement. Do you even see me as your aunt? You didn't even consult me about such an important matter as marriage, and you didn't even bother to give me a call to let me know? Liu Huijun said angrily. Auntie, there was a reason for it, and it happened very suddenly. I had no choice. No choice? Liu Huijun was both angry and saddened. You had no choice? You're just belittling yourself like this? Look at the man you chose. He's so sloppy and looks like a peasant. Is he worthy of you? Hey, Auntie, don't look down on people, I'm still pretty awesome. Xiang Feng was unhappy and snapped back. Did I ask you a question? Did I let you speak? Did I give you permission? How dare you call me auntie? How dare you call me your nephew's wife? Liu Huijun was like a lit fuse, and there was a crackling explosion. Auntie, calm down, don't get so worked up. Seeing that the two were about to fight, Liu Ruyun immediately stepped in between them and dragged Liu Huijun into her office. Auntie, let's not argue. It's fine if you get mad after I finish talking. Besides, you can't judge a book by its cover. Do you really think your niece and I would stoop so low? Liu Ruyun gave Liu Huijun a wink and turned to try to calm Xiang Feng. Sure enough, Liu Huijun calmed down a lot and followed Liu Ruyun into the office. Xiang Feng leisurely followed the two women's asses. Chapter 19, Honey, it is recommended that you find a new husband over here. What do you see in him? Liu Ruyun was still unable to suppress her anger and gave Xiang Feng, who was at the edge of the sofa, a fierce glare. Auntie, do you share the same thoughts as Grandma and Uncle? Are you impatient to push me into the fire, to become a victim of Yunshan Group and the Liu family? A wan smile of sadness appeared on Liu Ruyun's fair face. Who in Xianhai City doesn't know and understand Li Donghao's character? As for Xiang Feng, he saved my life and Grandma's life. I don't see anything wrong with marrying him, even if he is just a country bumpkin. He is not worthy of you. Liu Huijun knew that Liu Ruyun was right about everything she said, but she simply could not stand Xiang Feng. There are millions of men in the world, and there are many young and talented people in Xianhai City, so why is it him? In front of Xiang Feng, Liu Huijun was merciless, her face full of disgust. Is he a business elite? Is he a member of a wealthy family? Is he from a prestigious family? None of the above, he is just a broken traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Ruyun, listen to your aunt and get a divorce. There are many ways to repay kindness, why must it be with your body? What if this is just a trap he has set up in advance? What if the old lady's illness is just a coincidence? Ruyun, you are kind and generous, but don't let kindness hurt you. You can't go wrong by listening to your aunt. Do you think I would harm you? Aunt, I'm going with Xiang Feng. Liu Ruyun frowned, just about to speak when her secretary walked in. President Liu, someone from Wanshan Company is here again to demand payment. If the payment is not settled today, Wanshan Company has threatened not only to stop supplying raw materials to us, but also to hold us legally responsible. Auntie, please sit down for a moment while I attend to some company business. We cannot afford to delay this matter. Liu Ruyun's face immediately fell, and before leaving the room, she gave Xiang Feng a wink. She still knew her husband quite well. Liu Huijun and Xiang Feng are like a needle and a thorn. Name your price. If you leave Ruyun, is 500,000 enough? Sure enough, as soon as Liu Ruyun left, Liu Huijun took out a bank card from her Hermes bag, threw it in Xiang Feng's face, and said haughtily, Ruyun, you can't touch her. You're not good enough for her, and you can't give her the life she wants. I hope you know what's good for you and just take the money and go. I'm not leaving my wife, so don't waste your time. Xiang Feng shook his head and answered firmly. Oh? You think it's not enough? Ha, I've never cared about money. So you're very rich? I don't know. When you and Ruyun got married, did you pay a bride price? Did you buy her a fancy car and a mansion? I don't have any money, not a penny. Xiang Feng suddenly felt a little embarrassed. He was currently living in his wife's apartment. Ha ha. Liu Huijun's face grew even more scornful. So you don't care about money, you just don't have any. As a man, don't you feel like a failure? No. Ha? I have a beautiful wife that the whole world envies. Liu Huijun moved her lips, but was at a loss for words. But Liu Huijun did not give up. A man who needs a woman to save face is a man's biggest failure. Just like now, if Yun has trouble at work and needs money to solve it, but as a man, you can only watch from the sidelines and can't help at all. Don't you feel like a loser? How can a man who is incapable of taking responsibility talk about loving his wife? Xiang Feng's face looked ugly. He was about to argue, but Liu Ruyun returned. Thinking about Liu Ruyun's previous reminders and hints, Xiang Feng held back from arguing back. It's enough for his wife to know how awesome he is, and others can do whatever they want. Thinking about this, Xiang Feng's face once again revealed a carefree expression. Look at the kind of man you found? Seeing Xiang Feng lying down with a soft meal and eating hard, Liu Huijun was even more angry. Auntie, it's getting late, why don't we go home early today? Let's go, I'll buy you dinner. As she spoke, Liu Ruyun dragged Liu Huijun out of the office, and turned to indicate that Xiang Feng should follow them. Liu Huijun didn't really have much to say, as she had watched Liu Ruyun grow up. Among the younger generation, although Liu Ruyun was the one the old man had picked up from the orphanage, she was the most pleasing. Liu Huijun wanted to give her niece a little face. Moreover, she had rushed back from the provinces, visited the hospital and then came straight to the company, without having a drop of water, so she was indeed a little hungry. However, on the bus, she had learned that Xiang Feng not only could not drive, but did not even have a driving license, which had attracted a lot of ridicule from Liu Huijun. A car is a man's face, a warhorse that allows a man to conquer the world. At best, you are just a soldier, a pawn in battle. Xiang Feng still did not say a word, sitting in the back seat, admiring the peerless beauty of his goddess of a wife. Auntie, why didn't your uncle come back with you? It's been 2 years since I last saw him, I think. By the way, are you two planning to have a baby? Liu Ruyun cleverly changed the subject. Your uncle is very busy at work and often travels for business, so he doesn't have time to have a baby. In the rearview mirror, a trace of sadness flashed across Liu Huijun's brow. Not having a child was her biggest pain. Cough cough, if you want a child, I suggest you find a new husband. Xiang Feng finally seized the opportunity. What do you mean, you little brat? Xiang Feng, don't talk nonsense, your aunt and uncle are very much in love. Liu Ruyun quickly stepped in to smooth things over and apologized to her aunt. Of course I'll apologize, but if your aunt wants a child, I really do advise her to find a new husband. Xiang Feng said, if I'm not mistaken, her husband should be infertile, which is commonly known as azoospermia. You're talking nonsense. Liu Huijun's pretty face turned pale, and she looked angry, but her heart felt as if it had been emptied. The softest place had been stabbed hard with a needle. Did I lie? You still don't know, Auntie? I'm afraid you've already had the test done over the years. No one else can cure this disease, but I can. Xiang Feng grinned, his spring-like smile exceptionally charming. But in Liu Huijun's opinion, this dog is rubbing salt in her wounds and laughing at her. Humph, you're thinking too much. Liu Huijun snorted coldly, neither of us likes children, that's why we haven't had any over the years. Fine, then you can ignore my advice. Xiang Feng shrugged nonchalantly, leaned back in the comfortable seat, and turned to look out the window. And Liu Huijun also rarely shut up, her expression uncertain. Chapter 20, Is your husband qualified to eat inside? For dinner, Liu Ruyun chose a quite famous courtyard restaurant called the Wangfu Hotel. The Wangfu Hotel, whose real name is actually Qixinglu, is named after the Big Dipper in the sky. Rumor has it that the threshold for entering Qixinglu is very high. Without a membership card, no matter who you are, how high-ranking you are, how much money you have, even if you are the richest person in the world, you are not qualified to enter Qixinglu to eat. What really made Qixinglu famous was 3 years ago, when a high-ranking official came to eat, but was rejected because he didn't have a membership card or a reservation. At that time, the high-ranking official was furious and immediately began to crack down on Qixinglu after going back. In the end, Qixinglu was safe and sound, but the high-ranking official was transferred from his post a month later and there has been no news since. At this point, Qixinglu became known as the Wangfu Hotel. Is this the Qixing building the old man was talking about? Xiang Feng surveyed the Qixing building while muttering to himself. I'm really sorry, distinguished guests, but we don't have any private rooms available. If you don't mind, you can wait in the lobby for a while. The waiter said as he walked over. How long do we have to wait? It's a bit excessive to have to wait for a meal. Xiang Feng muttered with a dark face. I'm sorry. The waiter's smile was polite and formulaic. The exact waiting time depends on the speed of the guests dining. If the guests don't leave, they cannot dine. Isn't the Tianshu building over there empty? Xiang Feng has good eyesight and can see from afar that the Tianshu building has no guests. He immediately walked towards that direction. I'm sorry, sir. The waiter stopped Xiang Feng and said that the Tianshu building had already been reserved and the guests would be here soon. Are there so many rules for eating a meal? Xiang Feng's face became increasingly unpleasant. This scene fell into Liu Huijun's eyes, once again lowering her impression of Xiang Feng. Man, if you can't even handle a restaurant, what future can you have? Why don't we go somewhere else? Liu Ruyun suggested, I know a new hot pot restaurant that's really good. Auntie, don't you like hot pot the most? Oh, what a coincidence, isn't this director Liu of Yunchang Group? You're here at Qixing restaurant too. Before Liu Ruyun finished speaking, a group of people greeted them at the end of the corridor. The middle-aged fat man at the head of the group pushed his glasses up his nose, narrowed his eyes and stared at Liu Ruyun, with a lustful glint in his eyes. Good evening, Mr. He. Liu Ruyun frowned slightly when she saw the man, but she still managed to force a smile and greet him. The man was He Rui, the chairman of Xiangshida Transport Group. Xiangshida was the biggest transport company in Xianhai, with transport channels by sea, land, and air. They had a monopoly on almost all transport channels in Xianhai, and were the dominant player. In this way, Xiangshida may still be just a logistics company, but its status in Xianhai is not low. Many people have to do what Xiangshida tells them to do, after all, They are the ones who decide how much the transportation costs are and whether to transport it or not. President Liu, it's been a long time, you've gotten even prettier. Hirue squinted his rat eyes and moved a little closer to Liu Ruyun. He had been thinking about this woman for more than a day or two, and he still hadn't gotten her yet. My wife has always been very beautiful, but what does that have to do with you? Xiang Feng couldn't sit still any longer and stepped forward to protect Liu Ruyun. Your wife? Who is this? Hirue froze for a moment, but soon laughed again. General Manager Liu, I didn't realize that your tastes were so strange and unique. It's good to be married. Although I didn't get to eat the first bite, a wife is also pretty good. President Liu, since we have met, it is fate. Why don't we dine together and chat about matters related to our cooperation next season? Hirue didn't care about Xiang Feng at all and directly issued an invitation to Liu Ruyun. No, we. Hirue's intentions were clear to Liu Ruyun, so she wanted to refuse directly. This young lady, since you know each other, why don't you dine together? Currently, the Qixing building is quite busy, but boss he has reserved the Tianshu building, which is quite large and can seat all of you. The waiter on the side said with a smile. Oh, so you didn't manage to book a table. On hearing this, Hirue's smile grew even wider, and he looked at Xiang Feng provocatively, thinking to himself, after all, he's a bumpkin, he can't even book a private room for dinner. I really don't know why Liu Ruyun likes this poor boy. It's okay, let's all eat together, the more the merrier. Manager Liu, you won't refuse, will you? No. Before Liu Ruyun could say anything, Xiang Feng stood up and said, my wife doesn't like crowds, especially not dining with men other than me. Xiang Feng shrugged his shoulders and made a helpless expression. Pop. This time, even the waiter couldn't help but laugh. Ha? Xiang Feng was not happy. What do you mean? I'm sorry, sir, we are professionals, and we generally don't laugh unless we can't help it. The waiter was polite. But in his heart, he looked down on Xiang Feng. Xiang Feng was very angry. Oh, brother, you really can brag. Hirue also stopped giving Xiang Feng face. He couldn't even book a table at Qixing building, and he said he didn't want to eat with another man. In my opinion, if your wife doesn't even have food to eat, are you still a man? This is also what Liu Huijun wanted to say. A man can be poor, but he can't pretend to be poor. Now it's even worse, as Liu Ruyun is also humiliated. Isn't there a private room left? We want that private room. Xiang Feng was enraged, pointing at the tallest loft. I want that private room, take us there. Brother, can't you stop bragging? Do you know what kind of building it is? Upon hearing this, Hirue smiled even more brightly. Aren't all buildings for eating? What? Isn't that the private room in the 7-star building? It's not under the 7-star building? Xiang Feng frowned, turned around and glared at the waiter again, and said, take us there, don't worry, you won't lose a penny. I'm sorry, sir, you can't eat there. The waiter stood still, and the polite smile on his face turned into mockery. Why? Because you are not yet qualified to enter the Wangyue building. The waiter spoke bluntly, his expression arrogant. Not qualified. Is this how you treat customers at Qixing building? Even Liu Ruyun couldn't help but lose her temper. Director Liu, it seems you don't know Wangyue yet. Hiroi explained from the side, Wangyue, which means 7 stars arching the moon, is the Trump private room in Qixing building. It is said that Wangyue has only received 2 guests since Qixing building opened. Do you think your husband is qualified to eat inside? Afterwards, Hirue stared at Xiang Feng with a smile, thinking to himself, where did this bumpkin come from? What kind of shit luck did he have to take Liu Ruyun's first blood? The heavens are blind. Upon hearing this, Liu Ruyun's face turned pale. Today, this face is afraid that it is doomed to be lost. But what if my wife and I are qualified to enter the Wangyue building to eat? Xiang Feng said coldly. He especially could not let his wife suffer. Chapter 21, I love my wife the most. If you take Director Liu to the Wangyue restaurant today, I, Hirue, will kneel on the ground and call you big brother. Hirue pointed at the ground, but if you can't go to the Wangyue restaurant, you'll have to kneel on the ground and shout, I'm a toad, I'm not good enough for Liu Ruyun, do you dare? That's enough, Xiang Feng, stop it. It's getting late, I don't feel well. Let's go home. Liu Ruyun's face twitched slightly. Although she knew that her husband was very capable, how could he possibly make it to the moon-gazing tower? You have to understand that the only reason Liu Ruyun is able to eat at the 7-star building is because of the reputation of her grandfather, and she is only an ordinary member of the 7-star building. The moon-gazing tower is a legendary existence. Since its opening, Wangyulu has only received guests twice. It's not because business is bad, it's because there are too few qualified guests. Imagine, a restaurant that dares to turn away a regional governor would worry about not having business? Xiang Feng is just a barefoot doctor on Qingyun Mountain, and he doesn't even have a medical license, so where does he get the qualifications to go to Wangyulu? Liu Ruyun admitted that Xiang Feng's medical skills are extraordinary, and most dignitaries cherish their lives. But the powerful and wealthy are not stupid, and they are usually very good at taking care of their health. They won't deliberately get sick and wait for Xiang Feng to heal them. In order not to embarrass Xiang Feng, Liu Ruyun left on the pretext of not feeling well. Ruyun, don't rush home. I want to see how he continues to blow. Liu Huijun couldn't help it either. All the way here, Liu Huijun had never spoken because of that sentence, and she was wondering if she had underestimated Xiang Feng's abilities. The facts proved that she was wrong. He may be capable, but he is still just a loser who knows a little bit about medicine. Liu Huijun just wanted to crush Xiang Feng's confidence in front of others, show him the reality, and let him understand that not only is he not qualified to enter the Wangyue building, he is not even qualified to get his precious niece. Yes, Director Liu, don't go in a hurry. You don't want to defend your husband, do you? I really want to see what kind of guests can enter the Wangyue building. Hirue's face was even more full of mockery, and he just stared at Xiang Feng with a smile. Did you just say that I don't have the qualifications to enter the Moonlight Tower? Xiang Feng ignored Hirue and turned his head to stare at the waiter. Yes, you don't have the qualifications to enter the Moonlight Tower, so please don't be a nuisance, otherwise I will have the security guard ask you to leave. The waiter obviously lost his patience and no longer had the most basic polite smile for Xiang Feng. Very good. Xiang Feng nodded slowly, not angry but smiling. I wanted to get along with you as an ordinary person, but now I'm not pretending anymore, I'm going to show my hand. Okay, don't make a fool of yourself, just go. Liu Ruyun finally couldn't hold back anymore. This guy even used the lines from last night's movie. Is that funny? It's fine for a couple to joke around in private, but now he's not embarrassed? And this was the first time Liu Ruyun felt that Xiang Feng was unreliable. It's fine for a man to be poor, but he has to be practical. My dear, trust me, I can really take you there. As he spoke, Xiang Feng took out a membership card. Only, Xiang Feng's membership card was green. How can I trust you? Liu Ruyun said, suddenly frozen. Because she happened to see the waiter's face change, his eyes wide as he stared at the green card in Xiang Feng's hand. A green bamboo card. The waiter exclaimed. He had actually seen the legendary green bamboo card. The Qixinglu membership card is divided into 3 levels, silver, gold, and diamond. This is the membership card level that is publicly announced. But only the staff at Qixinglu know that above these 3 levels, there is another level. The green bamboo card. No more than 10 green bamboo cards have been issued. The owner of the green bamboo card can enter any location in Qixinglu at will and mobilize all the power of Qixinglu. For example, they can invite the chef from Qixinglu to their home to cook 2 meals for them. Owning the green bamboo card is equivalent to being half owner of the 7-star building. Of course, owning the green bamboo card qualifies you to enter the moon viewing building. Now, am I qualified to enter the moon viewing building? Xiang Feng was very satisfied with the waiter's shocked expression. He thought to himself, the old fool really didn't lie to himself, this card is really so useful, otherwise I would have been humiliated tonight. The key is not to let your wife suffer. Yes, yes, yes. The waiter nodded eagerly, even stooping down, and cold sweat beading on his forehead. He had just mocked Xiang Feng, who was a valued customer with the green bamboo card. He was afraid he wouldn't be able to work at Qixing building for much longer. Xiang Feng turned his head and stared at the fat man Hirue, saying, now you can start kneeling and worshipping, but don't call me big brother, I don't have a brother as fat as you. No way, absolutely not. How could Hirue kneel? Did you see it wrong? What green bamboo card? Who knows if he forged it? How could a poor kid have a green bamboo card? I don't believe it anyway. Kneel? No way. Liu Huijun moved her lips, and she also questioned in her heart the authenticity of the green bamboo card in Xiang Feng's hand, but in the end she dismissed the thought from her mind. Liu Huijun knew even better some of the past events at Xixing Building. Xixing Building had amazing energy, and someone had once forged an ordinary silver membership card, only to get into a lawsuit and be fined until they went bankrupt. The body of the person who forged the card ended up floating on the Xianhai Lake for 3 days and nights. Forging a green bamboo card? Unless Xiang Feng wanted to die. And the places to eat at night are all decided on a temporary basis, so Xiang Feng couldn't have forged it in advance. Bossy, I know as well as you whether it's real or not. The waiter shook his head, a hint of fear in his helpless tone. If Xiang Feng settles the score after the autumn harvest, he will get a serious punishment if he doesn't die. Hirue stopped talking, and his fat face turned a livid shade. The louder he had shouted just now, the more embarrassed he was now. He couldn't kneel to a poor nobody. Kneel, wait for the wine or the food, hurry up, after you're done kneeling, I still have to go to Wangduala to eat with my wife. Now it was Xiang Feng's turn to gloat. Xiang Feng, stop it. Liu Ruyun had to step in to smooth things over. Although she was shocked by Xiang Feng's sudden turnaround, which had come as a great surprise and shock to her, Liu Ruyun always kept a clear head. She could not afford to offend Hirue in front of her for the time being. In the business world, it was best not to make enemies. After all, Yun Shang Group was not in a good situation at the moment, and Wanli family was already keeping Liu Ruyun busy. If there was another Shang Shida, she would not be able to handle it. Mister, he was just joking with you, why do you take it so seriously? Yes, it was just a joke, don't take it seriously. Hirue laughed nervously. Okay, my dear, I'll listen to you. You're good looking, you're right no matter what you say. Xiang Feng took Liu Ruyun's small, white hand and flaunted himself, saying, who am I to be a good man of the 21st century? I love my wife the most. Liu Ruyun's face turned red, but her heart felt as sweet as if she had eaten honeybee poop. Chapter 22, Cooking for his wife himself. Wife, let's go. Xiang Feng said, taking Liu Ruyun's hand and walking towards Wangdualu. Hirue, who was behind them, was full of resentment. He never dreamed that he would lose to a poor nobody. Where did he get the green bamboo card? How could he possibly have a green bamboo card? The green bamboo card. It is said that Li Jia, the richest man in Xianhai, has applied for it many times but was rejected. Could it be that this brat is even more powerful than the richest man in Xianhai? So what if he has the green bamboo card? Don't let me get my hands on it, or I'll fix you anyway. Hirue cursed in his heart, left in a huff, and could not bear to stay for the meal tonight. Wangdualu is nothing special. Xiang Feng followed the waiter's lead and stepped into Wangdualu. However, Xiang Feng was not satisfied with Wangdualu. Just now, he heard the waiter brag to Hirue about how amazing Wangdualu was and how awesome Qixingla was, but now he could see that it was nothing special. Apart from being bigger, what else is there? Xiang Feng looked around and frowned. The waiter almost slipped as he slipped, and I guess only Xiang Feng dares to look down on Wangdualu like this. I wonder how many people in the entire Xianhai City dream of being able to go to Wangdualu. Sir, may I help you with the ordering? Our Xixing building has a complete range of dishes, with all the colors, flavors, and aromas. Honey, what do you want to eat? I'll order for you. Oh, that's right, you're menstruating, so you shouldn't eat anything too spicy or cold. How about some chicken soup with tianmin pigeon stewed for at least 5 years, and remember to sprinkle in a few goji berries, preferably black ones. Xiang Feng had his eyes on Liu Ruyun and ordered a dozen dishes, mostly nourishing and all light dishes, which almost made his aunt Liu Huijun sitting nearby die of anger. Just as Liu Ruyun suggested eating hot pot, Liu Huijun was tempted. Who doesn't love a spicy, delicious hot pot? However, at the moment, Liu Huijun couldn't care less about being angry. She frowned, her bright eyes staring at Xiang Feng from time to time. She never dreamed that Xiang Feng could actually feel out a green bamboo card. Liu Huijun was even more shocked by Xiang Feng's medical skills. Yes, Xiang Feng was not talking nonsense. Her husband Liu Huijun really wasn't able to do it. After nearly 20 years of marriage, they had visited hospitals all over the country, and the medical records must be a meter high. Not to mention the countless medications they had taken. But still, they couldn't get pregnant. No matter how hard the couple tried, they were unable to get pregnant. In order to save face for her husband, Liu Huijun could only claim publicly that the two were both dinks and didn't like children. Didn't she like them? At the same time, she also loves and takes care of Liu Ruyun, especially because they don't have children, and she really treats Liu Ruyun like her own daughter. This is also why Liu Ruyun couldn't wait to come from the province to Xianhai City after learning that Liu Ruyun had gotten married. He can tell at a glance that her husband is sick, and there must be a way to cure him. A glimmer of hope rose in Liu Huijun's heart, but she couldn't bear to speak to someone she had mocked many times before. When she looked up again, Liu Huijun's face turned even more unpleasant. The young couple were oblivious to everyone else, enjoying each other's company. To be precise, Xiang Feng was shamelessly flattering Liu Ruyun. Wife, this black chicken soup is full of blood-nourishing and qi-invigorating properties. Today is the first day of your period, and you've lost a lot of blood, so you must replenish your energy. Here, let me feed you. Xiang Feng lifted the delicious black chicken soup in one hand, stirred it gently, blew on it, and then put a spoonful near his mouth and blew on it for a while until it wasn't hot in his mouth. Xiang Feng, stop it, I can do it myself, I'll do it myself. Liu Ruyun blushed with embarrassment, and she really wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Does this guy really not shy away from showing off his affection? The aunt and the waiter are still standing around. Honey, you're menstruating and not feeling well, so let me feed you. Here, open your mouth. Ah, you're such a good boy. Xiang Feng tenderly served Liu Ruyun. Liu Huijun, who was standing nearby, got goosebumps. It's menstruation, not the death of a close relative, so what's the big deal? Every month, normal women have those few days, so why are you making such a fuss? Cough cough. Liu Huijun cleared her throat and glared at Xiang Feng. Xiang Feng was oblivious and simply ignored her. Auntie Feng, you should eat too, this soup tastes really good, said Liu Ruyun. Yes, this soup tastes good, it's so sour. Liu Huijun was being sarcastic. Actually, I also think the taste is mediocre, it's not as good as what I can make. Xiang Feng also followed suit, this soup is a little fishy. Has your chef, Lan Xiang, not graduated yet? As he said this, Xiang Feng glanced at the lobby manager Xiang Feng, who was respectfully standing by. After learning that Xiang Feng was a Qingzhou card holder, Xiang Feng personally came to receive him and brought the most beautiful and best-looking waitress in Qixingla to serve him. As the lobby manager, Xiang Feng has received many distinguished guests and understands men's little minds. He never expected Xiang Feng to dote on his wife like this, not even glancing at the pretty waitress, and never expected Xiang Feng to criticize the chefs at Qixing Building. Sir, the standard of our chefs at Qixing Building is absolutely excellent, even. So you're saying there's an issue with my mouth? Xiang Feng raised his eyebrows and said, why don't we make a bet? With the same ingredients, I'm sure what I cook will be even more delicious than what your chef can cook. Do you believe me? Sir, you really know how to joke. Xiang Feng smiled politely. Since the establishment of Qixing Building, this was definitely the first time a guest had challenged the chef to a cooking duel. But Xiang Feng was still very confident. After all, Qixing Building was not only famous, but also had a good reputation. The chefs are all top-notch masters invited from all over the world, and some of them have even served senior leaders, so their level of skill goes without saying. You think I'm bragging? Xiang Feng was unhappy. Only his goddess wife has the right to question him, and what makes him, a hotel manager, qualified? No. Xiang Feng quickly apologized. Customers with green bamboo cards are not to be offended, and if the boss finds out, he will definitely get me into trouble. How dare I doubt you, sir? But if you feel there is something wrong, just let me know and I will have the kitchen rectify it immediately. No, Manager Zhang, I think it's quite good. Liu Ruyun quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Xiang Feng, stop it. Wife, you don't believe in my cooking either? Xiang Feng was even more upset after hearing this. Where is the kitchen? I want to cook for my wife myself. Xiaofeng Liu Ruyun took Xiang Feng by the hand, slightly frowning, a little nervous. After all, this is the 7-star building. Even if you have a green bamboo card, you shouldn't find fault with the 7-star building. If this gets out, will the 7-star building still have face? If you offend the 7-star building, the consequences will be unimaginable. Ruyun, you let him go, I'll see if the food he cooks is edible. Humph. Liu Huijun, who had originally felt some good feelings towards Xiang Feng, sneered at this moment. After all, he is young and not at all stable. No one in the world can make soup as good as me. Lead the way to the kitchen. Xiang Feng said directly. Chapter 23. I want to stay with my wife. There was no way Xiang Feng could lead the arrogant Xiang Feng into the kitchen. Unlike ordinary hotels, each building in the Qixing Building, and even each private room, is equipped with a dedicated kitchen with chef services of the corresponding level. The Wangulu is the most luxurious of the 7-star restaurants, and its chef is naturally the highest ranking and most skilled. Therefore, the head chef of the Wangulu, Xiang, has the second highest status in the entire 7-star restaurant after the lobby manager, and he has every reason to be arrogant. Just like tonight, after finishing cooking, Guyu lay on the sofa, squinting and smoking, admiring the beautiful woman in a cheongsam who had made him tea, and he was in an incredibly happy mood. Creak! The door opened, and Xiang looked up, a smile immediately appearing on his face. "Mr. Zhang, why are you in my kitchen when you should be entertaining your guests?" "Huh?" He soon noticed the young man following Xiang Feng, an ordinary young man dressed in a rustic style, but with a handsome face. However, Chef He's face quickly fell. "I said I don't take apprentices. What do you mean by bringing someone to the kitchen? Not to mention you, even if the boss came to plead, I still won't take an apprentice. Chef He, in fact. You are not qualified to teach me how to cook." Xiang Feng's words silenced Xiang Feng's second sentence. "Huh? What do you mean?" Chef He's face turned even blacker. "Under heaven, is there anyone else who dares to question his cooking skills? I said, your cooking skills are rubbish, you are not qualified to be my master. I came here to cook for my wife, so just stay out of my way and don't get in my way." Xiang Feng didn't even look at Xiang, rolled up his sleeves and went into the kitchen. "Stop. You said I'm not as good as you?" Xiang was furious. "You're still going to cook in my place? Are you deliberately trying to ruin my business? Kid, do you know who I am?" "Lao He, don't get excited, just listen to me first." Zheng Feng felt his head spinning. "Get out of my way." Xiang was stubborn, pushed Zhang Feng aside and quickly caught up to Xiang Feng. "Kid, you say I'm not as good as you. Do you dare to compete with me?" "Compete? Not really interested." Xiang Feng shook his head slightly, reached into the fish tank with his hand, and a small yellow croaker weighing about a catty appeared on the cutting board. Then, with one hand holding a knife and the other pressing on the head of the small yellow croaker, Xiang Feng's wrist flipped, and the thin as a cicada's wings fillets flew through the air, before finally landing with pinpoint accuracy in the plate next to him. "Rascal, today I..." Xiang was about to lose his temper, but suddenly his eyes widened, and he held back the second half of the expletive. When an expert makes a move, you know whether it's any good or not. In less than 2 minutes, Xiang Feng threw the fish into a porcelain basin full of clean water. The yellow croaker, whose flesh had been cut away, was still alive. It flicked its tail lightly, and the head, with its intact skeleton, swam in the water. The scene was incredibly shocking. What kind of knife technique is this? The flesh has been cut off, but it can still breathe? Liu Ruyun, you just said this is your husband you picked up? Where did you pick him up from, and can you pick up another one? Liu Ruyun and Liu Huijun, who had just entered the kitchen to watch the fun, were also dumbfounded. Liu Ruyun didn't say anything, just opened her mouth in amazement, her mind buzzing, her heart full of shock. Xiang Feng, on the other hand, acted as if nothing had happened. After lighting the fire, he began to prepare the ingredients. He looked carefree and lazy, but in fact he was working at lightning speed and using the exact right amount of ingredients. As the water temperature continued to rise, the fish, which had had its skin and flesh removed, stopped breathing long ago, but in return produced a small bowl of milky white, viscous soup. Not a single drop of oil or grain of salt had been added, yet the air was filled with a delicious fragrance. Seeing that it was almost time, Xiang Feng added the sliced spring onions to the boiling soup. Then he added all the fish fillets to the pot and covered it. He turned off the heat and started counting backwards from 10. Phew! The moment the lid was lifted again, a thick white mist rose up. The fragrance filled every corner of the kitchen like a spring breeze. The delicious smell was indescribable. Xiang Feng stirred the pot with a pair of chopsticks, and a layer of tender white fish meat floated on the surface of the soup. "My dear, you've come at the right time. Try it while it's still hot." Xiang Feng turned his head and saw Liu Ruyun there too. He beamed and offered her a thin slice of fish. At first, Liu Ruyun felt a little embarrassed, with so many people watching, but the delicate fragrance was so appetizing that she couldn't resist. She opened her lips and let the fish slice melt in her mouth, the flavor spreading and sublimating. Liu Ruyun was sure that this was the best fish fillet she had ever tasted in her life. "It's delicious, isn't it?" Xiang Feng laughed. "Yes, it's delicious, really delicious." Liu Ruyun nodded repeatedly. "I told you, no one in the world can cook better than me." Xiang Feng started to brag again, but this time no one dared to argue with him. Just by the skill of slicing fish fillets, he could be said to be peerless and invincible. Little brother, can I try it? He swallowed. He knew he had lost, but as a chef, he really wanted to improve. If he couldn't learn Xiang Feng's fish cutting technique, at least he could discover the difference between them through their taste buds. You? No way. Xiang Feng shook his head and frowned, saying, "Can't you see my wife is eating? After she's finished, you can have what's left. I have to satisfy my wife first." He Sheng's face turned black, angry but afraid to vent. "Xiang Feng, don't be like that. Liu Ruyun is kind-hearted, and she was a little embarrassed by all the people staring at her while she ate. She said, "Quickly get some bowls and serve some of everything. My husband really is a good cook. Okay, my wife is the most beautiful woman in the world, and whatever she says is right." Xiang Feng said with a smile. Everyone was speechless. They had never seen anyone who loved his wife so much, but no one dared say anything because they were convinced. Even Liu Ruyun held back from getting angry. Over the years, the couple had actually had a very good relationship, but compared to Xiang Feng, her husband could only be described as average when it came to treating her well. In any case, because of Liu Ruyun's kind words, everyone in the kitchen, including the waiters, were given a small bowl of yellow croaker soup. Everyone was very grateful to Liu Ruyun. And they admired Xiang Feng even more. Bang! While everyone was immersed in Xiang Feng's magical cooking, Chef Sheng of Wangduolo suddenly walked up to Xiang Feng and knelt before him. "Little brother, if you don't mind, please take me as your apprentice." "Ha!" Everyone was shocked, especially Xiang Feng, the lobby manager. He knows Mr. He very well. Usually, no one at Qixing restaurant is his match, but today he actually knelt down to beg. Although Xiang Feng did make a good fish soup, he didn't need to bow so low. And ask to be his apprentice? No, I don't want him. What surprised everyone even more was that Xiang Feng simply shook his head and refused. "You have terrible talent, you're too old, you're not qualified to be my apprentice. And most importantly, I don't have time to teach an apprentice. I need to spend time with my wife." Chapter 24, Still going to the toilet yourself? Wife, have you finished eating? If you've finished eating, let's go home and go to bed. Xiang Feng said to Liu Ruyun after rejecting He Shang. "You, annoying." Liu Ruyun's face instantly turned red, and she glared at Xiang Feng with anger and resentment. We're full, it's dark, shouldn't we go home and go to bed?" Xiang Feng still looked innocent. "Koku koku." The crowd on the side laughed out geese. But the smile was more relaxed, envious, where to find such a man who loves his wife. Even Liu Huijun, who had never liked Xiang Feng, was a little envious of her eldest niece at the moment. She didn't know if she could find such an excellent little husband at the foot of Qingyun Mountain. "Little brother, please stop, please take me as your apprentice, I want to learn to cook from you." He Shang was not willing to give up. After catching up to Xiang Feng, he dropped to his knees again with a thud and blocked Xiang Feng's way. "I told you, you're really not sensible. Didn't I tell you? You have terrible talent, you're too old, and most importantly, I don't have time. I want to spend time with my wife." Xiang Feng frowned, disgusted. "Go away." After saying that, Xiang Feng pushed He Sheng away and left the kitchen with a domineering arm around Liu Ruyun's slender waist. However, at the checkout, Xiang Feng was embarrassed. Even if he was a Qingzhou card holder, and even if he was a member of the prestigious Qixing building, it didn't change the fact that he had no money, or rather, he was penniless. "Sir, you're joking, how dare I charge you, you go slowly, and welcome back next time." Xiang Feng was quick-witted, and no longer dared to look down on Xiang Feng. Such people are like this, money is like dung in their eyes. How can you eat without money? Are you a man? Liu Huijun finally seized the opportunity to mock. "Manager, how much is it?" "I'll pay." Liu Ruyun took out her wallet and was ready to pay. Ruyun, whether a man really loves you is seen in his actions, not in his words. Liu Huijun held Liu Ruyun back, glanced at Xiang Feng, and snorted, "Sweet words may warm the heart, but they won't fill the stomach. Money is not everything, but as a man, you must understand that money can also give a woman a sense of security." Instead of going out to eat, he couldn't even pay for the meal. "Auntie, we are husband and wife, it doesn't matter who pays, so why do you have to?" Liu Ruyun frowned, a little worried. Xiang Feng had just come down the mountain, where did he get the money? Even the toiletries in the house were bought for him. "No, wife, Aunt has a very good point. Xiang Feng nodded seriously and asked Xiang Feng for a piece of paper, scribbled down an IOU, and handed it to Xiang Feng. Keep the IOU, I'll pay you tomorrow. This was done so quickly that Xiang Feng was stunned, and Xiang Feng had already pulled Liu Ruyun out of the Qixing building. At this moment, the lights were just being turned on in Xianhai City, and the neon signs were flashing, making it exceptionally beautiful. Auntie, are you going back to the Liu compound or to a hotel to rest? I'll take you there. In the car, Liu Ruyun asked, after all, it was getting late. I'll stay with you tonight. I don't agree. Before Liu Huijun could finish her sentence, Xiang Feng quickly objected, if you stay with my wife, how will I sleep at night? We're the couple. Xiang Feng, you. Liu Ruyun was ashamed and angry. Her young husband was good in every way, except that he was too clingy. Besides, although the two of them have already gotten married, they have not actually broken through that barrier. There is no need to be so ambiguous, after all, Auntie is not a stranger. You can sleep on the floor, or you can go to a hotel. Seeing that Xiang Feng was unhappy, Liu Huijun felt much better. Didn't that little brat just show off at Qixing building? This time I came to Xianhai mainly to visit Ruyun, so what? Don't you even know the basics of treating guests? Is there any reason to let a guest go to a hotel? But there is only one bed in our house. Xiang Feng pouted, her face full of resentment. Xiang Feng, your aunt has a point. Why don't you sleep on the sofa tonight? After all, your aunt is the guest. Liu Ruyun was at a loss and could only discuss it with Xiang Feng. Auntie doesn't come often, she'll only stay for a couple of days. Can you bear with it for a while? Can't I choose to stay for a long time this time? Liu Huijun lamented in her heart, girls grow up and don't stay at home anymore. It's been less than 2 days since the wedding, and she doesn't take herself seriously anymore. Xiang Feng originally wanted to argue back, but when he saw Liu Ruyun's eyes stop him, he finally held back. In this way, the 2 women and 1 man returned to the bachelor apartment. As the host, Xiang Feng busied himself serving tea, pouring water, and cutting fruit. Finally, he thoughtfully made a cup of thick brown sugar water for Liu Ruyun. Wife, you drink some brown sugar water first, I'll boil some hot water and give you a massage in a bit, otherwise your stomach will start to hurt again. After saying this, Xiang Feng went back to his work. A trace of shyness appeared on Liu Ruyun's angelic face, followed by an incredibly satisfied smile. With a husband like this, what more could she ask for in life? Although Liu Huijun had never liked Xiang Feng, she now expressed her genuine envy. How could a man be so attentive to a woman, even if he was a farmer with no background at all? Does he really know how to heal? The 2 women fell silent for a moment, before Liu Huijun broke the silence. Liu Huijun was not someone without discernment, and she didn't want to witness the 2 of them being affectionate while she was on the sidelines eating dog food. The reason she had the nerve to follow them home was because of Xiang Feng's medical skills. She wanted a child of her own. Auntie, not only does he know how to heal, he is very skilled at it. Liu Ruyun's face was filled with a happy and complacent smile, her eyebrows flying with excitement. She said, he predicted Grandma's illness yesterday, and today Grandma had an accident. Director Zhou of the People's Hospital was at his wit's end, but he was able to turn the tide and save Grandma in time. After the incident, what they didn't know was that Dean Wang Chuanshu even wanted to take him as a master and invited him to enter the medical system, where he would be a director. Do you think he knows medicine? Liu Ruyun asked in return. Is it really that amazing? Liu Huijun still finds it unbelievable. This is not medical skill, it is clearly foresight. Auntie. If you don't believe it, why are you asking? Xiang Feng came out carrying a hot water bottle, a white towel draped over his shoulder, looking like a bathhouse scrubbing master. He squatted directly in front of Liu Ruyun and grabbed the woman's foot with one hand. Here, dear, lift up your foot. I'll give you a good massage. It will relieve fatigue. The ginger slices will expel the internal cold and dampness. Once the dampness is gone, your next period will be less painful. No, I can do it myself. Liu Ruyun's face turned red again. This husband's attentiveness was a bit excessive. Even the prince in the fairy tale didn't know how to please people so well. Don't move, I'll do it. Xiang Feng said with a face full of displeasure, if I didn't fear that you would be embarrassed, I would want to do this for you in the future. Why would my wife still need to go to the toilet herself? Liu Huijun felt a chill run down her spine. What kind of man is this? The legendary wife slave? Chapter 25, Xiang Feng's Small Goal. Not at all concerned about the astonished looks of the two women, Xiang Feng casually picked up Liu Ruyun's foot and rubbed it gently. Liu Ruyun's feet were very small and white, with a few crystal droplets hanging on them, like pearls. Xiang Feng's technique was superb, and he was familiar with the meridians and acupressure points, so he made Liu Ruyun feel like dying and coming back to life. Sometimes it was comfortable, sometimes it was painful, and before she knew it, her forehead was covered with big beads of sweat. Is it that comfortable? Why don't you give me a massage too? Liu Huijun looked at her big niece, who was sweating all over, with a puzzled expression on her face. No way. Xiang Feng refused in a very decisive manner. When we got married, we agreed that although I was a son-in-law, I would never put up with being treated like a loser. I would never wash my mother-in-law's feet. I only love my wife. Liu Huijun was amused and couldn't help teasing. So you are a son-in-law with some backbone? Of course. The penniless kind? Xiang Feng blushed and didn't say anything, feeling a little bit of a loser. When he was going down the mountain, the old fool didn't tell him that money was important. It seems that he needs to find a way to make some money next. Well, let's set a small goal first and make 100 million. Ruyun said that the People's Hospital invited you to work there, and you would at least be treated as a chief physician, so why not go? Seeing that Xiang Feng was deflated, Liu Huijun changed the subject again. Because work is boring, I want to stay at home with my wife. Xiang Feng, as usual, stuck to Liu Ruyun. I want to keep my wife plump and white, and make her the happiest woman in the world, because she is the most beautiful woman in the world, and she deserves it. Stop. Liu Huijun couldn't stand Xiang Feng's passionate confession, and when she looked at her niece's flushed face, she felt like someone had shoved a bellyful of dog food down her throat. You want to treat your woman well, but companionship and care alone are not enough. A woman can do without material things, but she can't do without them. Liu Huijun continued, for example, this bachelor apartment was bought with the money that Ruyun earned while working part-time while studying at university, plus some of her own pocket money. Do you think this shows you care for her by letting her live in a one-bedroom apartment? And then there's the car. If I remember correctly, it's almost 8 years old. All the other rich ladies drive Porsches and Ferraris, but you let Ruyun drive a broken BMW? It's a 3 Series model, so do you really love her? And clothes, bags, shoes, cosmetics, perfume and other luxury goods can easily cost hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars. You have no money, so what can you do to show your wife you care? Auntie, please stop. Liu Ruyun bit her red lips and her face looked a little unpleasant. She was a woman too, and she had vanity. But she didn't care about these things. Besides, if she said these things now, how would Xiang Feng feel? If she didn't say anything, why not? Liu Huijun said, are you afraid of hurting his pride? No, I want to shame him. I admit that he treats you well and takes care of you, but that's not enough. It's like tonight in the kitchen at Qixing Building. If you don't have money, where can you buy fish? Without money and ingredients, what's the point of having the best cooking skills? Money is vulgar, but without it, you're doomed to fail. Understand? I know what to do. Xiang Feng's face looked a little bad at first, but he quickly recovered. It's good to be able to soberly realize the gap between you and Ruyun. You two are ultimately not a good match. Liu Huijun smiled and took out a bank card from her bag, handing it to Xiang Feng. There are 500,000 yuan in it, you can go now. Why should I go? Is it too little? Liu Huijun said magnanimously, 1 million. You're thinking too much. Xiang Feng shook his head. I was thinking of opening a clinic next to the company, so that I can go to work and earn money every day, and I can also see my wife every day and take care of her, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. As for your money, I can keep it. While talking, Xiang Feng put the bank card away again and asked with a smirk, what's the password? Liu Huijun was at a loss for words. You dog, if you don't leave my pretty niece obediently, why should you take my money? And you want the password? Bah! Xiang Feng, hurry up and return the bank card to your aunt. Liu Ruyun was desperate. She knew that the Liu family had not given up trying to match her up with Li Donghao, and she would absolutely not divorce him. Once Xiang Feng took the money, he would never give it back. Who knew that Xiang Feng shook his head and refused? This was the first time Xiang Feng had disobeyed Liu Ruyun. Kid, you're really arrogant. Liu Huijun sneered. Don't you want to get pregnant and have a child? You can help me? The softest place in her heart was touched, and Liu Huijuan's face changed again, and even her body leaned slightly over, her eyes full of longing. Of course, I can let you conceive your own child in the shortest time, Xiang Feng said confidently. In terms of martial arts, he was currently not yet a match for the old immortal, but in terms of medical skills, he said second, and no one dared to claim first. There was no one he couldn't save, and no illness he couldn't cure. Only patients he doesn't want to save. What's the solution? Liu Huijuan's breathing was rapid, and she couldn't care about her image anymore. Simple, you get a divorce and find a husband with a strong body. Liu Huijuan's face turned black, and she looked like she wanted to eat someone with her teeth. Xiang Feng, don't talk nonsense. Aunt and uncle have a very good relationship. Not having a child is their biggest pain. If you have a solution, don't keep it to yourself. Liu Ruyun pulled the corner of her windbreaker. She didn't know how powerful Xiang Feng really was, but she just had an inexplicable belief in him. Honey, I'm not joking. Because treatment will take some time, and you'll have to take some medicine, it will delay your aunt from holding the baby. My suggestion is to find a new husband, that way it will be faster. Xiang Feng looked serious. There's no need to mention this again. I'm not going to divorce my husband. Liu Huijun immediately stated her position. Then why did you keep persuading me to divorce my wife? Xiang Feng asked in return. Liu Huijun finally understood. This guy seemed to be submissive in the face of her mockery and teasing, and did not argue with her, but was just gathering strength to turn the tables on her. This was deliberately poking at her sore spot and deliberately making her feel bad. Little guy, you still hold a grudge. Xiao Feng. Liu Ruyun rushed towards the wind and gave him a wink, indicating to the wind not to go too far. Okay, for the sake of my wife, I won't hold a grudge against you, auntie. Liu Huijun wanted to curse again, but in the end, she became petty herself. You can invite your uncle over later, I'll show him. I don't think there will be any issues with conditioning for a period of time. I'll keep the money for now, as payment for the consultation. I'm good at what I do, so the consultation fee is a bit more expensive. Without waiting for Liu Huijuan's consent, Xiang Feng directly took the bank card and walked away with the foot bathwater. The two women were left in a mess. Liu Huijun still had an expletive in her heart that she didn't manage to yell out. Chapter 26. Today, I will definitely win over Liu Ruyun. This son-in-law to be is worth having. A mere 500,000 yuan for washing a foot? Not bad. Xiang Feng ran away with a grin on his face, his heart filled with joy. Now he has the money to open a pharmacy. He won't even need to use his wife's money. Early the next morning, Xiang Feng, who had just received 500,000 yuan, got up early. After washing up, he started making breakfast. As soon as the two women, Liu Huijun and Liu Ruyun, got up, they gathered around the table. Liu Huijun was once again impressed by Xiang Feng. Last night in the kitchen of the Qixinglu Hotel, it might have just been a coincidence, but this breakfast was definitely no coincidence. The little buns were fluffy and soft, not sticky, and as they were chewed slowly, a sweet aftertaste spread in the mouth. A plate of tangy and spicy pickles was simple but not simple at all. At least, Liu Huijun had never had such a delicious breakfast. Auntie, I didn't lie to you, did I? Xiang Feng's cooking is really good. If I keep eating like this, I'm afraid I'll put on weight. A smile of pride and satisfaction naturally appeared on Liu Ruyun's beautiful face. Who wouldn't want their man to be capable? Although this is a little husband she's lured away. Well, it's not bad. Liu Huijun didn't mean what she said, not wanting to encourage her enemy and destroy her own prestige. Although Xiang Feng had performed brilliantly, Liu Huijun did not give up on breaking them up. After dropping Liu Ruyun off at the company, Xiang Feng went to rent a shopfront with the bank card in his hand. For someone with money, renting a shopfront was a trivial matter. Xiang Feng spent less than 100,000 yuan and took over a Chinese medicine clinic for sale 2 kilometers away from the Yunxiang group. Then, he asked Wang Chuanshu to help him with the relevant procedures and purchase a lot of medicinal herbs and medical supplies. In fact, he didn't buy too much, as the clinic already had some old ones. Finally, it was the clinic's plaque. He spent 5,000 silver dollars, and the people made it and delivered it to him that afternoon. Huisheng Hall, not bad, not bad. Looking at the plaque hanging up, Xiang Feng nodded with satisfaction. The name of the clinic was given to him by the immortal. Huisheng Tang is open, and next he should find a way to expand its reputation. The old man told him that once Hui Xingtang became famous, his fellow apprentices would come looking for him. And at that time, he would naturally know the content of the task that lay ahead. Only by completing this task would he be able to know his true identity. DDDDD. Towards the end of the afternoon, Liu Ruyun called. In fact, Yun Shang Group is just one street away from Xiang Feng's medical clinic, so close that if you fart here, they can smell it there. This is also Xiang Feng's intention. When his goddess wife needs him, he can always be there first. So that Liu Ruyun can see his handsome face anytime, anywhere. Hey, honey, you've only been gone a few hours and already you miss me? Xiang Feng said cheekily. Stop it, I'm about to get off work, and there's something I want to discuss with you. Liu Ruyun on the other end of the phone was a little shy and a little embarrassed. No need to discuss it, my wife's words are like imperial edicts, whatever you say is fine. The words were crude, but they really touched Liu Ruyun. The little guy is a bit rustic, but he really knows how to turn people on. Tonight, the Liu family is hosting a family dinner to celebrate Grandma's recovery and discharge from the hospital. I think they're going to target you and embarrass you. Liu Ruyun frowned, her mood was very bad. The Liu family has done her a great favor, but now Liu Ruyun only feels fear and disgust towards them. However, she is kind-hearted and cannot truly cut herself off from the Liu family. Because of Grandpa's kindness back then, and also because of her aunt's care for her. It's fine, they can't bully me, but if they dare bully you, I'll fix them. Xiang Feng doesn't think so. He doesn't even take the Liu family seriously. Well, apart from his wife Liu Ruyun, he really doesn't care about anyone else. Xiang Feng, I know you're just looking out for me, but if you're going to go with me, I hope you can avoid conflict with them as much as possible, after all, they are my family. Liu Ruyun was torn. Grandpa's spirit in heaven wouldn't want to see the Liu family fall apart, would he? I don't care, as long as they don't bully you, otherwise, I won't even give the Jade Emperor face. Xiang Feng insisted on his bottom line. Liu Ruyun had no choice but to pack up her things and drive over to pick Xiang Feng up from work. Your aunt didn't come with you? Xiang Feng immediately felt happy when he got in the car, because there was no third party to disturb the couple's lovey-dovey time. Auntie went back to the Liu compound at noon. Mentioning Liu Huijun, Liu Ruyun added, Xiang Feng, don't spread the news that your uncle is infertile. They are all people who care about face, and only you and I know this in the entire Liu family. I don't care about other people's issues. Whether they can have children or not is fine, as long as it doesn't affect our lives together. Anyway, I'm in good health and can definitely have children, no problem with 10 or 20. As he spoke, Xiang Feng patted his chest forcefully, blushing Liu Ruyun's pretty face. Can you really cure uncle's illness? Is there any illness in the world that I can't cure? Xiang Feng asked in return. Liu Ruyun pouted and stopped talking. Little husband is good at everything, except for the need to change his habit of bragging. At 7:30 p.m., Liu Ruyun arrived at the Four Seas Hotel with Xiang Feng on time. Xiang Feng, do you know who owns the Four Seas Hotel? After parking the car, Liu Ruyun saw Xiang Feng looking at the Four Seas Hotel and asked with a smile. How would I know? I don't bother to care, as long as the food at his restaurant doesn't make my wife feel sick. As usual, Xiang Feng only cares about his wife. Liu Ruyun smiled and said, don't worry, the food at the Four Seas Hotel is definitely not bad. Because their owner is also the owner of the 7-star restaurant. Of course, the Four Seas Hotel is more down to earth, and many ordinary people occasionally come here for a meal. Oh, so these two restaurants have the same owner. Xiang Feng suddenly realized. In his heart, he was wondering if he would meet their boss later. When he had eaten yesterday, he hadn't paid yet, but when he wrote the IOU, he had said that he would pay them today. Yesterday he didn't have any money, but now he was carrying a huge sum of money. Liu Ruyun led Xiang Feng quickly to the third floor of the hotel, where the entire third floor had been booked by the Liu family for tonight. At this time, the Liu family, from top to bottom, gathered together, with a particularly harmonious atmosphere of laughter and joy. Until Liu Ruyun and Xiang Feng entered the reception hall holding hands, the smiles on everyone's faces disappeared. In particular, Li Donghao, who was sitting among the guests, had a face so gloomy that water could drip from it. Yes, Li Donghao was also here. In the eyes of the Liu family, Li Donghao was the Liu family's son-in-law. As for Xiang Feng, he was just a bumpkin. Although this bumpkin was somewhat capable, the Liu family had never given up the idea of climbing the Li family's social ladder. The Li family is the wealthiest family in Xianhai. The Li group is not afraid to say that it is rich beyond compare, with hundreds of billions of assets. How can such a wealthy family be compared to a mere Xiang Feng? Liu Ruyun, this is a family dinner. What do you mean by bringing an outsider? Lu Tianlong stood up and took the lead. Outsider? Who is an outsider? Liu Ruyun's heart is like a mirror, but she chose to pretend to be ignorant. Xiang Feng is my husband, how can he be an outsider? Husband? That's a familiar term, but where's your shame? Who gave you permission to get married? Did the old lady give her nod of approval? Ever since she had been slapped by Xiang Feng, Wang Huilan had grown to hate the couple even more, but she had also learned her lesson. If you want to get back at someone, you have to get the old lady involved. Even if Xiang Feng is a fool, he wouldn't dare hit an old lady. Auntie Wang, you mustn't say that. Ruyun, I think she's been blinded by someone, so you can't blame her for this. Li Donghao laughed to smooth things over, and when he called Liu Ruyun, he stared at her with his eyes wide and swallowed hard. At the same time, his eyes were also full of confidence. Because he was absolutely certain that he would be able to win Liu Ruyun over today. Chapter 27, I'm attracted to her body, is there something wrong with that? Li Xiao, don't even try to defend Liu Ruyun, she's just a disrespectful person. The one speaking was the old lady, who was increasingly unable to stand Liu Ruyun, and even more unable to stand Xiang Feng. Especially now, Xiang Feng was ignoring everyone's mocking stares and unperturbedly helping Liu Ruyun by serving her food, completely ignoring everyone else. This made the old lady even more furious. She slammed her hand down on the table with a dark face and asked, "Do you know the rules? Has the adult started eating yet?" Grandma, Xiao Feng. Liu Ruyun frowned, torn between two options. Shut up, I wasn't asking you, so don't speak. The old lady glared at her with a fierce expression, cutting Liu Ruyun off before she could continue. Are you the Empress Dowager, or is there a throne to inherit in your family? Where did all those rules come from? Xiang Feng couldn't bear to listen anymore, so he slammed his chopsticks down on the table. His plain, youthful face exuded a chilling fear. How dare you? Do you think you're the only outsider allowed to interrupt at the Liu family banquet? Liu Changxing finally seized the opportunity. He had been unhappy with Xiang Feng, a little bastard who had come from God knows where, but had beaten his wife and son one after the other. This anger had been building up inside Liu Changxing. Outsider? Xiang Feng sneered, if I remember correctly, I saved your mother's life. I saved your life, and that is a debt that cannot be repaid. I don't ask for you to sweep the floor to welcome me, but you don't even have the most basic courtesy? What? You all have sad faces, do you dislike me for getting in the way and saving the old lady's life? Or do you dislike the old lady for living and disrupting your plans to divide up the family wealth? Nonsense. You're talking nonsense. As soon as these words were spoken, Liu Changsheng and the others' faces changed slightly. Who could bear the blame if this hat was put on them? You know whether it's nonsense or not, so there's no need to argue so angrily. Unlike Liu Changsheng's agitation, Xiang Feng looked incredibly relaxed and carefree. The faces of the crowd became even more unpleasant. They only knew that Xiang Feng had some boxing skills and knew some medical skills, but they didn't know that this little brat's tongue was also so sharp. His few words were full of swordplay and killing moves. So the Liu family members, led by Liu Changsheng, shut up and occasionally glanced at the old lady sitting at the head of the table. What a smart-mouthed one. The old lady narrowed her eyes and stared at Xiang Feng. Even if you saved my life once, so what? That was just your duty as a healer. I might as well give you a little consultation fee. But I never gave my approval for your marriage to Ruyun. Ha! Xiang Feng froze for a moment. He really didn't expect that the old lady would be so shameless, not giving face to her rescuer, shamelessly thinking that Xiang Feng saving her was the right thing to do. What kind of bullshit theory is this? Where's the face? Yes, Grandma is right. Liu Tianlong jumped out to agree at the first opportunity. Before he entered the ward, Director Zhou and many doctors had already held consultations and adopted many treatment plans. What if Grandma just happened to wake up just as you entered the ward? Who knows if you're not just taking credit for yourself? The more Liu Tianlong spoke, the more he felt that his analysis was reasonable, and his courage grew. Oof. I now seriously suspect that you are a liar, coveting the Liu family fortune. Not only are you not welcome, it's a good thing I didn't call the police to arrest you. Liar? Ha ha. Xiang Feng laughed. He finally understood what it meant to be shameless and invincible. The point is, these shameless people are still the wife of the goddess's family. Tianlong was right, you are a liar, and you teamed up with Liu Ruyun to cheat our family's wealth. Wang Huilan followed suit, fanning the flames, and stared at Xiang Feng with an incredibly resentful gaze. She had always resented the slap Xiang Feng had given her. Fine, I'm a liar, but let me remind you to go to the hospital for a checkup sometime. A lump of silicone stuck in your chest for decades, I'm afraid that won't feel good. Xiang Feng was rarely not angry, but he just stared at Wang Huilan with narrowed eyes and a sneer. What are you talking nonsense about? Who got silicone breasts? Honey, you believe me, I really didn't get breast implants. Wang Huilan's eyes flashed with fear, and she subconsciously avoided her husband Lu Chongqing's gaze. Her voice was loud, but she obviously didn't have the confidence. How did he know she got breast implants? Isn't it nonsense? You still don't know for sure, do you? Xiang Feng also didn't bother to pay any attention to the others, got up and wanted to leave. Wife, let's go home, I'll cook for you myself and feed you myself. The food in this shitty restaurant isn't as good as mine. Xiang Feng. Liu Ruyun was in a difficult situation. She knew that Xiang Feng was being wronged, but she couldn't just go against the Liu family's face directly. After all, she had grown up with the Liu family's rice bowl. Xiang Feng, at the moment, Ruyun is completely focused on her work and just wants to quickly solve the company's problems. And you, not only are you not helping her, but you're pestering her all day long, making her lose focus at work. Is this what you call liking Ruyun? At this moment, Li Donghao slowly stood up, staring condescendingly at Xiang Feng. In my opinion, you're just simply envious of her body, and you don't really like her. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Tianlong laughed. Li, you're taking this bumpkin too seriously. What can a peasant do to help Liu Ruyun? His farming skills? Oh yes, you're right, I forgot, he's just a peasant. Li Donghao seemed to have just woken up. Xiang Feng looked at the two of them, who were in agreement, and said with a sneer, You're right, I do just lust after my wife's body. But now that she and I are a real couple, what's wrong with me lusting after her body? Air. Li Donghao felt like someone had shoved a lump of shit in his mouth. It was disgusting and uncomfortable. But, unfortunately, he really couldn't argue with Xiang Feng's words. As for the troubles you mentioned, I don't even pay them any mind, it's just that my wife doesn't let me help. Otherwise, brother Feng, I could solve them in no time. Xiang Feng said indifferently. You don't have to pay tax on your boasts, so go ahead and boast away. Lu Tianlong said disdainfully. As a man, but only know how to use your mouth, this kind of man is really not worthy of a woman like you. When he said this, Li Donghao looked at Liu Ruyun. Liu Ruyun, however, said, Living with Xiang Feng, I feel very happy, and that's enough. Li Donghao was speechless, feeling like he'd punched a bag of cotton. He was so depressed he felt like vomiting blood. But soon, he took a deep breath and said, Ruyun, the happiness and joy he brings you is only temporary. Don't forget, you are a member of the Liu family and the sales director of Yunxiang Group. Right now, the various shopping malls under the Gouda Group are taking the lead in removing your Yunxiang Group's products from the shelves, and Wanshan Finance is constantly harassing you for debts and even wants to stop supplying you with raw materials. You tell me, how many days of happiness can you have when you are constantly under this kind of pressure? How many days of happiness? Liu Ruyun's lips parted slightly, unable to speak. Lu Tianlong on the side continued to add fuel to the fire, saying, Oh, she is happy, but the employees of Yunxiang Group probably can't sleep these past 2 days, because they all know that when they get paid next month, they probably won't get a single cent. Liu Ruyun felt like her wounds had been opened, and she was suffocating with pain. Ruyun, actually, I have a surprise for you today. I have invited Mr. Chinda, the CEO of the Gouda Group, and Mr. Zhou Minsheng, the CEO of Wanshan Finance, and they want to talk to you. Li Donghao suddenly leaned closer to Liu Ruyun, his eyes full of undisguised lust and possessiveness. If you can talk to them as the young wife of the Li family, then you can talk about whatever you want. Chapter 28, It's too unlucky to cooperate with two people who are about to die. If you can talk to them as the young wife of the Li family, then you can talk about whatever you want. Li Donghao looked confident. And as he finished speaking, there was a sound of footsteps outside. Two men walked in with long strides. They are Chinda, the chairman of the Gouda Group, and Zhou Minsheng of Wanshan Finance. They were all once loyal partners of our Yunxiang Group. It's all because of Liu Ruyun. If she hadn't followed that bumpkin Xiang Feng and angered Mr. Li, these two would not have terminated their cooperation with us. Fortunately, Mr. Li is willing to give her a chance, and it depends on whether she knows how to behave. Seeing these two men, many of the Liu family members became nervous. Whether they can continue to live in luxury in the future depends on Liu Ruyun's attitude. Ruyun, have you thought it through? Li Donghao looked at Liu Ruyun with absolute confidence, his gaze recklessly assessing the woman's body. Pop! Just then, a loud slap sounded. Li Donghao's body was sent flying and he landed on the ground. When you speak to my wife, speak nicely. Why did you bring your face so close? You want a slap? Xiang Feng looked at Li Donghao like he was an idiot. This guy is really an idiot, deliberately looking for a beating. I've never seen such a person who deserves a beating. Clatter! And the surrounding Liu family members, seeing Xiang Feng actually publicly slap Li Donghao's ear, were all extremely shocked. It's over. Once Li Xiao transfers his anger, the entire Liu family will not be able to withstand it. Afterwards, they all glared at Xiang Feng with resentment. The Liu family is now in various crises, all brought about by this bumpkin. You bastard, you dare to hit me? Sure enough, Li Donghao, who had covered his face and stood up, stared at Xiang Feng with clenched teeth. What's wrong with hitting you? If you dare to threaten my wife again and covet my wife, brother Feng, I will continue to beat you. Xiang Feng said coldly. Good, very good. Li Donghao took a deep breath to suppress his anger. Let this guy be arrogant for a while, and he will soon suffer. He looked at Liu Ruyun and asked again, Ruyun, have you thought it over? Liu Ruyun was full of worry at the moment. She didn't expect Xiang Feng to be so decisive when he moved, and even Li Donghao said he would fight. But since the fight had already happened, she didn't want to say anything to Xiang Feng. After all, Xiang Feng had only fought because of her. The way Li Donghao had looked at her just now had indeed made her extremely uncomfortable. Thank you for your consideration, Mr. Li, but since I am already Xiang Feng's wife, I will not be fickle. As for the crisis of Yinshan Group, I will find another way to deal with it, so don't trouble yourself, Mr. Li. Liu Ruyun replied. Liu Ruyun, have you gone crazy? You will deal with it? What will you do? Without Mr. Li's help, you are nothing. Liu Tianlong suddenly became anxious. Pop! As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of a crisp slap resounded once again. Liu Tianlong was sent flying. Xiang Feng, like a gust of wind, came up to Liu Tianlong and stamped on his face with his foot. Who did you just call a fart? His voice was cold, and it revealed undisguised murderous intent. Yes, his patience with the Liu family was almost at its limit. So, he was not going to hold back anymore. The main thing was that these people were bullying his goddess wife too much. If he himself couldn't bear to bully her, what right did they have? Grandma, Mom, and Dad, please save me. Tianlong Liu felt unbearable pain as Xiang Feng's soles of his shoes stepped on his face, and he felt even more suffocated. Xiang Feng, do you want to turn the world upside down? Someone, arrest this madman for me. The old lady was shaking with anger as she shouted orders. Don 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 don. Xiang Feng, be careful. Liu Ruyun shouted nervously. Bang! 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 However, as soon as Liu Ruyun's voice fell, the 6 Liu family experts flew out. Liu Ruyun covered her lips and her face was in shock. The Liu family members were also shocked. They had all heard Liu Tianlong mention how he had defeated Li Donghao's 2 bodyguards with just a blow. They knew that Xiang Feng's combat strength was extraordinary, but these 6 men had all been trained by the Liu family for many years, and yet they had been knocked flying in just one blow. This was terrifying. I am not the Monkey King, and I will not turn the world upside down. And you, even less so, are not the Buddha. Xiang Feng glanced at the old lady of the Liu family, and then his gaze fell once again on Liu Tianlong at his feet. I will ask you again, who is the fart? I am. Liu Tianlong felt humiliated and wished he could find a hole to crawl into. Since you are the fart, I will let you go. Xiang Feng then withdrew his foot. Liu Tianlong hurriedly ran away in disgrace, looking at Xiang Feng with hatred in his eyes, but he did not dare to say another word, instead looking at Li Donghao. The old lady was also trembling with anger. Just now, Xiang Feng had not only trampled on Liu Tianlong, but also on the dignity of their Liu family. Xiang Feng, you think you can fix everything just because you know a bit of kung fu? I'll tell you, what you're doing will only widen the conflict and intensify it. Li Donghao narrowed his eyes and his gaze fell on Chen De and Zhou Minsheng. The two men understood and immediately took a step forward. Starting today, my Gota Group and Gota Group's affiliated companies will terminate all cooperation with Yunsang Group. Our Wanshan Group will also terminate all financial cooperation with Yunshan Group as of today. This includes our material production company, which will also stop supplying raw materials to Yunshan Group. Chen De and Zhou Minsheng took turns to make their statements. Upon hearing this, all the Liu family members looked as if they had just lost their parents. Liu Ruyun, are you satisfied now? Yunshan Group, just wait until you go bankrupt. Liu Ruyun, you're a jinx. All kinds of verbal and written attacks came one after the other. Liu Ruyun's pretty face turned pale. Li Donghao, on the other hand, looked at Liu Ruyun with a sneer. He wanted to see how long Liu Ruyun could hold out. Wife, if they don't want to cooperate with you, then don't cooperate. Xiang Feng spoke carelessly. After all, it's too unlucky to cooperate with two people who are about to die. What did you say? Kid, are you cursing me? As Xiang Feng spoke, Chen De and Zhou Minsheng immediately became furious. Liu Ruyun's face also changed slightly. Xiao Feng, don't say anything rash. But Xiang Feng shook his head and laughed. My dear, I didn't say anything rash. These two people really won't live long. Seeing that Xiang Feng was serious, Liu Ruyun hesitated for a moment. She had seen her husband's medical skills before. In that case, is there really something seriously wrong with these two? Ruyun, it seems that your judgment is not good. Your country husband is not only a reckless man, but also a reckless man who speaks without thinking. Li Donghao sneered. Then, he turned to Chen De and Zhou Minsheng and said, Chairman Chen and Chairman Zhou, you can regard what this son of a bitch said as nonsense. Chapter 29, Just a Minor Problem. Young Master Li, we don't care what he says. We don't even take what a bumpkin says seriously. The two responded one after the other, their attitude extremely respectful. Xiang Feng, if Director Chen and Director Zhou have life-threatening illnesses, can you help treat them? Liu Ruyun said to Xiang Feng in a pleading tone, although they are no longer cooperating with Yunshan Group, the reason Yunshan Group was able to rise to prominence was actually thanks to these two old directors. Xiang Feng said unhappily, honey, they are helping brother kidney disease oppress you. Li Donghao's mouth twitched when he heard this, and he really wanted to scold someone. But the burning pain in his face made him afraid to make a sound. Let you be arrogant for a while. Li Donghao narrowed his eyes and suppressed his anger. On the other side, Liu Ruyun cooed into Xiang Feng's arm, honey, just help them, and do me a favor, okay? These two have indeed caused her a lot of trouble, but back then, Grandpa was able to lead the Liu family to glory thanks to these two as well. Okay, who says I don't love my wife? I'll save them then. Feeling the softness of her arms, Xiang Feng was quite satisfied. He then got up and walked over to Chen De Chendong, right? I know there's nothing seriously wrong with you, I just want to ask you, have you been close to a stray cat in the past few days? A stray cat? Chen De was originally sneering, but when he heard Xiang Feng's words, he was slightly stunned, and then subconsciously said, how do you know? 2 days ago, when he went out in the morning, he encountered a stray cat in the community. At that time, the stray cat looked a bit sick and had no energy at all. As a senior cat lover, he immediately approached and comforted it for a while, and even fed it some cat food. But how did this country bumpkin know? How do I know? Haven't you noticed that your hand has been scratched by the cat's claws? Xiang Feng rolled his eyes and said. Really? Chen Da's face changed slightly, and he quickly raised both hands and started to examine them. Soon, he saw a slight claw mark on the wrist of his right hand. The claw mark was not deep, it did not even bleed, it was just a shallow mark that was almost disappearing. So much so that Chen De never noticed it from beginning to end. But at this moment, his breathing became inexplicably rapid, as if his heart had been grabbed. Even if I was scratched by that cat, it didn't break the skin. Besides, I've been scratched by stray cats before, and I haven't gotten rabies. Chen De swallowed, trying to look calm. Xiang Feng laughed and said, that just means you were lucky in the past and only encountered relatively healthy wild cats. But the wild cat you encountered this time is infected with the rabies virus. Your skin was scratched by its claws. What do you think is the probability that you will get rabies? Plop. Chen Da's face turned pale and he collapsed directly onto the ground. As a senior cat owner for more than 10 years, he knew very well that if he could get the rabies vaccine as soon as possible, the issue would not be too big. But now, 2 days have passed. It's over. And the people around him, on learning that Xiande had contracted rabies, avoided him like the plague. You're not even dead yet, and you're already acting like a corpse? Xiang Feng was not at all afraid, and walked up to Xiande and kicked him, saying unhappily. Xiande looked up with vacant eyes and saw Xiang Feng. He suddenly thought of something in his head. Just now, Liu Ruyun seemed to be asking Xiang Feng to cure him. Plop! Xiande immediately perked up and, with a thump, fell to his knees before Xiang Feng. Little brother, you can save me, can't you? Please save me. If you can cure my rabies, I will immediately resume cooperation with Yunxiang Group. Okay, you said that yourself, I didn't take advantage of your situation to threaten you. Xiang Feng nodded, took out the silver needles from the cloth bag. Lie down, lift your shirt to your chest, I'll give you acupuncture to force the rabies virus out. Oh, okay. Xiande immediately did as he was told, lying directly on the ground and lifting his shirt. Xiang Feng then casually administered the acupuncture. Rabies virus? This is a minor illness, and it's not difficult for him. However, the surrounding Liu family members were extremely worried. Grandma, maybe we should just go outside? Rabies is contagious, after all. Liu Tianlong said nervously. The old woman remained calm. She snorted lightly and said, as long as we don't get too close to him, there shouldn't be any issues. Humph, I'll see for myself today whether that bumpkin really is that good a doctor. She was actually curious to see if Xiang Feng was really that good a doctor. Did he really cure her of her illness? Old lady, you're overestimating this bumpkin. Li Donghao walked over and said with a faint smile, you should know what rabies is. No matter how good his medical skills are, can he cure rabies? That's right. Rabies is truly an incurable disease, how can a few silver needles cure it? Liu Tianlong immediately agreed, saying that if anything happened to Qindong under his treatment, he would definitely be the first to call the police and have him arrested. In response, everyone in the Liu family nodded in support. Who said they were going to call the police and arrest me? At this moment, Xiang Feng stood up and his gaze fell on Liu Tianlong. Upon meeting Xiang Feng's gaze, Liu Tianlong immediately lowered his head and didn't dare to make a sound. Xiang Feng, you've cured Chairman Chen? Liu Ruyun, on the other hand, ran over and asked with concern. Of course, it's just a minor problem, it won't take long. Xiang Feng twirled the silver needle in front of Liu Ruyun. Liu Ruyun looked at the needle and saw a black, foul-smelling mass of mucus on top of it. Xiang Feng, what is this? This is the toxin, which I sucked into the needle. Xiang Feng's hand shook, and the qi in his body surged, directly shaking the mucus into nothingness, before he put the needle back into the cloth bag. You've cured me? Xiande walked over and asked, somewhat incredulously. Xiang Feng then said to him, you just need to find the feral cat that scratched you, take it to the hospital for a checkup, and then get a full body checkup yourself. When the results come back, you'll naturally know if I'm lying to you. Okay, I'll go right now. Xiande said, and immediately ran outside. He still had a little faith in Xiang Feng, but he still wanted to confirm it. However, none of the Liu family members believed him. Not even the old lady of the Liu family. They all thought that Xiang Feng was just being mysterious. When the results of Chen Da's examination came out, he would surely be reduced to a laughingstock. Mr. Xiang Feng, can you tell me what is wrong with me? At this time, Zhou Minsheng, who was full of apprehension, walked over and, after hesitating for a long time, finally spoke up. Chapter 30, The Liu Family Sinner. Let me ask you first, do you feel a tightness in your chest, like you can't breathe? Or even a slight tingling in your heart? Xiang Feng asked a series of questions. As he heard these words, Zhou Minsheng's face gradually turned pale. Because Xiang Feng had hit the nail on the head. He did feel a tightness in his chest and shortness of breath, and a slight tingling in his heart. And even tried to take 2 deep breaths. The result was that he could not breathe in. Excuse me, what disease have I got? Zhou Minsheng's voice was a little shaky. He still didn't know what disease he had, but a heart-related disease could not be a minor one. Sudden heart disease, at most half an hour, and you will die suddenly. Xiang Feng shrugged his shoulders, if you don't trust me, you can go to the hospital right away and find a cardiologist to treat you. I trust you, and I also ask Mr. Xiang Feng to help me with my treatment. Zhou Minsheng made a decision in just a few seconds. Go to the hospital? It's not really far from here, less than 10 kilometers away. But what time is it? Rush hour. If he drove there now, he wouldn't even be able to get to the hospital in half an hour. And when he got there, he'd have to wait for a doctor and have all kinds of tests. Half an hour would be completely insufficient. Lie down, Xiang Feng said nonchalantly. Okay. Zhou Minsheng obediently lay on the ground. Xiang Feng walked up to him and, without using any silver needles, pressed his palm against Zhou Minsheng's chest. Zhou Minsheng vaguely felt as if a warm current was rushing into his body. In no time at all, the slight pain in his heart had inexplicably disappeared. The whole process lasted about 3 minutes before Xiang Feng stopped and stood with his hands behind his back. Okay, you can stand up now, Xiang Feng said lightly. No one noticed that a faint black mist was quietly dispersing from the right hand behind his back. Mr. Xiang Feng, your illness has been cured, you can go to the hospital for a checkup, Xiang Feng said. Okay, I'll go to the hospital right now, Zhou Minsheng said seriously. If I am really fine, Wanshan Finance will immediately resume its cooperation with Yunshan Group. And I will also compensate Yunshan Group for the losses and troubles caused. After saying this, Zhou Minsheng ignored the extremely displeased Li Donghao and quickly left. He had to hurry to the hospital to check his own health. Xiang Feng, on the other hand, looked at Li Donghao with a smile and asked, when I said that they had health issues, you seemed to tell them to let me be the one farting, right? Li, now who do you think is farting? Humph, you country bumpkin charlatan, maybe this is all a trick on your part. Li Donghao snorted in disdain, resolutely not admitting the excellence of his rival in love. Without paying any attention to Xiang Feng, Li Donghao turned to Liu Ruyun and revealed another trump card. Ruyun, you should know very well how I feel about you. I'll put it here today, as long as you are willing to be my Li Donghao's woman. Then, our Li Group will immediately inject 100 million yuan into Yunshan Group. Furthermore, Li Group will only take 10% of the shares of Yunshan Group and will not interfere with the operation and development of Yunshan Group. What? 100 million? Just 10% of the shares? I didn't hear it right? My goodness, if the Li Group invests and only takes 10% of the 100 million, it won't be long before the market value of Yunshan Group will definitely exceed 1 billion. Our Liu family will then be expected to join the ranks of the first-class families in Xianhai City. If Liu Ruyun still refuses to agree to what Li Xiao wants, then she will be a sinner in our Liu family. How dare she refuse? The old lady threatened to break her legs. Everyone in the Liu family's breathing quickened, their eyes burning. Grandma! Liu Tianlong looked at the old lady excitedly. The old lady patted her chest to calm herself down. Then she said to Liu Ruyun, the time has come to test your loyalty to the Liu family. I hope you won't let me down, and don't let all of us in the Liu family down. Grandma, I am naturally loyal to the Liu family, but my loyalty is not tested with money. Liu Ruyun gave a sad smile, and became even more disappointed with the Liu family. She looked at Li Donghao and Li Xiao indifferently, and said, thank you for taking me seriously. But I'm sorry, I already have a husband, so I can't be your woman. When the Liu family heard this, they all gnashed their teeth in anger, looking at Liu Ruyun as if they wanted to eat her, as if she had robbed them of their money. Liu Ruyun, are you going to betray the Liu family? The old lady's cane poked at the ground, and she trembled with anger. Liu Ruyun, however, ignored them all. Li Donghao narrowed his eyes and said, Ruyun, you don't need to rush into a decision. I have the patience to wait until you've considered it thoroughly. After saying this, he went and said goodbye to the old lady of the Liu family and left. After the old lady personally saw Li Donghao off, she returned to the banquet hall, her turbid and angry eyes falling on Xiang Feng. Even Li Xiaodu has left, what are you still doing here? I, the Liu family, do not welcome you, an outsider, to our banquet. It was clear that the old lady was really angry, and she directly and mercilessly gave Xiang Feng an order to leave. You don't want me here, do you? Fine, I can leave, but if anything happens to you again, even if you beg me to save you, I won't do it again. Xiang Feng dropped his chopsticks and stood up. Seeing that Liu Ruyun was at a loss and didn't know whether to go with him, he patted her on the shoulder and said, My dear, I'll wait for you in front of the hotel. You can come out and find me later. But... As he spoke, his gaze swept over the Liu family members. You Liu family members can bully me, but whoever dares to bully my wife, no matter what his status is, I will beat him to the point where he can't take care of himself. Okay, I'll put you through it. Liu Ruyun felt very guilty as she gave Xiang Feng the car keys. Grandma, listen to what that bumpkin is saying. He's practically cursing you. He's got a heart of pure evil. As soon as Xiang Feng had left the hotel lobby, Lu Tianlong was the first to mutter, and his voice was especially loud. Lu Tianlong, shut up. How come you didn't dare say that when Xiang Feng was still in the hotel? Liu Ruyun snapped, unable to stand Lu Tianlong's bad-mouthing of Xiang Feng. Liu Ruyun, you're the one who should shut up. Unexpectedly, the old lady of the Liu family snorted in contempt, completely siding with Lu Tianlong. Lu Tianlong was instantly overjoyed. Liu Ruyun pursed her lips and didn't refute. Grandma isn't in the best of health, and she didn't want to make her angry. The words Xiang Feng said before leaving made her worry. Has the stubborn illness in her grandmother not yet been completely cured? Liu Ruyun, if you still consider me your grandmother, then tomorrow morning, you will take that bumpkin to the Civil Affairs Bureau and get a divorce. The old lady of the Liu family said to Liu Ruyun. Chapter 31. I want to kill him with my own hands. Grandma, I will do whatever you ask, but let me divorce Xiang Feng. I'm sorry, I can't do it. Liu Ruyun looked determined, and without any hesitation, she disobeyed her grandmother's order. Can't do it? Liu Ruyun, I think you're blinded by love, aren't you? Do you think that Xiang Feng really likes you? Let me tell you, the reason he's with you is because he lusts after your beauty and covets our Liu family's wealth. The old lady sneered, if you weren't so pretty, and if you didn't have the Liu family behind you, do you think he would marry you? Liu Ruyun shook her head and said, no, Grandma, Xiang Feng is not like that. He doesn't lust after beauty, and he's not obsessed with money. If Xiang Feng lusts after beauty, I'm afraid he would have lost his virginity 2 days ago on the boat. If Xiang Feng lusts after money, Tang Wan'er gave Xiang Feng a bank card with 10 million in it, but Xiang Feng didn't take it. Ha, then let's make a bet. You go and propose a divorce to him and say you'll compensate him with 5 million. A light flashed in the old lady's cloudy eyes. Don't worry, if he agrees to a divorce, the Liu family will pay the 5 million. Hearing the old lady's words, many people in the Liu family's eyes also lit up. Indeed, the older the wiser. If Liu Ruyun really proposed a divorce, even if it didn't work out in the end, it would probably create a gap between the two of them. And if it does, the Liu family will only lose 5 million. But compared to the Li Group's capital injection of 100 million, 5 million is nothing. Grandma, I won't divorce Xiang Feng. However, Liu Ruyun refused firmly, because Xiang Feng would definitely not agree, and I will not divorce him. You. Old lady, you punched a bag of cotton, it's hard and angry. You little girl, you really have grown up, and you don't listen to me at all, do you? I'll tell you, if the Liu family can make you rise, it can also send you back down. Liu Ruyun had a bad feeling. What do you mean, Grandma? What do I mean? If you insist on staying with that bumpkin, I won't stop you. But from now on, you have to give up everything you got from the Liu family. The old lady continued, for example, your position as director of the sales department, the car you drive, and the house you live in. When she said this, the Liu family members all had different expressions on their faces. Lu Tianlong and the others were naturally overjoyed. He had long coveted the position of sales director, which was a position that was very easy to make money. In the past, he had repeatedly instigated Liu Ruyun to make money with him, but each time, Liu Ruyun had simply refused. This was also one of the reasons why he disliked Liu Ruyun. Mom, isn't this a bit too serious? Aunt Liu Huijun frowned slightly. Third sister, you are already married, and now Grandma is dealing with the Liu family affairs, so please don't interfere, okay? Wang Huilan said with a smile that didn't reach her eyes. Liu Huijun suddenly fell silent, and just looked at Liu Ruyun with sympathy and concern in her eyes. This girl, why is she so stubborn? Grandma, you want to take away my position and car, I have no problem with that. But I bought that house with my own hard work. Liu Ruyun felt bad. She had expected the old lady to suppress her, but she had never expected such a ruthless tactic, even trying to take away the house she lived in. The old lady snorted, bought it with your own efforts? If the Liu family hadn't provided you with a platform, even if you worked hard, you would never be able to buy a house in the expensive Xianhai City. Alright, that's it, you hurry up and move in the next 2 days, and give the keys to Tianlong. Also, starting tomorrow, the sales department will be temporarily taken over by Tianlong. Thank you, Grandma. Liu Tianlong was so excited that he almost jumped up and shouted. Liu Ruyun, on the other hand, looked lost and disoriented, with a look of deep resentment on her face. Why was it that after working so hard for the Liu family for so many years, toiling both mentally and physically, in the end she not only got nothing, but was even ruthlessly deprived of the house that she had bought through her own efforts? Xiang Feng had no idea what was going on inside the hotel, and at this moment he had already arrived at the entrance to the Xianhai Hotel. Not far away, in a Maserati, Li Donghao was staring coldly at him. Li Xiao, do you want me to bring someone to take care of him? The person driving the car is also one of Li Donghao's top men, and his strength is not much weaker than Huang Chang's. This country bumpkin is quite capable, and we are afraid that it will not be so easy to deal with him. However, when it comes to professional matters, naturally there are professionals to do it. Li Donghao held a cigar in his hand. He casually took out his phone and made a call. Hey, Li Xiao, you want to drink with me again? A young man's voice quickly came over the phone. Brother Liangjia, I'm calling you this time to ask you to help me get rid of someone. Li Donghao said directly, after the job is done, I'll give you 5 million. The person Li Xiao was referring to was that country bumpkin called Xiang Feng, wasn't he? You know? Li Xiao has his eye on Liu Ruyun, the top beauty of our city, but she was taken by a country bumpkin first. This has actually spread, and I know it's not unusual, right? Upon hearing this, Li Donghao's face grew even more unpleasant. It turned out that he had long been regarded as a joke. 5 million, do you want the job or not? Of course I do. How can I refuse when Mr. Li is offering me money? Liang Jia laughed loudly. How did Mr. Li want to get rid of him? Should he be killed and dumped in the lake, or what? Li Donghao narrowed his eyes and glared with hatred. I hope you can catch the person and bring him to me, so that I can kill him myself. Today, he has suffered at Xiang Feng's hands for the second time, and he was even slapped in public by Xiang Feng. If he can't personally kill Xiang Feng, he won't be able to swallow this resentment. It's no big deal. I'll make arrangements today, and I'll bring the person before you by tomorrow night at the latest. After Liang Jia finished speaking, he hung up the phone directly. Tomorrow. Li Donghao once again looked at Xiang Feng, who was not far away, snorted coldly, and let you live another day. When tomorrow comes, I will definitely make you regret it. That Li Donghao seems to be up to something again. Although it was nighttime and Li Donghao was sitting in the car again, Xiang Feng still saw him and felt the murderous intent emanating from him. This caused a trace of murderous intent to fill Xiang Feng's heart as well. The old immortal often told me that when dealing with an enemy, you must strike first or suffer the consequences. Should I go kill him now? Xiang Feng muttered in a low voice. After all, he had already given Li Donghao a chance. Mr. Xiang Feng, why are you here too? Just then, a voice of surprise suddenly came from behind Xiang Feng. Xiang Feng looked back and saw Xiang Feng and a middle-aged man in a tang suit walking out of the hotel and walking towards him. Although the middle-aged man in the tang suit looked ordinary and had a slight smell of alcohol on him, his temperament was very gentle and refined, which made people feel quite comfortable. It's you, what are you doing here? Aren't you the manager of the Qixing building? Xiang Feng calmed his thoughts and casually asked, is it that the Xianhai Hotel has brought you too much competitive pressure, so you are here to investigate the enemy situation? Hey, Mr. Xiang Feng is joking. Zhang Feng coughed lightly, then shifted his body, making way for the middle-aged man in the tang suit next to him, and said, Mr. Xiang Feng, let me introduce you, this is my boss Lu Guangyang. At the same time, the Xianhai Hotel is also his property. I'm here today to entertain with our boss. Okay, then I misunderstood you. Xiang Feng smiled, and then quickly said to the man in the tang suit, hello, boss Lu. By the way, I still owe you more than 5,000 yuan. I'll transfer it to you now. Lu Guanyang froze for a moment, and then laughed, Mr. Xiang Feng, have you misunderstood? We just met for the first time, when did you owe me money? His tone was quite polite, because he had already heard from Zhang Feng that Xiang Feng was the holder of the green bamboo card. You don't know? I ate at your Qixing building yesterday, and I had no money in my pocket, so I wrote an IOU. Didn't I say I'd pay you back today? I was just about to go, and my wife came out, so we went to Qixing building together. Xiang Feng said to Zhang Feng, it's a few thousand yuan, such a large sum, and you didn't report it to your boss? You're a bit negligent as a manager. Zhang Feng was at a loss. Is a few thousand yuan a lot? Not to mention a few thousand, even if it's a few tens of thousands, their boss won't even bat an eyelid. Mr. Xiang Feng, you hold a green bamboo card, and you don't need to pay when you spend at Qixing building. Lu Guangyang laughed. How can that be? Wouldn't that be like eating without paying? I, Xiang Feng, am not someone without quality. Xiang Feng took out his phone and said, "Can one of you scan your phone number for me, and I'll transfer the money using WeChat?" "In that case, why don't you transfer it to me, and we can add each other on WeChat while we're at it." Lu Guanyang smiled and took out his phone. Soon, the two added each other on WeChat, and Xiang Feng transferred the money to Lu Guanyang. "Mr. Xiang Feng, I wonder if I could ask, who gave you the green bamboo card?" Lu Guanyang asked curiously. "Oh, my master gave it to me." Xiang Feng didn't hide it. "Your master? Then I wonder what your master's name is?" "Don't ask me, I don't know either." Xiang Feng said truthfully. Lu Guanyang was suddenly speechless. He wasn't sure if Xiang Feng really didn't know, or if he simply didn't want to tell him. However, he would not give up easily. Because his elder brother had told him that the holders of the 7-star building green bamboo card were extraordinary. If he met one, he must make friends with them. "Mr. Xiang Feng." Lu Guanyang was about to speak when his brow furrowed slightly. He secretly exclaimed in his heart, "This is bad. The same old problem, it's happened again. I shouldn't have drunk alcohol just now." Chapter 32, Goodbye, Don't See You Off. You have such a serious case of cholecystitis, and your gallstones are even sedimentary, and yet you dare to drink alcohol? You've got some nerve, aren't you afraid of dying from the pain? Xiang Feng laughed lightly from the side. Lu Guanyang endured the pain and said in surprise, "How do you know I have cholecystitis?" Xiang Feng grinned and said, "Because I'm the little doctor from Qingyun Mountain." Lu Guanyang was a little disheveled. But the pain of cholecystitis is life-threatening. The pain is no less than a woman giving birth. He also had no desire to make friends with Xiang Feng anymore, and said to Xiang Feng, "Go and get my car and take me to the hospital quickly." Xiang Feng put his arms around his chest and laughed. "Is going to the hospital going to help with your problem? Can Western medicine cure your gallbladder or ease the pain? But if I don't go to the hospital, I can't just bear the pain. At the very least, I have to go to the hospital to get rid of the inflammation, right?" Lu Guanyang said with a bitter smile. For gallbladder inflammation and gallstones, doctors in hospitals generally only perform gallbladder removal surgery, and basically no doctor will recommend a surgery that preserves the gallbladder and removes the stones. And Lu Guanyang doesn't want to have his gallbladder removed. For this reason, he has consulted many traditional Chinese medicine doctors and taken a lot of medicine to try to dissolve the stones. The result is obvious, it's not working at all. And whenever he drinks a little too much alcohol or his gallbladder is irritated, it will definitely trigger gallbladder inflammation. Every time he had an attack of cholecystitis, the pain was so severe that he felt like dying. The miracle doctor is right in front of you, but you're not using him and you're going to the hospital. Are you stupid? Xiang Feng said impatiently. Lu Guanyang was surprised and said, "You mean, you can relieve my pain?" Xiang Feng shook his head with a smile. Lu Guanyang's face turned black. Since it didn't work, could Mr. Xiang Feng not waste any more of my time going to the hospital? If he didn't know that Xiang Feng was a Qingzhou card holder, Lu Guanyang would have cursed at that moment. Xiang Feng said, "What I mean is, I can not only help you get rid of the pain, but also help you get the stones out of your gallbladder without hurting it." Are you serious? Are you not joking? Lu Guanyang was a little skeptical. Seeing this, Xiang Feng was unhappy. "If you don't believe me, go to the hospital quickly, so as not to delay me from thinking about my wife here." "Mr. Xiang Feng, how would you like to be treated?" Lu Guanyang still wanted to give it a try. Although Xiang Feng looked young, he was after all a holder of the green bamboo card. His elder brother had told him that people who held the green bamboo card were extraordinary. "I can give you acupuncture first," Xiang Feng said. "Acupuncture?" Lu Guanyang frowned slightly. He had tried acupuncture before, and the people who administered the acupuncture were all famous old Chinese medicine practitioners, but it had no effect at all. Right. Xiang Feng didn't want to waste any more time, so he just nodded. "Okay, then please give it a try, Mr. Xiang Feng." Since he had already decided to try it, Lu Guanyang didn't waste any more time and asked directly, "Where do we need to do the acupuncture? Shall I arrange a room now?" "No need, it's a waste of time. You can just lift up your shirt now, it'll only take a few minutes." As he spoke, Xiang Feng had already taken out a cloth bag containing the silver needles. "Right here?" Lu Guanyang looked around at the crowds of people and said awkwardly, "Mr. Xiang Feng, why don't we go to the car? You're a grown man, are you afraid of being laughed at?" Xiang Feng rolled his eyes, took out the car key that Liu Ruyun had given him, and pressed the unlock button, saying, "Let's go to my wife's car then." Lu Guangyang looked at the small, old BMW 3 Series and said, "Mr. Xianfeng, how about going to my car? My car has a lot of interior space, which will make it easier for you to perform acupuncture." "That's fine," Xiangfeng said nonchalantly. Soon, he followed Lu Guangyang into a Porsche Cayenne, and the two sat in the back. As for Xiang Feng, he stood outside keeping watch. "Your car is really much more spacious, and it's quite imposing too. It shouldn't be cheap, right?" After getting in the car, Xiang Feng took a look at the interior of the Cayenne, thinking to himself that when he made some money, he would buy his goddess wife a car like this. It's not bad. This is the top-of-the-line model of the latest Cayenne model. I just picked it up a few days ago, and it cost almost 2 million yuan. This is the first time I've driven it out of the house today. Lu Guangyang took off his shirt and laughed. "Brother Xiangfeng, it seems you like this car. How about this, if you can help me relieve my pain today, I'll give you the car as a consultation fee." "Great, it happens that my consultation fees are quite expensive, so you can just take the car instead." Xiangfeng's eyes lit up, and then he said, "Lie down, I'll give you acupuncture." "Okay." Lu Guangyang lay down as he was told. Xiang Feng held the silver needles in his hands and let the energy flow in. Then, with a flick of his hand, the needles were inserted. In total, 6 silver needles were inserted into 6 acupoints on Lu Guangyang's upper abdomen. Humming. With the last silver needle inserted, a hot current surged in Lu Guangyang's chest. The 6 silver needles seemed to be pulled in a certain direction, vibrating at the same time and emitting a slight hum. In no time at all, Lu Guangyang felt the pain in his gallbladder disappear, replaced by a special kind of comfort. This made him let out a low groan. "Brother Feng's acupuncture can make people feel comfortable, but can you please stop making those cheap sounds? You're making me want to throw up the food I just ate." Xiang Feng said crossly. "Cough, sorry, I really couldn't help it because it felt so good. I can definitely hold back now." Lu Guanyan was also so embarrassed that he was ashamed and his face turned red. "Pop up." Xiang Feng ignored Lu Guanyang and after about a minute, he slapped Lu Guanyang's belly and let out a low yell. 6 silver needles flew out at the same time, turning into 6 streaks of silver light and landing in his hands. "Do you still feel any pain?" Xiang Feng asked as he put the needles into a cloth bag. "It's true, I don't feel any pain anymore. This is amazing." Lu Guanyang sat up in shock. When he had cholecystitis, he also sought out an old Chinese medicine practitioner to give him acupuncture to relieve the pain, but the effect was minimal. But now, he really doesn't feel any pain at all. Moreover, the process of Xiang Feng administering the acupuncture just now, and the way he finished it, was not only pleasing to the eye, but also showed a deep level of skill. Go to Huisheng Hall on Donghao Street tomorrow and find me. That's the clinic I just opened today. I'll prescribe you some medicine, and after a few days of taking it, the stones in your gallbladder will be gone, Xiang Feng said. Huisheng Hall? Okay, I'll remember that. I'll go find brother Xiang Feng tomorrow. Lu Guanyang's address to Xiang Feng was also much more cordial. Sure enough, what my big brother said was true, no one with a green bamboo card is ordinary. This Xiang Feng in front of me may look young, but his medical skills are amazing, much better than many old Chinese doctors. Give it to me. Xiang Feng saw Lu Guanyang get dressed and immediately held out his hand. What? Lu Guanyang didn't react at first. Of course it's the car keys. Xiang Feng rolled his eyes. Are you not going to pay up? No, it's just that I think a car is a bit too little for the consultation fee. Lu Guanyang explained while taking out the car keys. It's not a serious illness, you just need your gallbladder removed. A 2 million car is more than enough as a consultation fee. If you think I'm undercharging, you can introduce me to some patients. Xiang Feng took the car keys from Lu Guanyang and said, You remember to get the paperwork done for the transfer of ownership. Well, if there's nothing else, then I'll be going now. Chapter 33, The Rented Porsche. After seeing Lu Guanyang and Xiang Feng leave, Xiang Feng thought about it for a while, and instead of getting into the Cayenne, he got into the BMW. There was no other reason, he just felt that the car his wife had been in smelled a little better. After waiting in the car for less than half an hour, the Liu family members left the hotel one after the other. Liu Ruyun also quickly walked out. Xiang Feng jumped out of the car, ran up to Liu Ruyun, and said, Honey, let's go home. Oh, right, you don't look well. Is it because you didn't eat enough? The food at this shitty hotel really sucks, it's not even edible. I'll go back and cook you something delicious later. The Liu family members' faces suddenly turned ugly. What do you mean? Insulting them is not human? Xiang Feng, you stop right there. Liu Tianlong shouted angrily. Xiang Feng looked at him. What the hell? How dare you grumble at me? Do you believe I will wrap you in paper and burn you? You felt the coldness from Xiang Feng's body, and Liu Tianlong's momentum immediately wilted. I just want to tell you that Liu Ruyun's car has been confiscated by Grandma, so please hand over the car keys. Liu Tianlong's tone became much softer, almost pleading. What? Xiang Feng was unhappy. Wife, is what he said true? Our car, confiscated by that old woman? What right does she have? Damn it! The old lady of the Liu family shouted angrily. This country bumpkin actually called her an old woman in public. Such disrespect for her angered her. Xiang Feng, since Liu Ruyun has chosen to be with you, she must of course hand over everything she took from our family. Not only the car, but also her position in the company and the house you are living in now. She is no longer eligible to own them. The old lady of the Liu family narrowed her eyes, with the air of a superior. I now want to see how long you can stay with Liu Ruyun without the aura and wealth bestowed upon her by the Liu family. Gee, your Liu family is really domineering. My wife worked hard for you, and you old hag took everything she worked hard for and earned for herself back with one word. I shouldn't have saved you, Feng, in the first place. I should have let the Lord of Hell take you. Xiang Feng really couldn't hold back anymore. He had been kind enough to rescue this old hag, and while it was fine that she wasn't grateful, she had even gone so far as to oppress his wife. How dare she? If she weren't the wife's grandmother, I'd really like to stab her to death. How dare you? Xiang Feng, do you really think that the Liu family can't deal with you? Xiang Feng apologized to the old lady at once. Xiang Feng's words made everyone in the Liu family furious. Even Liu Ruyun couldn't help frowning, and whispered to Xiang Feng, I know you're worried about me, but can you please stop calling her grandma like that? Honey, she has bullied you to this extent, and you are actually still defending her? Xiang Feng let out a sigh, then turned to the old lady of the Liu family and said, Fine, I won't say anything then. But I want to tell you. Next time your stubborn illness recurs, even if you beg me with all your might, I will still intervene. Heh, old lady, I am very healthy right now, so don't worry about me. The old lady of the Liu family sneered. I hope so. Xiang Feng said with a smile. Then, with a wave of his hand, he sent the car keys flying towards Liu Tianlong. Since you want the house and the car, we don't want them anymore. It's just that I plan to replace everything with new stuff for my wife. Liu Tianlong took the car keys and beamed. Gee, you're so full of it you're going to get your tongue stuck. A new one? You're a migrant worker, what do you have to get a new one? Not to mention the house, just the car, even a cheaper one would cost over 100,000 yuan, even if you worked as a bricklayer for a year you couldn't afford it. Wang Hulan said with a sneer. Xiang Feng shrugged and said, a car that costs over 100,000 yuan? You're thinking too much. If I'm getting my wife a new car, how could it just be a car that costs over 100,000 yuan? Wow, you don't have much ability, but you have a big mouth. Wang Huilan sneered, so tell me, what kind of car are you going to get Liu Ruyun? Xiang Feng said indifferently, do I need to tell you what kind of car I'm getting for my wife? Wang Huilan laughed, if I'm not wrong, you're planning to get an electric car, right? An electric car? Xiang Feng thought about it for a moment and said, well, yes. Liu Guangyan's car is a hybrid, so it's not wrong to say it's an electric car. Puff. It really is an electric car. Wang Huilan laughed again. Liu Ruyun, you won't really ride an electric car to work, will you? Then you'll be a big embarrassment. Many of the Liu family members around them also had sneering looks on their faces. Okay, Feng, we're done eating, let's go home. Liu Ruyun didn't want to be made a public joke, so she took Xiang Feng by the hand and wanted to leave. Drip. At that moment, a Porsche Cayman pulled up. The window rolled down, and the person sitting in the driver's seat was just Liu Tianlong, who had just run to get the car. Liu Tianlong poked his head out and said, my dear sister, do you want your brother to drive you home? It's not easy to hail a ride at this hour, and taking the subway or bus is too crowded. Liu Ruyun knew that Liu Tianlong had come to laugh at her on purpose, so she replied lightly, no, I'll just walk home with Xiao Feng, and consider it a post-meal walk. Lu Tianlong laughed. Walk back? Are you kidding? It's more than 10 kilometers from here to your house. Do you want to walk until the early morning? Honey, although I also want to walk back with you, I thought about it. Some people really like to pretend too much. I don't want others to laugh at you, so let's drive back. Xiang Feng said with some regret. He really wanted to walk back with Liu Ruyun, because then he could carry his wife on his back the whole way. My wife has such a soft and plump body, it must be very comfortable if she lies on my back. Xiang Feng, Liu Ruyun joked, you're joking too? Driving? What kind of car do you drive? Lu Tianlong looked at Xiang Feng with a sneer on his face. He had been pushed around and had his face slapped by Xiang Feng everywhere these past 2 days, so naturally he wouldn't miss such a good opportunity to make a joke at Xiang Feng's expense. Xiang Feng said coldly, what do you care what kind of car I drive? My car is much better than yours anyway. How can you drive such a shitty car and have the nerve to offer it to my wife? Then don't be a buzzard, just drive it out here. You call my car a shitty car, let's see what luxury car you can drive. If your car is better than mine, I, Lu Tianlong, will call you brother. Lu Tianlong said. Forget it, my brother is much better than you. Xiang Feng said with disgust. This guy actually wants to be his brother? In this world, what can be better than his brother? Okay, Feng, stop it, let's hurry up and leave. Liu Ruyun, however, was embarrassed and pulled Xiang Feng to leave because she felt that Xiang Feng was just bragging. In this situation, bragging is just making a fool of yourself, isn't it? Honey, I really didn't lie to you, I got you a new car. Look. While talking, Xiang Feng took out the car keys and pressed the unlock button. Suddenly, a blinding light came on, illuminating the surroundings. Is it really true that a car has come on? What a coincidence! Oh my, it looks like it's a Porsche Cayenne. Is that Xiang Feng's car? No way. This is definitely just a coincidence. No one in the Liu family believed it. Even Liu Ruyun had some doubts. The lowest-end Porsche Cayenne costs over 1,000,000 yuan. And from the appearance and size of its wheels, it can be seen that this Porsche is definitely not a low-end model, but most likely the top model. Xiang Feng, this is Liu Ruyun. She asked, tilting her head. Wife, hurry up and get the car started. I don't know how to drive. Without further explanation, Xiang Feng took Liu Ruyun by the hand and walked towards the Cayenne. The whole process of opening the door, getting in the car, and starting the car made Liu Ruyun feel a little like she was in a dream. How could she be driving a $1 million luxury car? Wife, what are you daydreaming about? Haven't you driven a car like this before, so you don't know how to drive? Do you want me to find someone to teach you? Xiang Feng sat in the passenger seat, and seeing that Liu Ruyun hadn't started the car, he asked out of concern, wondering if he should call Liu Guangyang back. It's not that, I'm just wondering, is this car really yours? Liu Ruyun asked, looking at Xiang Feng. This is an issue that not only she wants to know the answer to, but also the rest of the confused Liu family members outside. The entire Liu family only has $2 million luxury cars. One is kept in the garage, and was previously driven by Liu Ruyun's grandfather, but now it is the family matriarch's car. The other is registered to Liu Changshan, the eldest brother of the Liu family. Where did Xiang Feng get such a luxury car? Never mind that, you just need to know that you are now the owner of this car. Xiang Feng said with a smile, Wife, let's go quickly. I don't like being looked at like a monkey. Oh no, that's wrong, I don't like being looked at by a bunch of monkeys. His words clearly reached the ears of the Liu family, making them grind their teeth again. Liu Ruyun was afraid that the two sides would argue again, so she quickly stepped on the accelerator and drove away in the car. Xiang Feng, that country bumpkin, is so annoying, he actually called us monkeys. Humph, he must have stolen that car from somewhere. It's not like he stole it, these luxury cars are not that easy to steal. If I'm not wrong, he must have rented it. Renting a luxury car to show off in front of us, only a bumpkin like him could do it. Looking at the taillights of the Porsche Cayenne, the Liu family unanimously came to the conclusion. The car was rented. Grandma, don't look anymore, this car must have been rented by that bumpkin Xiang Feng. Liu Tianlong also got off the truck at this time. After seeing the Porsche Cayenne, he felt that his Porsche Macan was not as good looking. This is indeed a younger brother. Yes, if I'm not wrong, Xiang Feng never left the hotel before, but was eavesdropping on us outside. After learning that grandma had taken away the car of that bitch Liu Ruyun, he immediately went and rented a Porsche Cayenne to try to act cool in front of us. Wang Huilan followed suit. Mrs. Liu let out a sigh and said, "Alas, this bumpkin has so many tricks up his sleeve, it seems he really doesn't mean well. In any case, I will never let him become my Liu family's son-in-law." Chapter 34, Do I Need to Explain? Xiang Feng, you hurry up and tell me, where did you rent this Porsche from? Let's hurry and return it now, so we can get a bit more of our money back. In the car, Liu Ruyun also realized that the car was most likely rented from Xiang Feng. She guessed that Xiang Feng had heard their conversation in the hotel and had immediately rented a car to save face. She was touched, but didn't want Xiang Feng to spend too much money. Xiang Feng, however, was puzzled. "Honey, can you still rent a car? You don't even know that? Didn't you pay for this car?" Liu Ruyun was puzzled. Xiang Feng said, "Of course not, this car was given to me by someone else. No, it can't be said to be a gift, but rather something I earned." Earned? Liu Ruyun was puzzled. What did he mean? Xiang Feng explained, "It's like this, after I left the hotel, I met Zhang Feng, the manager of the Qixing building, and his boss Lu Guangyang outside the hotel. Unexpectedly, Lu Guangyang was unwell, suffering from a sudden attack of cholecystitis. I cured him, and he gave me this car as payment." Lu Dong? You actually treated Lu Dong? Liu Ruyun was shocked. Lu Guangyang is a big shot in the catering industry in Xianhai City. Moreover, it is said that Lu Guangyang is not only well established in the catering industry, but also dabbles in some other industries. He is a well-known big shot in Xianhai City. Yes, his cholecystitis was quite serious, but don't you know your husband's medical skills? He casually cured him. Xiang Feng laughed and took credit for it, bringing his clean and handsome face close. "Wife, I've helped you win such a big victory today, do you want to reward me?" "Stop it, I'm driving." Liu Ruyun's cheeks were flushed, but she was very happy in her heart. Indeed, if Xiang Feng hadn't suddenly pulled out a Cayenne today, she would have been humiliated. Drip drip drip. At this moment, Liu Ruyun's phone rang. It was her aunt calling. Liu Ruyun answered the phone and asked, "Auntie, where are you now? Do you need me to pick you up?" "Oh, okay." After hanging up the phone, Liu Ruyun said, "Xiang Feng, my aunt just went to meet a friend, but her friend suddenly had to leave. She can't take a taxi, so why don't we go pick her up?" "Okay, I'll do whatever you say, my dear." Xiang Feng felt a little reluctant, because he didn't want to add an extra person between him and Liu Ruyun, but he didn't want to make his wife uncomfortable either. 15 minutes later, Liu Ruyun picked up Liu Huijun. "Ruyun, where did you get the Porsche Cayenne? And this is the top-of-the-line Cayenne, right? It must cost 2 million? Liu Huijun asked curiously as soon as she got in the car. Liu Ruyun said proudly, "Auntie, Feng used this car to treat someone, and they gave it to him as payment." "No way." Liu Huijun expressed her doubts on the spot. "In fact, I just heard about this too. Now everyone in the Liu family is saying that Xiang Feng overheard the old lady's conversation with you, so he rented a Cayenne on the spot to save face for you. Xiang Feng, be honest, did you use the 500,000 yuan I gave you to rent this car? Believe it or not." Xiang Feng had the patience to explain to Liu Ruyun, but not to Liu Huijun. Not everyone can make him patient. "You." Liu Huijun's fists were like hitting cotton, and she felt both uncomfortable and angry. She had asked Liu Ruyun to pick her up because she had heard about the incident and wanted to confront Xiang Feng on the spot. But the little bastard had such a bad attitude, completely ignoring his aunt. "Xiang Feng, let me tell you, a man can be broke, and he can earn money slowly. But you must never pretend to be rich when you are not. You should never have rented such an expensive car to impress people. You should stop doing that, because in the end, your wife, Liu Ruyun, will have to pay for it." Liu Huijun said coldly. Xiang Feng looked at her and suddenly took out his bank card and waved it. "You've got it all wrong, Feng. I have a lot of money now, so I don't need my wife to pay for everything. Look, there are still nearly 400,000 yuan left in your card, apart from the 500,000 yuan you withdrew. Little bastard, what you mean is that you spent 100,000 yuan renting this car?" Liu Huijun directly stormed off when she heard this. "Xiang Feng, don't tease your aunt." Liu Ruyun saw that the two were about to argue again, and her head was in great pain. She said helplessly, "Auntie, just now Xiang Feng already explained to me that this car was really earned by him treating people's illnesses. How can you believe his nonsense?" I don't believe it anyway. Liu Huijun still looked unconvinced. Otherwise, how could he explain the fact that only 400,000 yuan was left in the 500,000 yuan in the card, when he had originally said that there was 500,000 yuan in the card? Xiang Feng retorted, the 500,000 yuan in the card is my own money, so why do I need to explain to you how I spend it and how much I spend? Liu Huijun regretted asking Liu Ruyun to pick her up. She felt that there would only be two outcomes if she stayed with Xiang Feng. Either she would strangle Xiang Feng herself, or she would be driven to her death by Xiang Feng's anger. Xiang Feng, please don't be angry with your aunt. Your aunt is actually concerned about us. Liu Ruyun said helplessly. Okay. Since the goddess wife has spoken, Xiang Feng had to give up. He said, actually, I used the 100,000 yuan to open my own medical clinic. Medical clinic? Liu Huijun was puzzled. Liu Ruyun also looked over curiously. Xiang Feng nodded, in fact, with money, it's easy to find a medical clinic to buy. I found one today and spent almost 100,000 yuan to buy it, and also bought some other things, spending tens of thousands of yuan. So now in my account, there is really only less than 400,000 yuan left. But since the clinic is open, I'm sure I'll be able to make more money soon. Xiang Feng would not forget that he had a small goal. You can open a clinic in one day? You think I'm stupid? Is it that easy to open a clinic? Even if you have a ready-made premise, you still need all kinds of procedures and documents to open a clinic, right? Where are you going to get them? Liu Huijun still didn't believe it. Oh, I don't really know much about this either. It was that old man from the People's Hospital who helped me with it, said Xiang Feng casually. Xiang Feng, are you talking about Dean Wang Chuanchu? Liu Ruyun asked. Yes, that's him. Xiang Feng nodded. You run a clinic, and the dean of the hospital does your errands? Liu Huijun was shocked. Is that so strange? Xiang Feng said indifferently, he even said today that he wanted to become my apprentice, but I refused. Cut it out, just keep bragging. Liu Huijun pouted, but she believed him more or less. Perhaps it was really Wang Chuanchu who helped Xiang Feng, so that Xiang Feng was able to open the clinic in one day. Last night, Liu Ruyun told her that Wang Chuanchu really intended to learn medical skills from Xiang Feng. Auntie, now you believe in Xiang Feng, right? This car is really earned by him treating people, not rented with your money. Liu Ruyun said. Wife, let me correct you. Xiang Feng said seriously, that's not her money anymore, it's mine. Oh no, it's our money. Chapter 35 tonight, I want you to sleep in my arms. Little bastard, you're nothing. Liu Huijun was furious at Xiang Feng's words, but she couldn't do anything about it because the money was indeed the consultation fee she gave Xiang Feng. To be precise, it was the consultation fee that Xiang Feng forcibly collected, and he didn't even give her any bargaining power. Humph, now that you still have almost 400,000 yuan left, you should hurry up and look at houses these 2 days, and don't make Ruyun follow you to rent a house to live in, otherwise I'll look down on you. Liu Huijun snorted. No need. Xiang Feng and I will rent a place to live first. Xiao Feng's medical clinic has just opened, and there will definitely be a lot of expenses in the future, so let's save this money for him for now. Liu Ruyun said thoughtfully. 400,000 is not a lot of money. In Xianhai City, where land is expensive, they can't even afford the down payment on a house, and can only afford the down payment on an apartment. But after paying the down payment, they still have to decorate, buy furniture and appliances, and pay the mortgage. It's too stressful. Xiang Feng, if you really let Ruyun live with you in a rented apartment, you're not a man. Liu Huijun looked at Xiang Feng coldly. She deliberately wanted to hurt Xiang Feng's feelings. This brat was so annoying. Do I need to prove to you that I'm a man? My wife knows that I'm a man, that's enough. Xiang Feng rudely retorted. Liu Huijun sneered, really? Then go buy a house for Ruyun to live in. And if you're so capable, don't use the money I gave. You. Pfft, with the little money you have, what kind of house could you buy? How dare you say that? Xiang Feng pursed his lips in disdain. He didn't want to bother with this matter, and he had a house for his wife to live in, a big villa. Liu Huijun said, you keep bragging about your villa. You country bumpkin, you probably don't even know what a villa looks like. Besides, do you know how much a villa costs? Take the villas at Mount Hentang in Xianhai City as an example. A villa there costs at least tens of millions of yuan, and a slightly better one costs over 100 million yuan. You couldn't afford it even if you earned a lifetime's worth of money. Are villas at Mount Hentaying that expensive? Xiang Feng was surprised, and then he looked thoughtful. What did you think? So, you'd better be practical. Use my money to pay the down payment on an apartment. You and Ruyun work hard for 2 more years and get a bigger place. Don't let Ruyun suffer with you all the time. Liu Huijun looked disgusted. She really looked down on Xiang Feng, but her niece was like someone who had been drugged, and she simply wouldn't listen to reason. She insisted on following Xiang Feng. Therefore, she could only hope that Xiang Feng would work hard so that the two of them could live a better life sooner. I have a villa in Hentaying Highlands, why would I buy an apartment? I'm not crazy. Xiang Feng suddenly said. What did you say? You have a villa in Hentaying Highlands? Liu Huijun couldn't stand it anymore when she saw that Xiang Feng was still bragging, and sarcastically said loudly, if you have a villa in Hentaying Highlands, I'll call you daddy. No. I don't have a daughter as old as you. Xiang Feng hurriedly shook his head, looking terrified. Besides, the daughter my wife and I will have in the future will definitely be 100 times prettier than you. What did you say, you brat? Liu Huijun was so angry that her lungs were about to burst. I said, the daughter my wife and I will have in the future will definitely be 100 times prettier than you. But don't worry about that, you should worry more about how you're going to pass on your lineage to your husband. Xiang Feng didn't pamper Liu Huijun at all, and directly confronted her. Let you look down on Brother Feng? No one is qualified to look down on Brother Feng except for the goddess wife. Stop the car, I want to get off. Liu Huijun completely went berserk. If she stayed in the car any longer, she was afraid she wouldn't be able to hold herself back from fighting. After all, she couldn't compete with Xiang Feng in a verbal fight. Auntie, don't get mad at Xiao Feng, he's just. Liu Ruyun's headache was as hard as iron, and she glared at Xiang Feng in complaint. You hurry up and pull over, I'll take a taxi myself. I'll rent a hotel room tonight, humph. Liu Huijun said with a hard attitude, pursing her lips, I don't feel comfortable riding in this rented luxury car either. Seeing that Liu Huijun was indeed on the verge of losing her temper, Liu Ruyun didn't explain anymore, and had to pull over and apologize to Liu Huijun. Liu Huijun finally got out of the car and walked away. Liu Ruyun helplessly restarted the car, with a hint of fatigue on her face. Xiao Feng, my aunt was actually right. We really should be down to earth and slowly pursue our own happy lives. In fact, it doesn't matter if we're a bit poor and life is a bit difficult right now, but can you show me hope? I don't expect to be rich and powerful, I just hope that you can work hard with me, okay? My dear, what you're saying makes a lot of sense. I will definitely work hard and complete the small goals I've set for myself as soon as possible. Xiang Feng nodded seriously. Since you understand, that's good. After this car is successfully transferred, we'll sell it and buy a smaller house to live in first. If there's any money left over, we'll buy a cheaper car for transportation. Honey, we don't need to sell the car. I didn't lie to you just now, I really do have a villa in Hentaying Highlands. Xiang Feng took out a room card from his pocket and waved it in front of Liu Ruyun. Don't you remember? Yesterday afternoon, after I cured the Tong family, Wanner wanted to give me money, but I refused, so she forced a villa on me. Really? I drank a bit too much yesterday afternoon and got a bit confused, so I don't really remember this. Liu Ruyun said with some embarrassment. After Xiang Feng reminded her, she also remembered. At the Dong family home in Hentaying Mountain, the Dong family did have the idea of paying, but Xiang Feng refused, as he was not interested in money at the time. Later, Tang Wanner forcibly gave Xiang Feng a villa, not as a consultation fee, but as a gift of meeting, and also as a congratulatory gift for the marriage of Xiang Feng and Liu Ruyun. Wife, if you still don't believe me, you can call Wanner and ask her now. Xiang Feng looked a little sad. Okay, I know I misunderstood you, I've already remembered this. I'm sorry, Xiang Feng, I misunderstood you. Liu Ruyun smiled bitterly, she never knew that a man could be so powerful when he's sad. Honey, I'm feeling a little bad right now, and it might last a long time, I need your comfort. Xiang Feng said seriously. Okay, how do you want me to comfort you? She really had misunderstood men, so Liu Ruyun couldn't refuse. Tonight, I need you to hold me while I sleep, otherwise I'm sure I won't be able to sleep all night. Xiang Feng's tone remained somber, but a sly gleam flashed in his eyes. Liu Ruyun opened her mouth, not knowing how to refuse, let alone say yes. Wife, are you afraid I'll do something bad? Xiang Feng asked. I don't. Liu Ruyun didn't dare look at Xiang Feng. No. You did. Xiang Feng said seriously, in fact, you should suspect me too. After all, you are so beautiful and have a good figure. If I hug you for a whole night, I will inevitably lose control. But now, at this time, even if I can't help it, I have to hold back. So, my dear, you really don't need to worry. I definitely won't do anything to you. Of course, the main reason is that without your consent, I definitely won't do anything to you. Having said all this, it would really be too much to refuse again. Liu Ruyun was helpless, and gritted her teeth. Okay, then we'll sleep in each other's arms tonight. You really do love me very much, wife. Xiang Feng was so excited that he almost jumped up. He suddenly felt that the world was so beautiful. Chapter 36, Ant in Danger. Half an hour later, Xiang Feng and Liu Ruyun returned to the apartment. Xiang Feng, you rest for a while, I'm going to take a shower. Liu Ruyun left her bag behind and went to collect her clothes and take a shower. Xiang Feng had no intention of resting at the moment. All he could think about was the fact that he could sleep with Liu Ruyun that night. My wife is not feeling well right now, I can't do anything about it. Well, I can definitely hold back. Xiang Feng took a deep breath to suppress an evil thought. 15 minutes later, Liu Ruyun finished showering, but she didn't wash her hair because her period was still on and it was not good for her body to wash her hair at this time. Xiang Feng, you go and take a shower too, and I'll ask my aunt if she's booked a hotel. If she hasn't, I'll ask her to come and sleep here with us. Liu Ruyun sat down on the sofa and picked up her phone. My dear. Xiang Feng suddenly turned pale and looked at Liu Ruyun pitifully. Liu Ruyun explained with a long face, Xiang Feng, it's rare for my aunt to come to Xianhai City, and it's really not good for me to leave her alone in a hotel to go to bed. Of course, after more than half an hour of calming down, she also regretted agreeing to sleep next to Xiang Feng that night. She wasn't afraid of what Xiang Feng might do to her, she had more faith in his character in that regard. She was just having a hard time getting past her own feelings. Sleeping in the same bed as a man was just too fast. She needed some time to mentally prepare herself. Okay, since you, my wife, care so much about your aunt, you can call her and ask. Alas, I am a person with many flaws, but I love my wife dearly. Xiang Feng sighed helplessly. You're so good, honey. Here, a reward. Liu Ruyun immediately pounced, wrapped her arms around Xiang Feng's neck, and gave him a soft peck on the cheek. Xiang Feng felt like he had been electrocuted, and his whole body froze in place. The depression in his heart was swept away. Liu Ruyun, meanwhile, sat down next to him with a blushing face, took out her phone and dialed Liu Huijun's number. Her little husband, who she had tricked into coming with her, was indeed very easy to please. Well, she had to treasure him extra. Besides, she also had to mentally prepare for certain things in advance, so as not to disappoint him next time. Hello, Auntie, have you found the hotel? The call went through quickly, and Liu Ruyun and Liu Huijun started chatting. After about a minute, Liu Ruyun hung up the phone and said to Xiang Feng, my aunt said she won't be back tonight. She ran into her old classmate on the way and they're having a late night snack together. Her old classmate will help her arrange a hotel later. Xiang Feng had perfect hearing and had heard every word of the two women's conversation. He even heard Liu Huijun drinking with someone else. But now he had no heart to think about these things. Learning that Liu Huijun would not be staying with them, he was so excited that he wanted to shout. Wife, your aunt still has classmates in Xianhai City? Xiang Feng asked casually, trying hard to calm himself. Of course, Auntie grew up studying in Xianhai City, all the way to university graduation. By the way, Uncle also graduated from the same university as Auntie, but then Uncle went to work in a different province, and Auntie followed him. Liu Ruyun laughed and said, you probably don't know, but your aunt was the school flower of Xianhai University and had countless suitors. Xiang Feng pouted and said, school flower? I can't tell. Liu Ruyun glared at Xiang Feng and said, your aunt was really beautiful when she was young, but she looks a bit older these days, probably because she's been so worried these past few years. It's true, after all, she doesn't have a husband as amazing as me. Xiang Feng nodded in agreement, my dear, you don't have to worry about this issue, with me by your side, the older you get, the younger you'll look, I guarantee that you'll still be a goddess even when you turn 100. How can I still be a goddess when I'm 100? You know how to make a girl happy, but you can't go wooing other girls, understand? Liu Ruyun reminded him. You can't let other women have your little husband, who you've worked so hard to win over. Wife, you worry too much. There's no other woman in the world as beautiful as you. Xiang Feng said seriously. Hee, I'll believe you for now. Liu Ruyun beamed, although she felt that Xiang Feng was just trying to please her, she was still very happy. No woman can refuse to be praised for her beauty, especially when the man also gives her a good impression. Her only worry was that her handsome little husband was also very skilled in medicine and knew kung fu. Even if he didn't go out and flirt with other women, there would still be girls who would come to him. Alas, she really couldn't let her guard down. Honey, it looks like you haven't washed your hair yet. Is it because of your period? How about this, you lie down on the sofa and I'll wash your hair, I promise I won't let your scalp touch the water. Xiang Feng looked at Liu Ruyun's dry hair and said. This is very troublesome, Liu Ruyun said. How can it be troublesome to wash your hair, my dear wife? If you like, I'll wash your hair every day, Xiang Feng said earnestly. Okay. Liu Ruyun's heart was filled with sweetness when she heard this, and her eyes narrowed into a slit. Immediately, Liu Ruyun lay flat on the sofa and let her hair fall out of the bun. Her long, dark hair, as black as ink, fell loosely, exuding a faint, light fragrance. Xiang Feng prepared a basin of warm water, took the shampoo and conditioner, and carefully washed Liu Ruyun's hair. After washing for a while, Xiang Feng felt his nasal passages getting a little hot. Liu Ruyun was wearing a nightgown, and at the moment, lying flat on the sofa, a certain part of her body was just towering in front of Xiang Feng. Xiang Feng casually looked up, and he could see the beautiful sight that made his blood boil. Moreover, Liu Ruyun's nightgown only covered the root of her thighs. Those round, slender, white legs were also exposed right in front of Xiang Feng. As a normal man, at this moment, he really couldn't help it. No, I have to calm down a bit. Xiang Feng quickly dried Liu Ruyun's hair and wanted to say hello to Liu Ruyun and say that he would get the hairdryer. However, when he looked at Liu Ruyun, he discovered that the woman had fallen asleep without knowing when. Is my wife really that tired? She fell asleep after just lying there for a little while. Xiang Feng felt a little sad. My wife must have worked too hard during the day, and then she was bullied by the Liu family at dinner. How could she be mentally strong? The Liu family? Humph. My wife works so hard for you, and you bully her like this. Just wait, Brother Feng will make you regret it. Xiang Feng sneered in his heart. Certain evil thoughts gradually dissipated. He squatted down again, practiced his martial arts, and channeled his energy, concentrating it in his palms. Then, his palms slowly stroked through Liu Ruyun's hair. In less than half a minute, Liu Ruyun's hair was completely dry. It's easy to catch a cold sleeping here, I need to carry my wife to bed. If I carry her to sleep, she'll definitely sleep more comfortably. Xiang Feng muttered, and then he tried to pick up the woman. Drip! Drip! Just then, Liu Ruyun's mobile phone, which had been placed on the coffee table, suddenly vibrated twice in a row. Oh! How did I fall asleep? The vibration woke Liu Ruyun up, and she opened her eyes dazedly. Honey, let me carry you to bed, don't get up, Xiang Feng said. Xiang Feng, it sounded like my phone just sent me a message, didn't it? Let me see who it is. Liu Ruyun said, picking up her phone and checking her WeChat messages. As soon as she finished reading it, her face changed slightly. What's wrong, honey? Xiang Feng asked, puzzled. Xiao Feng, it seems like my aunt is in trouble. Let's drive over and pick her up. She's still at the hotel. After Liu Ruyun finished speaking, she put on her slippers and ran out of the house. Xiang Feng, who looked confused, hurriedly followed her. Soon, the two of them got into the Porsche Cayenne. Boom! Liu Ruyun slammed the accelerator, and the Cayenne roared out like a beast. Wife, what's going on? Xiang Feng, who was sitting in the passenger seat, asked again. My aunt just sent me a location and told me to hurry and pick her up. She might be in trouble, but I'm afraid to call her right now, so we have to get to the hotel location she sent as soon as possible. As Liu Ruyun spoke, she continued to press the accelerator. Hearing this, Xiang Feng didn't dare to disturb Liu Ruyun while she was driving, and just comforted Liu Ruyun, telling her not to worry too much. The original 30-minute drive took Liu Ruyun less than 20 minutes to reach her destination. The King of Shrimp Banquet is a famous late-night snack restaurant in Xianhai City. It is said that this late-night snack restaurant is full even at 3 or 4 in the morning. Crack! Liu Ruyun was anxious, so she parked directly on the roadside, not afraid of being towed away by the traffic police, and hurriedly got out of the car with Xiang Feng. Quick, it's over there. Liu Ruyun pulled Xiang Feng and pointed to a restaurant in front of them, running quickly. Wife, look, isn't that your aunt? Xiang Feng suddenly stopped and pointed a short distance away. Liu Ruyun looked in the direction Xiang Feng was pointing and saw a middle-aged man helping a drunk Liu Huijun, preparing to help him into a Mercedes-Benz SUV. Behind the middle-aged man were two subordinates. Liu Ruyun didn't care about that, and shouted as she ran over. Who are you? Hurry up and let go of my aunt. Chapter 37, How do you like to die for molesting my wife? This middle-aged man looked to be about 40 years old, and he had an elegant appearance, but a thick necklace around his neck somewhat ruined his temperament. At this time, Liu Huijun was lying in his arms, reeking of alcohol, looking as if she were drunk. Liu Ruyun looked at her aunt lying in the arms of a strange man, naturally feeling anxious and nervous. Who are you? And why do you say she is your aunt? Zhang Jiang glanced back at Liu Ruyun, and a flash of astonishment passed through his eyes. Liu Ruyun said, her name is Liu Huijun, mine is Liu Ruyun, and we are both from the Liu family in Xianhai City. If you don't believe me, I can call someone from the Liu family now and we can confront each other face to face. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man Zhang Jiang couldn't help but frown. Damn it, is this cooked duck about to fly away? I have been pining for Liu Huijun for many years, and this opportunity today is extremely rare. However, Liu Ruyun's attitude is so strong, and the Liu family is also quite famous in Xianhai City, so he doesn't want to force his way in. As thoughts flashed through his mind, Zhang Jiang quickly laughed and said, So you are Liu Ruyun? I heard Huijun mention you just now at dinner. Oh yes, let me introduce myself, I'm Zhang Jiang, Huijun's classmate from university. When I was just having dinner with her, she seemed to be in a bad mood, so she drank a bit too much. That's why I'm taking her to the hotel that my family owns. Well, don't get me wrong, this is what Huijun said before drinking, she said she wanted to stay at a hotel today. Hearing this, Liu Ruyun didn't know what to say for a moment. Because Zhang Jiang was indeed correct, her aunt was in a bad mood after arguing with Xiang Feng and wanted to stay at a hotel. But Liu Ruyun would not forget that her aunt had just sent her a message asking her to come and pick her up. Thank you for taking such good care of my aunt, but I want to take my aunt to stay at my place. I am her niece, and she is drunk and living alone, I definitely won't feel at ease, I hope you can understand. Liu Ruyun said in a tone of consultation. Although Zhang Jiang looked refined, she always felt that he was not a good person. Whether it was the way he treated her aunt or the way he just looked at her, it seemed like he had ulterior motives. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? What if Huijun wakes up tomorrow and gets angry with me? Zhang Jiang shook his head and said with a smile, Niece Liu, I think you'd better go back. Huijun is staying at the hotel I own, so she'll definitely be fine. Don't you trust my character? Liu Ruyun suddenly couldn't think of anything to say. If she insisted any further, she was afraid she would offend Zhang Jiang. But the more Zhang Jiang behaved like this, the more she couldn't let her aunt be in the other person's hands. However, Zhang Jiang didn't seem like someone who could be easily offended, and she didn't dare offend him either. Liu Ruyun was suddenly very anxious, and looked to Xiang Feng for help. My dear, let me talk to him. Xiang Feng gently patted Liu Ruyun on the shoulder to reassure her. Then he looked at Zhang Jiang and said, Trust your character? You have character? Xiao Feng. Liu Ruyun's face changed slightly. She didn't expect Xiang Feng to be so direct. He just cursed at her. Isn't that going to offend people? That person called Zhang Jiang was accompanied by his subordinates, and they looked like they were not to be trifled with. The key point was that her aunt was still in their hands. Bastard, what did you say? How dare you curse our Zhang? Kid, if you know what's good for you, you'd better apologize to our brother Zhang. Sure enough, the two subordinates behind Zhang Jiang angrily said, glaring at Xiang Feng with cold eyes. What kind of peasant did you run away from the village? Zhang Jiang glanced at Xiang Feng, not caring, but smiling at Liu Ruyun. Liu niece, he can't be your friend, can he? Liu Ruyun said, his name is Xiang Feng, he's my husband. Your husband? Gee, niece Liu, you have a unique taste, actually finding a farmer as your husband. Zhang Jiang, who had drunk quite a bit, looked at Liu Ruyun's body with interest, licked his lips, and said, If you want him as your husband, you might as well ask me. Pop. As soon as Zhang Jiang finished speaking, he felt a flash of light in front of his eyes. Then, he felt a burning pain on his cheek, and his body followed as he fell to the ground. Xiang Feng appeared in front of him, embraced Liu Huijun, who was falling towards the ground, and said coldly, Looking for you? What the hell are you? and you dare to molest my wife? Do you know how to write the word death? Damn it, you dare to hit me, you're looking for death. Zhang Jiang covered his face and glared at Xiang Feng with hatred. Xiao Yang and Xiao Lin, beat him up for me. Yes. His two subordinates immediately charged towards Xiang Feng. Boom. Boom. However, before the two men could get close to Xiang Feng, they flew out and fell heavily to the ground, unable to get up. They are not enough. Why don't I give you some time and you go get some more people? Xiang Feng said nonchalantly. Okay. Boy, I didn't think you had some ability. Then wait, I'll call people now, don't you regret it later. Zhang Jiang was also a little surprised at Xiang Feng's skills, but he was not afraid. He took out his mobile phone and directly called for help. He owned 5 restaurants on this street. With one phone call, he could easily get 20 to 30 people to come over. Xiang Feng, maybe we should just forget about it? After all, our aunt is already here, let's quickly take her away. Liu Ruyun said worriedly, afraid that Xiang Feng would suffer. Wife, you take care of our aunt first. This scum, I must teach him a good lesson today. Xiang Feng handed Liu Huijun over to Liu Ruyun and said with a smile, don't worry, in this world, no one can take advantage of me except the old man. Then, be careful. Liu Ruyun could only helplessly remind him as she saw that Xiang Feng would not listen to reason. Zhang Gu, what's going on? Damn, Zhang Gu, it looks like you've been beaten up? Which son of a bitch dared to offend our Zhang Gu? He must be killed. In less than 5 minutes, more than 20 people, armed with sticks and clubs, had gathered around. This country bumpkin just took advantage of my inattention to sneak up on me. Hurry up, teach him a lesson, as long as he doesn't die. Zhang Jiang pointed at Xiang Feng and said coldly. Brother Zhang is still too kind. Brothers, go, avenge Brother Zhang. Dare to hit Brother Zhang, today you must leave him with 2 hands. 20 or 30 people charged at Xiang Feng, roaring with ferocity. There were originally some people watching the fun on the street, but when they saw this situation, they were afraid of being affected and quickly hid as far away as possible. Liu Ruyun, who was standing not far behind Xiang Feng, was also full of tension and worry. After all, the other side had too many people. Even if Xiang Feng was powerful, it would be easy for him to suffer if he had to deal with so many people at the same time, right? A bunch of amateurs, and they dared to attack me? Xiang Feng was not afraid at all, and there was a disdainful curve at the corner of his mouth. In order to save time, he charged forward on his own initiative. Boom! The person charging at the front was kicked in the chest by Xiang Feng. The crisp sound of bone breaking resounded like firecrackers. Boom! 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 Xiang Feng charged into the crowd like a tiger. One after another, figures kept flying out and falling to the ground. Moreover, none of those who fell to the ground were able to get up immediately. In less than a minute, a total of more than 30 people fell to the ground. How is this possible? Zhang Jiang rubbed his eyes, looking as if he had seen a ghost, and most of the drunkenness had dissipated. Now, do you still want to molest my wife? Xiang Feng took a step forward and appeared in front of Zhang Jiang, asking indifferently. Chapter 38, Are all electric bulbs so self-assured? Ghoul. Zhang Jiang swallowed heavily, looked at Xiang Feng with some fear, and smirked, saying, Little brother, it was all a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. No, there was no misunderstanding. You, not only did you try to hit on my wife's aunt, you even coveted my wife. I must deal with this properly and give my wife a satisfactory explanation, otherwise I would not be a good husband. Xiang Feng laughed, so you can choose to continue calling people now. Well, 30 may not be enough, so call 300, I have plenty of time to wait. Zhang Jiang's face suddenly turned bitter. Call 300? Although he can summon 30 people in a short period of time, where can he find 300 people? Xiang Feng, let's forget it, okay? You've taught him a lesson, and Auntie and I haven't suffered any losses. Let's go home early, Auntie is drunk. Behind them, Liu Ruyun couldn't help but speak up to persuade Xiang Feng not to make a big deal out of it. Zhang Jiang nodded repeatedly, saying, Yes, little brother, why don't we just let it end here? I'll apologize to you, is that okay? Xiang Feng ignored Zhang Jiang and turned to Liu Ruyun, saying, Wife, you probably don't know yet, but my aunt is not just drunk, she's been drugged. What? Drugged? Liu Ruyun's face changed. Zhang Jiang was also slightly shocked. How did this guy know? Xiang Feng continued, well, fortunately, it's just a common date rape drug, so there shouldn't be any issues. For now, let's let Auntie continue to sleep, and I'll take care of it when we get home. But this guy, we can't just let him go. What do you want? Zhang Jiang saw Xiang Feng looking at him with cold eyes, and he suddenly became nervous, subconsciously taking 2 steps back. Don't worry, I'm not going to kill you, Xiang Feng said seriously. Zhang Jiang's mouth twitched, and he almost wet himself with fear. Where did this ruthless person come from, talking about killing people? What's the big deal? Remember, when wooing a woman, you must never use force. You can learn from me and use your handsome appearance to conquer women. Unfortunately, you will never have the chance to conquer a woman again in this life. Xiang Feng shook his head and said. What do you mean? Zhang Jiang had a bad feeling. I just think that it would be better if you never became a man again in this life, otherwise you will definitely go and harm other women again. Once he finished speaking, Xiang Feng kicked out, landing squarely between Zhang Jiang's legs. Boom! Crack! As the kick landed, it sounded like an egg had been broken. Zhang Jiang flew straight out. Wife, let's go, I'll carry Auntie. Xiang Feng turned around, walked over to Liu Ruyun, and took Liu Huijun from her. Xiao Feng, will that person be okay? Liu Ruyun looked at Zhang Jiang, who was curled up on the ground like a shrimp in the distance, and was a little worried. Don't worry, he'll be fine. Your husband knows how to strike a balance. Xiang Feng said with a smile, carrying Liu Huijun on his back while spitting out, honey, when you talk to your aunt later, tell her to lose some weight. How can uncle handle such a heavy weight? What are you talking about? When Auntie wakes up later, you can't say things like that, otherwise she'll definitely argue with you again. Liu Ruyun hurriedly reminded. After half an hour or so, the 3 of them returned to the apartment. Xiang Feng placed Liu Huijun on the sofa, and then used silver needles to force the drugged medicine out of Liu Huijun's body. What's wrong with me? Liu Huijun woke up and glanced around. Auntie, how do you feel? Liu Ruyun asked with concern. Ruyun? Liu Huijun gradually came to her senses, and with a long sigh of relief, she said, luckily you came to pick me up, otherwise I would have been in trouble today. I always felt that my old classmate was deliberately pouring me alcohol, trying to get me drunk. Liu Ruyun laughed and said, Auntie, in fact, thanks to Xiao Feng, it was he who saved you from your old classmate. He saved me? Liu Huijun frowned, and said, Ruyun, tell me, what happened? Auntie, it's like this. In fact, you weren't drunk, but the person put a sleeping drug in your wine. Liu Ruyun immediately explained in detail what had happened earlier. After listening, Liu Huijun's face turned white. Bastard. Animal. Zhang Jiang is such an asshole. It's a shame that I trusted him and drank with him. I never thought that after all these years, he was still lusting after my body. Liu Huijun trembled with anger. Auntie, don't be angry, Xiao Feng has already taught him a lesson for you. Liu Ruyun gently patted Liu Huijun's back. Phew. Liu Huijun let out 2 heavy breaths, and her mood calmed down a little. Then, she looked towards Feng with a complex expression. If Feng had not arrived today and rescued her from Zhang Jiang, her fate would have been unimaginable. But she really couldn't bring herself to thank him. You want to thank me? You don't have to. If you really want to thank me. Xiang Feng touched his nose and laughed. There's a chain hotel about 300 meters east of our apartment building. Don't be a third wheel here, that's the biggest thank you can give me. Xiang Feng, don't joke with your aunt. After what happened, there's no way I'd agree to let her stay at a hotel. Liu Ruyun felt her head grow heavy. Seeing that Liu Huijun was about to storm off again, she quickly pulled her back and said, Auntie, don't take what Xiang Feng said to heart. He was just joking with you on purpose to anger you. Humph, I know she's doing it on purpose to anger me. This little bastard is no better than that big bastard Zhang Jiang, Liu Huijun huffed. Don't compare me to Zhang Jiang, we're not the same. I've never used despicable tactics on a woman. Xiang Feng immediately set the record straight. You are indeed not the same as him, because he is a real villain, while you are a hypocrite. Don't think I don't know, you weren't angry with me just now, you really want to get rid of me, because you think I'm the third wheel between you and Ruyun. But I'll tell you, I like being the third wheel. Tonight, you can continue to sleep on the sofa. After saying this, Liu Huijun turned and walked towards the bathroom. I'll be damned, are people nowadays so unashamed of being the third wheel? Xiang Feng felt a bit miffed and depressed. Xiang Feng, you're not angry with your aunt, are you? Liu Ruyun blinked her eyes and looked at Xiang Feng. I'm not angry with you. Xiang Feng shook his head. Who cares if she's your aunt? If she's your aunt, then she's my aunt too, right? Hee, I knew it, Xiang Feng, you love me the most. Liu Ruyun smiled happily. Then, she glanced back in the direction of the bathroom. Seeing that the bathroom door was closed, she walked over, embraced Xiang Feng, and gave him a light kiss on the lips. Xiang Feng, thank you today. Wow. The soft, slightly moist lips of a woman and her gentle voice made Xiang Feng fall head over heels. Honey, I'm going to bed. Oh, I have to get up early for work tomorrow, so when your aunt is done showering, you should hurry up and shower too. Liu Ruyun saw Xiang Feng like this, and her heart was also sweet. She softly smiled, turned around, and went into the bedroom. Looking at the woman's delicate and graceful back, Xiang Feng muttered, Is this the feeling of being in love? Is this the happiness that a woman brings to a man? No wonder. No wonder the old man is always running down the mountain in the middle of the night. Chapter 39, Bringing Flesh to the Bones. Early the next morning, Xiang Feng got up early and made breakfast. After the three had eaten breakfast, Xiang Feng and Liu Ruyun left together. Liu Huijun followed them. Just as they were having breakfast, she had told Liu Ruyun that they would go to Xiang Feng's clinic together. Huising Hall? The name is not bad. But if you open a clinic in this kind of place, can you attract business? Standing in front of the Huiseng Hall, Liu Huijun surveyed the surroundings and said discontentedly, You have terrible taste in shopfronts. Since the previous owner went out of business, it means that this location is no good. You might as well spend a bit more and find a better shopfront. Xiang Feng opened the door of the clinic and walked inside. You're wrong. The reason the previous owner went out of business was definitely not because the location was bad, but because his medical skills were so poor. But with my medical skills, I'm sure I can make Huixing Hall the most famous clinic in Xianhai City in the shortest time. It's not illegal to brag anyway, so go ahead and brag as much as you want. I'd like to see how many businesses you can do in a month. Liu Huijun followed and walked into the clinic, continuing to look around. Suddenly, she pointed to the pots and pans in the corner not far away and asked, You're opening a clinic, but you're also cooking here? Xiang Feng explained, Haven't you noticed that my clinic is less than 2 kilometers from Yunshan Group? Every day at noon, I can cook a good meal and deliver it to Yunshan Group to eat with my wife, so she doesn't have to order takeout. Ha! Having just eaten, and having just had a mouthful of dog food, Liu Huijun was feeling uncomfortable. Although Liu Ruyun's heart was sweet, she still said, Xiang Feng, your clinic has just opened, so take good care of it in the early stages, and don't cook and deliver meals for me, it's too time-consuming. No time-consuming wife, I opened the clinic to support you, if I don't even have time to cook for you, there's no point in me opening the clinic. Xiang Feng said seriously. Liu Huijun couldn't bear to hear anymore, and said, Okay, Ruyun, let's go to the company. I need to talk to your uncle about something, and I made an appointment with him yesterday. Okay. Liu Ruyun nodded, but then she said to Xiang Feng, my position has changed, and my workload may be a bit heavy. You really shouldn't bring me lunch these few days, because I'm afraid that when you do, I won't even be at the company. Okay then. Xiang Feng reluctantly agreed, not very happy. The Liu family is so annoying, taking away my wife's position as sales director, leaving her no time to eat her own lunch. No, I have to think of a way to help my wife get her position back as soon as possible. No. How can my wife just be a sales director? She should at least be the president. As he watched Liu Ruyun drive away, Xiang Feng sat alone at the reception desk playing with his phone. Although it was the opening of a new store, he had no intention of going out and advertising to drum up business. Mainly, he didn't know how to advertise. He wasn't in a hurry, anyway, it was only just opened. He would wait a few days and see. If there really were no patients, then he would think of something else. Drip, drip, drip. It was about 10 a.m. when a car pulled up in front of the clinic. A moment later, 2 figures entered. Xiang Feng, who was feeling a little drowsy from boredom, looked up. Oh, it's Boss Liu. Xiang Feng stood up, feeling refreshed. One of the men was Lu Guangyan, whom he had met outside the Four Seas Hotel the night before. After treating Lu Guangyan with acupuncture yesterday, he had greeted him and asked him to come back to Reincarnation Hall today to get his medicine prescribed. At the same time, he had also asked Lu Guangyan to introduce him to patients. Little brother Xiang Feng, let me introduce you. This is my friend, his surname is Su. He has some minor problems, but he doesn't have time to go to the hospital, so I've brought him here especially for you. Can you help take a look? Lu Guangyang shifted his body, making way for the middle-aged man surnamed Su. I can take a look, but... Xiang Feng grinned and said, I'm not like other doctors. When other doctors treat patients, they don't care about the patient's identity. But I'm different, I won't help someone I don't know. Lu Guangyang said awkwardly, little brother Xiang Feng, didn't I just say that? He's my friend, last name Su. Not enough. Xiang Feng laughed, at the very least, you need to tell me his full name and what he does. Hearing this, Lu Guangyang hesitated for a moment, looking up at the man last name Su. Little brother, do you ask all your patients such detailed questions? The man surnamed Su looked at Xiang Feng with interest. Xiang Feng shook his head and said, not really. I can see through the identity of some people at first glance, so I don't need to ask. But you are definitely not an ordinary person, and the problem you have is quite special, so I need to find out your identity first before deciding whether to save you. Since you want to know, I might as well tell you. The man surnamed Su smiled lightly, not wanting to waste any more time, and said directly, my name is Su Gung, I am the president of the Court of Justice, is there anything else you want to ask? Of course there is. Xiang Feng nodded, what is the Court of Justice? Su Gung and Lu Guangyang were both a little confused. This was the first time they had met someone who didn't know what the Court of Justice was. Lu Guangyang hurriedly explained, young friend Xiang Feng, the Court of Justice is the law enforcement department of a city, its main responsibility is to maintain the public safety of a city, now do you understand? Xiang Feng replied, oh, I understand. In that case, he's a good person, right? Of course. If he wasn't, how could Su become the head of the court of law? Lu Guangyang smiled wryly. He was a little confused by Xiang Feng's tactics and didn't know why Xiang Feng was asking all these questions. That's fine, as long as I'm sure he's a good person, then I'll help him. As soon as Xiang Feng finished speaking, he suddenly took a step forward and slapped Su Gung's chest. Ha! Su Gung's face changed slightly, and he quickly took a step back, raising his hand to block Xiang Feng's palm. However, how could his speed compare to Xiang Feng's? As soon as his right hand was raised, Xiang Feng's palm landed on his chest. A powerful energy surged into Su Gung's body. Pop! The next moment, Su Gung felt a sharp pain in his back. Blood spurted out. Su Gung's body also took a few steps back before stabilizing. Xiang Feng, what are you doing? This all happened in the blink of an eye, and Lu Guangyang didn't even react. By the time he reacted, Su Gung had already been beaten up. He immediately shouted angrily, and his eyes revealed a hint of ill will when he looked at Xiang Feng. Even if Xiang Feng was holding the green bamboo card. But Su Gung is different. Su Gung is not only his good friend for many years, but also someone he greatly respects. How do you feel now? Xiang Feng ignored Lu Guangyang and looked at Su Gung and asked. Su Gung was taken aback and sensed his body. Then, he turned his head sharply and looked at the wall behind him. This. Su Gung took a deep breath and was full of shock. Without caring about the wound on his back, he immediately stepped forward and clasped his fists in front of Xiang Feng. Brother Xiang Feng's technique can be described as bringing flesh to bare bones. Su Gung is impressed. Chapter 40 Take a nap with me. Lao Su, what's going on? Lu Guangyang walked over with a confused look on his face, a little confused about the situation. It was obvious that Su Gung had been slapped by Xiang Feng, but why did Su Gung seem to be thanking him? Lao Lu, go take a look at the wall and you'll know what just happened. Su Gung pointed at the wall behind him. Oh? Lu Guangyang immediately went over to take a look. Soon, his eyes widened in disbelief and he said, is this shrapnel? Is this the shrapnel inside you? How is this possible? It is indeed the shrapnel inside me. The palm strike just now from brother Xiang Feng directly knocked the shrapnel that had been stuck inside me for many years out. Su Gung marveled again, brother Xiang Feng's medical skills are truly unheard of and unseen. Moreover, brother Xiang Feng is young, and his cultivation of vital energy is so formidable, I admire you. But, this is just too abnormal, isn't it? Lu Guangyang looked at Xiang Feng in puzzlement. Brother Xiang Feng, how did you know that Lao Su had shrapnel in his body? Xiang Feng smiled slightly and said, in fact, at first I wasn't very sure, but from his walking posture and many details, I guessed something. When that palm strike landed on him, I was completely sure, and used my energy to directly help him expel the shrapnel. Awesome! Lu Guanyang immediately gave him a thumbs up and said, "Brother Xiang Feng, do you know that the shrapnel was left behind by Lao Su on the battlefield more than 20 years ago?" He has consulted many experts, but few of them are confident that they can remove the shrapnel. The ones who are a bit confident say that if he has the operation, he will have to lie in bed for at least 2 or 3 months, and he doesn't want to delay his work. Your palm strike has helped him tremendously. Brother Xiangfeng, thank you so much. Su Gung also once again bowed to Xiang Feng. Then, he said apologetically, "But I heard from Lao Lu that your consultation fees are quite high. To be honest, our salaries in the court of law are not very high, and I'm afraid I can't afford to pay much for the consultation." Brother Su should have been on the battlefield, right? Xiang Feng surveyed Su Gung and asked. His master had many disciples, and 2 of his senior brothers were war gods on the battlefield. Su Gung's aura is quite similar to theirs. Of course, it is much weaker. Yes, I went to war a few times in my early years, and this shrapnel was left at that time. Su Gung nodded. In that case, Brother Su does not need to pay me a consultation fee. Xiang Feng grinned. My master often tells me that not only should I not charge those who protect their country and family, I should also go all out to help them recover as soon as possible. Oh? Su Gung's eyebrows rose. It seems that Brother Xiang Feng's master is also extraordinary. I wonder if I could be introduced. Xiang Feng smiled wryly. After I went down the mountain, my master is probably wandering around the world. It's fine, I'm already very happy to have made the acquaintance of Brother Xiang Feng. Brother Xiang Feng, I still have a lot of work to do this morning, how about I invite you to lunch? Su Gung said. Maybe not, I'm going to go see my wife at noon. I haven't seen her all morning, I miss her a little. Xiang Feng thought about it and replied seriously. It's really not as good as going to see your wife. Su Gung froze for a moment, quite speechless inside. Lu Guanyang on the side also had a wry smile. Don't look at Su Gung being very low-key now, but Su Gung's identity is the president of the Court of Justice, the person in charge of the official surface of Xianhai City, and one of the few people truly standing at the top of the power pyramid. On weekdays, I don't know how many big shots want to have a meal with Su Gung. And now Su Gung took the initiative to invite Xiang Feng to dinner, but was actually rejected outright. The point is, Xiang Feng's reason for refusing was really strange. Since Brother Xiang Feng is unavailable today, then some other time. Su Gung didn't think much of it and exchanged contact information with Xiang Feng. After Xiang Feng had picked up Lu Guanyang's medicine, the 2 of them left. Yunshan Group. Liu Ruyun spent nearly 2 hours packing up her things in her office. Yes, he was kicked out of his office by Lu Tianlong and had to work outside with the ordinary employees. Even when packing up all her things, her previous secretary did not come to help her, and she did it all by herself. There were even rumors in the Yunshan Group that Liu Ruyun had only been kicked out of her office and stripped of her position as sales director, and it was feared that she would soon be directly kicked out of the Yunshan Group. Under such circumstances, naturally no one dared to help her. Liu Ruyun, Mr. Liu wants to see you in his office. Liu Ruyun was engrossed in her work when her former secretary walked over and said, "Okay." Liu Ruyun got up and went to her former office. And now, it had become the office of Lu Tianlong. Lu Tianlong had taken her place and become the director of the sales department. Looking at Lu Tianlong sitting in the chair with his feet up on the desk, Liu Ruyun frowned slightly, but quickly suppressed it. "What do you want?" Liu Ruyun said indifferently. "Don't you know how to knock before entering? And as a subordinate, don't you know how to address your superior?" Lu Tianlong looked at Liu Ruyun with a playful expression. Liu Ruyun took a deep breath, exited the office, and then knocked twice before entering. "President Liu, what can I do for you?" "Hey, that's more like it." Lu Tianlong was now content and couldn't have been happier. "Tell your hillbilly husband to hit me. If I can't handle him, I can handle you. This is a contract between our company and Shengyin department store. Just sign it and it will take effect." Lu Tianlong took a contract out of the drawer and threw it on the table. "You go to Shengyin department store now with this contract and find their boss, Lu Jun, and get him to sign it." "Why do I have to go? Can't you just send someone else?" Liu Ruyun frowned. She had a lot of other work to do, and this contract seemed like a trivial errand, so she didn't want to waste time. "Why can't it be you? You still consider yourself the director? Right now, you're just a small clerk who doesn't even listen to your own boss's orders, right? If that's the case, you can leave today." Lu Tianlong sneered. He just had to get rid of Liu Ruyun, and only in this way would the entire sales department be completely under his control. After all, Liu Ruyun has been in the sales department for quite some time. Although many employees now appear to be distancing themselves from Liu Ruyun, they are still on her side. Fine, I'll go. Liu Ruyun took a deep breath, picked up the contract on the table and left. Looking at Liu Ruyun's departing back, Liu Tianlong stood up, walked to the window and lit a cigarette. When the cigarette was almost burnt out, he happened to see a Porsche Cayenne drive out. Extinguishing the cigarette, Liu Tianlong took out his mobile phone and made a call. Li Xiao, Liu Ruyun has already left with the contract. Shangyin department store is almost 20 kilometers away from Yunxiang Group, but fortunately there is not much traffic at the moment, so Liu Ruyun arrived in less than half an hour. Ah, good, you did well. I'll tell you what, I'll send you my location, and you can come directly to my place, so that there won't be any trouble later. Let's have a drink together to celebrate. Li Donghao's voice came over the phone. Okay, I'm on my way. Ms. Liu, our boss Liu would like to invite you to his office. This way please. Liu Ruyun had been sitting at the front desk of Shangyin department store for a few minutes when Liu Jun's secretary walked over and said, Okay. Liu Ruyun followed the other person to Liu Jun's office. Soon, the secretary retreated and closed the office door behind her. Not far away, the burly and tall Liu Jun got up and laughed. I didn't expect that President Liu would actually come in person to sign the contract with me. It really makes Liu Ruyun feel flattered. President Liu, I don't know if you are free at noon? Why don't we have dinner and talk about this cooperation? Liu Ruyun couldn't help but frown. President Liu, this contract, you and Liu Tianlong haven't negotiated it yet? He said that I just need to bring the contract over for you to sign. Liu Jun said, we've almost finished talking, but there are still some details to be finalized. But if you, President Liu, will have a nice meal with me today and make me happy, then these are all trivial matters. What do you say? Feeling Liu Jun's unbridled gaze, Liu Ruyun said coldly, since you haven't finished talking with Liu Tianlong, then I'll leave first, and you can talk with him at your leisure. Whoosh! Liu Jun's figure flashed, and he quickly rushed to the office door, blocking Liu Ruyun's way. Talk to him? No, I just want to talk to you today. President Liu, you have to think carefully about this. Once this contract is signed, your Yunxiang Group will earn at least 5 million yuan a year. Liu Ruyun narrowed her eyes and said, I'm afraid this money isn't that easy to make, is it? Liu Jun laughed, why not? As soon as you finish eating, take a nap with me, and I'll sign it right away. Liu Ruyun's face instantly fell.